If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Mecum Auctions returns to the Indiana State Fairgrounds May 9th through 17th for Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Join us for the fun, fast-paced, high-energy Mecum experience. For avid collectors, first-time buyers, and enthusiasts of all ages, there's something for everyone. And with more than 3,000 vehicles up for auction, it's a chance to bring home your dream car. Register to bid and buy tickets now at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
A reminder that East 75th Street is still shut down between Graham and Benford because of Nickel Plate Trail construction. That's going on until May the 7th. And right now, Interstate's looking pretty good. Checking out clear path on the northeast side of northbound 465. Just fine from East 56 up to Allisonville Road, southbound directions from the I-69 interchange, moving up to speed. Traffic sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Marcus Bailey, Wish TV meteorologist. What's happening?
Hey, Tony. Good morning. On this Monday, a much warmer day here on tap. In fact, probably the warmest of the week. Plenty of sunshine. The winds will pick up just a bit as we head into the afternoon, but otherwise no problems. Today's high 82. Tonight we're partly cloudy, breezy, mild, a low of 68. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. We'll see a return of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon and early evening hours. A few of the storms could be on the stronger side, with damaging wind the primary concern. Tuesday's high 80. Wednesday, morning clouds and scattered showers and storms for the afternoon. Wednesday's high 73.
That's Marcus Bailey of Wish TV. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you. As always, 53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 6:07.
Looking at the complaint, let's strip the politics out of it. This is a crime. If they can prove what happened here, it is a crime. This judge, let's strip the Trump of it all out. Let's strip the immigration of it all out. Let's say law enforcement shows up at a building with an arrest warrant. They're looking for person A. Person B then says, hey, there's a secret escape door out back. I'm going to show you the way, and then ushers that person out the back door. That is textbook obstruction. Looking at the complaint.
Yes, it is. So for everybody in Indiana who thinks that this judge in Wisconsin was unfairly gone after, sit down. There's going to be a lot of that today. Today is a great day to say you're either somebody who actually believes in a rule of law or you don't. You're somebody who's rational or you're not. You're somebody who's willing to take a look at the data, or you're an ideologue. And that goes for everybody at the Indy Star and everybody in the governor and lieutenant governor's office. Oh, today's also a great day to say you're either a moron or you're not. Terrific day for it. The sun is shining. The surgery, I think, went well. We'll find out soon. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. I was out the other day. Little arm surgery. I'm in the sling, but I am here. This has to do with a judge in Wisconsin. The judge in Wisconsin saw that there were agents ready to pick up an illegal immigrant. And this judge Dugan, Hannah Dugan, said, I'm not going to let that happen in my courtroom, and said to the illegal immigrant, here, go out this door. Come on, just go out there. And helped an illegal immigrant escape from law enforcement who were looking to arrest him. That judge was arrested by the FBI on obstruction charges. Absolutely. There's not a debate. There's not a thought. If you think that's an attack on the judiciary, the people who believe that are people who are desperately interested in being ruled by a judiciary and not interested in the vote nor in having a republic. Those people are weird. Now listen, everybody's into their own little kink, and I'm not going to tell them how to live in their bedroom. Their safe word is gavel. But it's not how you run a country. And this judge, such a radical ideologue, wanted to help an illegal immigrant escape rather than let law enforcement do its work. Throw her in jail. I don't care what happens to her after that. I mean, innocent until proven guilty. You're going to have to prove your case. Of course, we have a rule of law regardless of my personal feelings. They always are at play. But the left now wants to say that the judge is above the law. The judge is above the law. Justices are above the law. They used to tell us that no one is above the law. Now, well, it turns out maybe. And they're quickly deleting old tweets. And then to protest, they gather on the steps of the Capitol to sing. Did you see this with Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries and Andre Carson? These children, they can't run a country. They belong in daycare. So an incredible couple of days that have taken place, including that meeting with Zelensky and Trump at the Vatican, one for the ages. And yes, I will get into Lieutenant Governor Micah Beckwith's 3/5 insanity. The first thing, Lieutenant Governor, stop bragging. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. I don't know if you're ready for this. And it's not my fault. It's yours. Oh, and the people going after you, oddly enough, they're worse. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
This is Gary Dick, the impact of plug and play at 632. Brought to you by IBJ's 20 in their 20s. Know a young person making a big impact? Nominate by May 23rd at ibj.com/nominations.
Hey, it's Matt Bear for Cochran Exteriors. Don't wait to beautify your home for summer. For a fresh, new look and increased home value, new siding by Cochran Exteriors is the answer. From James Hardy fiber cement siding to a big array of vinyl siding colors and styles, the experienced pros at Cochran have all the choices, plus a lifetime workmanship warranty. Help your home find the fountain of roof. For your free estimate, call Cochran Exteriors at 317-ROOFING or visit CochranExteriors.com. Tell them I sent you.
Hey, it's Rob for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And for a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right, upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save with Universal Windows Direct. Some restrictions may apply, so call today, 317-659-7574. 317-659-7574. Get all the information and schedule your totally free in-home estimate. And see everything for yourself on the web, universalwindowsdirect.com, universalwindowsdirect.com. Tell them Rob sent you.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hi, this is Denny Smith for LD Smith Plumbing. Joining me now is really the head of the whole company. Lance thinks he's the boss, but it's really not. It's Jennifer. You're the proud mother of LD Smith Plumbing, whether you want the job or not. How much fun is it to see those 5-star reviews?
It is the best. We love to review those with the guys. To see their smiling faces and know that we have done such a good job in the field is just priceless. My goal is always to make their day a little bit easier. For any plumbing issue, it's ldsmithplumbing.com.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and the lives of your children. This change can be good or bad. The outcome depends greatly on the attorney that you choose. So interview more than one attorney. Family law experience, especially trial experience, is important, but so is temperament and judgment. Also, remember to consider Cordell & Cordell. We've been serving men in divorce for over 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Indianapolis area attorneys. 101 West Ohio Street, Suite 1250, Indianapolis, Indiana 46204.
Traffic on the 5s. Matthew Bear, what are you doing?
Yeah, Tony, reminder that those speed cameras up on the northeast side can start issuing tickets today, okay? This is the ClearPath construction project, and the new speed cameras launched in January. Until now, they've just been issuing warnings, but now if you go 11 miles per hour over the speed limit in this area, 465, 69 on the northeast side, well, the first time you still get a warning, okay? You'll still get the warning, but then the second time it's a $75 fine, third time $150 fine. So the pre-enforcement phase is over and starting today. You can get a ticket on this northeast side interstate construction zone of 465 and 69. Traffic sponsored by Lear Capital. Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering... Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNest Egg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
What are those penalties again?
The penalties are I don't know. I threw the ad away already. Okay, hold on here.
Get it back.
Yeah. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver President.
No, not Lear. Those penalties.
All right, it's Monday. It's $75. You're talking ClearPath Construction Zone, $75 on the second issue, and then the third citation's $150.
This is if you're speeding in a construction zone?
Yeah, and the northeast side, not a construction zone, the construction zone, the northeast side one of 465 and I-69. There's a little speed cameras.
First time you get a warning, and the second time you get a $75 fine, and the third time is a $150 fine?
That's the structure.
I've already got my warning, Tony.
What's that?
I've already gotten my warning, so I need to slow down.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I think we need to redo this, Matt Bear.
I mean, sure. Yeah. It's now, what do you want to redo? Do you want to just not do the fining, or do you want to push back the pre-enforcement zone? What do you want to do?
No. I think that if the guys are working out there, we should be very protective of them. So the first warning, cut off an arm. Boom.
Yes! I've been saying that for a long time, yeah.
Lose an arm right there.
Right there on the interstate. No jury, man. Just
Second time, you have to sit in studio for a week with Kendall Casey. You're subjected to that show for an entire week. And third warning, 2 weeks.
I just don't feel like that's the punishment. I mean, I like.
You would think after losing the arm, you'd be like, okay, I'm not going to speed.
Well, after you lose the arm, I think that there should be something a little bit more than sit in a radio studio with Rob and Casey. I mean, if you're going to lose an arm, what happens then? Maybe a toe.
You do it for a week.
Okay.
Get back to me.
All right, I will. Sure.
I don't think you will.
I'm very capable of speeding through a construction zone, but I don't do that.
Oh, yeah, but I just don't think you're capable of sitting in studio for a week with me.
Well, I'm very active, so that'd be difficult.
It's Matt Bear.
Bye.
Right there. Look at me. Back one day, I'm already screwing it all up. 53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 6:18.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
Never bad. We had a little dispute because I disagreed with something he said, and the cameras were rolling, and that was okay with me. But we had a dispute. But look, he's in a tough situation, a very tough situation. He's fighting a much bigger force, much bigger, and that force has not been very distinguished. You know, it's been a lot tougher than they thought, but. It helped them when we gave them $350 billion worth of weapons or cash.
Yes, $350 billion worth of weapons is certainly going to help take on the Russian threat, which is very, very real. And it seems all of a sudden we're starting to understand this. It isn't just Ukraine as the bad guy. It isn't just Ukraine as the problem. And screaming at Vladimir Putin, stop, is the same thing like Joe Biden yelling at people coming across the border, don't. It's not a policy. It's silly. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. This whole thing is going to come back to the conversation that J.D. Vance is not yet ready for prime time. J.D. Vance is smart. Whew. But J.D. Vance is emotional. He is right-wing emotional. I don't approve of any of that kind of stuff. That is not what we do. Control your emotions. Save your emotions for your family, not for policy. If you disagree with J.D. Vance, he gets emotional. His response is an emotional one, and it is valueless. And certainly when it comes to the idea of Russia and Ukraine, him stepping off Air Force Two and saying the other day, well, we've done everything we can. If they don't want to deal, we're out of it. That is, we said it here, the opposite of what Donald Trump has been saying. And must be so, because there at the funeral of Pope Francis, did President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, sit down one-on-one in a picture? You know, the people who have said this before me, they're absolutely right. Trump's ability to get an iconic photo is something else. The fight picture, pumping his arm, blood on his face. I mean, there's a serious, the mug shot, it goes on and on. There they are sitting in just these two nondescript chairs in St. Peter's Basilica, having this conversation. Both men leaned in. Sure, people are taking photos. Sure, there are cameras. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, said, hey, can I join? And Trump was like, nah, I got this one. I mean, this was the diplomacy, not the White House insanity, which I argued at the time. I believe J.D. Vance stepped in it and didn't step well out of it. Because Zelensky's argument of, you think that you can get a peace with Russia through diplomacy? We tried this a million times. They don't listen. They don't follow through. They lie about everything. How are you going to get diplomacy? And then he took it too far. But his answer to the question was so sound that J.D. Vance was caught flat-footed. That's when he got into, I don't appreciate you litigating this in front of all the media. You brought it up, J.D. J.D. Vance is unbelievably bright. I think he failed on this one. And I think that he does respond in an emotional way, and that has to stop. Does this meeting in St. Peter's change anything? This me? I'm calling it St. Peter's. I don't know if I may not be using the right place. No. Maybe I am. Yes, I was right. St. Peter's Basilica. Just had to double check myself. Does this change things? I don't know. You still have plenty of issues with Ukraine not engaged in a really Zelensky, a rational conversation with the world about what it is he's doing. He's trying to change his tune on that. He had a one-on-one with Ben Shapiro, and this was through Zelensky's interpreter. What it is he's trying to get accomplished.
When the United States is saying that we are in between of Russia and Ukraine and someone that is exerting pressure upon us, do you understand why am I struggling to understand all of these things? Kind of I'm demonstrating, the whole people are demonstrating that we are fighting. We are fighting for your rights, just as for our own. We are fighting for our values, just the same as yours. We're fighting with Russians, with your enemy, not with your friends, but with your enemies. And we want to have this understanding in the United States, nothing more, the understanding and the recognition of the fact that we are partners.
He's trying to now play it that we are the tip of the spear, which is an argument he should have been having years ago. But he doesn't do it well. He doesn't do it well. Will this get-together there at the funeral of Pope Francis change things? The answer is maybe. The Russian threat is real. And the Russians, now with further bombings on Kyiv and other places, have no intention of stopping. And Putin does not care whether Trump is happy about it or not. Trump's going to have to figure out how he wants to respond, and that response might be pretty vicious. Then you can get into the whole conversation of, I guess this war was not going to be ended in a day. I guess that was all just window dressing, and Trump has now said, it was really, an exaggeration of how I could handle it. That is not how MAGAville took it. Now, as we have been discussing, notice that we're not surprised by anything. We're more honest. We're more on top of it. How does MAGAville now respond if Trump says we're going to get more involved in Ukraine's protection? Certainly that happens if indeed we take over nuclear sites in Ukraine. Because, of course, we're going to protect them. Of course, that's going to mean a force in Ukraine. I don't know how they're going to respond. Maybe they'll say this is all part of the secret plan. It's all 4D chess. Maybe. Maybe. What I know is that Russia will not be stopped until you stop them. That much hasn't changed. Matt Bear's got traffic. What's up, Matthew?
What's up? Tony, looking at southbound 65 looks fantastic right now if you're coming down from the Boone, Lebanon. And I'm checking southbound 65 from State Road 47 coming on in right now. It looks pretty fantastic as you make your way down from the Boone. And then just a couple of minutes as you make your way from 465 on the northwest side down to North Split Action. Indiana's second busiest interchange. Everything looking good right now as you make your way through that. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hey, this is Rob.
And this is Casey.
The FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin because he was obstructing Trump's immigration policies.
Join us Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
Sun yesterday, rain tomorrow, maybe severe weather this week. Maybe I'm always a day behind the weather. We don't have to be a day behind the stock market. Instead, we team up with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, who are always checking, assessing, and planning for market volatility. Matt Bear here. What's up? Trajan Wealth knows that preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Call for your first consultation. It's free. And learn more about these strategies. 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Trajan works with you as a team in optimizing your investments. They get to know you, then design a portfolio that's tailored to your hopes, dreams, timeline. Call and schedule a consultation at 317 480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first appointment is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Easy Cater is the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. With easy online ordering, search filters for budget, dietary needs, and more. Save your favorite restaurants and favorite orders for easy reordering. Save time with group ordering. You send a link, your team orders what they want. Plus, Easy Cater makes expense reporting a snap with all your receipts in one place. Easy Cater, more than just a way to order catering for work, it's your business tool for food. Order now at easycater.com.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, home decor, and patio furniture, all at Miss M's, State Road 135 in Bargersville.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A boat and a ferry collide in Florida. There's nothing on radar in downtown Indianapolis, where it's 53 degrees. Your high today is 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick, and here's what's trending at 6:30. This report brought to you by Window Nation.
The boat came to rest on a sandbar, so some of those who weren't injured were able to walk ashore.
That's City of Clearwater Public Information Officer Rob Shaw talking about a collision that happened on Sunday that killed at least one person.
The firefighters had to go into the water and help some people. There were also Good Samaritans who were picking up people and taking them in their boats.
And police say the person driving that boat that collided with the ferry left the scene, but it's not clear if there are any arrests that have been made. You may expect storms in your forecast, yet temperatures will remain warm. Jake McDaniel has that report.
The work week will start off pretty well. Monday will face
temperatures near 80 with plenty of sun.
But Tuesday is when it's supposed to start getting pretty gloomy, says Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis.
We got the first storms moving in, most likely during the late morning to early afternoon hours, and that's just kind of the start of a pretty active pattern as we get through the week, where we've got good chances for rain just about every day up through Friday.
White says things will start to wind down a little bit by the end of the week across the state. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And you might have heard that Shedeur Sanders, the son of NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, received a prank call this weekend during the NFL draft.
The son of Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich has admitted to making a prank call to Shedeur Sanders on Friday night. According to a press release from the Falcons, Jack Ulbrich came across the number on an open iPad at his parents' home and later made the phone call in which he claimed to be Saints general manager Mickey Loomis. Ulbrich said he would take Sanders with the 40th pick before adding, quote, "You're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that."
That's Fox's Tim McMaster reporting. Shedeur eventually was selected by the Cleveland Browns in the 5th round of the draft. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. Traffic, weather, and sports together in 3 minutes at 6:32.
This is Inside the Indiana Business Radio. I'm Gary Dick. Silicon Valley-based Plug and Play believes its expanded presence in Indiana can lead to transformational change in the startup space. The Global Innovation Network, which already has a presence in Warsaw, is expanding to Indianapolis as part of an accelerator at Indiana University's planned IU Lab at 16 Tech. Plug and Play CEO Saeed Amidi.
We help over 3,000 startups per year, and it's our intention to do 100 here in Indiana per year.
Franklin-based Airtomic is planning to nearly double its footprint in Johnson County with a $3 million expansion that could create more than 24 jobs. The Franklin City Council has approved tax abatement for the company, which repairs aircraft engine components for a variety of aviation customers. Indianapolis-based The Heritage Group has discontinued its Business Accelerator program after a 6-year run. The Heritage Group is a privately held company with an ownership stake in more than 30 operating companies in industries including construction and materials, environmental services, and specialty chemicals. The Accelerator program, which focused on early-stage companies, wrapped up its final cohort in September. The Vice President of Economic and Workforce Development for Greater Lafayette Commerce is leaving to take on a similar role at the Southwest Louisiana Economic Development Alliance and Chamber. Paul Moses will join his former boss, Scott Walker, who left in January to become CEO of the Louisiana organization. You're listening to Inside Indiana Business Radio.
Today, you either innovate or evaporate. We are accelerating the pursuit of progress, from the foods we eat to the heights we soar, because this is Indiana, the innovation capital of the world. We rally visionaries across industries, investing connections as much as capital, and fuel our founders from dorm room to boardroom. Fuel your innovation with Elevate Ventures. Visit elevateventures.com.
Do you own an import-export business? If so, your company could save time and money with foreign trade zones. FTZs are designated sites across the United States where you can reduce, defer, and even eliminate import duties, helping you stay competitive in the global marketplace. If you're interested in becoming an FTZ, the Indianapolis Airport Authority can sponsor your application and start you on the path to savings, because smart companies get in the zone. Learn more at inzone.org.
Just weeks after completing the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum's first major renovation in 40 years, the museum's president has announced plans to step down. Joe Hale led the museum through a $69 million capital campaign, which fueled a complete makeover of the museum into a more immersive, interactive, and educational attraction. This is Gary Dick for 93 WIBC.
Yeah, checking out the south side, we had some weekend road work on westbound, eastbound 465 around 6531 area, back to 69, and that has lifted. And right now, just not a lot of people out. We have a little bit of a slowdown on northbound 65, slows from the north split out to west right now. Everything else moving up to speed. Traffic sponsored by Indy Decorative Concrete. Spring's here. It's time for a new patio. Indy Decorative Concrete is offering free demolition. Offer ends April 30th. Visit IndyDecorativeConcrete.com for details. I'm Matt Bear on the 5s at WIBC Traffic.
We have got ourselves, 53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 6:36. We check on sports. Ryan Hedrick, what's happening?
The Indiana Pacers, Tony, stayed locked in and crushed the Milwaukee Bucks Sunday night, 129-103, taking a 3-1 lead in their first-round playoff series. Rick Carlisle's team can finish the deal Tuesday here in Indy.
We stuck to a process of focus, playing to exhaustion, and playing together in ball movement and being more tied together defensively. And if we're going to talk about something, we'll talk about the first 5 minutes on Tuesday night. That's what we're focusing on.
Miles Turner scored 23 points. Bucks guard Damian Lillard carried off the floor in the first quarter with a lower leg injury. He's finished for the series. Game 5 on Tuesday tips off at 6. The Colts added 8 players in the 2025 NFL Draft, including former Notre Dame quarterback Riley Leonard, and the Indiana Fever started training camp on Sunday. Sports brought to you by Ball State Athletics. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level on the go and at WIBC.com.
Come on, Indy. Don't use the spring to paint your house year after year. Do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
This is Sammy Terry. There are 2 things guaranteed in life: death and taxes. Death can be painful, but paying your taxes doesn't have to be, with a little extra cash in your pocket from Indiana Unclaimed. Yes, George, you're right. George the Spider reminds us that Indiana Unclaimed returns over $1 million every single week, and there are hundreds of millions of dollars just waiting to be claimed by the rightful owner. Text Sammy to 46220 to find out if you or your loved ones have unclaimed funds. Claim yours today. Text Sammy to 46220 now.
So in this budget that ridiculously and insultingly attacks small business in Indiana and is being cheered by Democrats and Republicans alike, they did remove $7.3 million that was supposed to go to public radio and public television for the next 2 years. Now, according to the IBJ, Dave Lindquist with the reporting, the state's budget to 17 radio and television stations that are affiliates of PBS and NPR, they are getting cut. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC, good morning. To go from a fully funded request to zero was a surprise, according to Mark Newman, executive director of the Indiana Public Broadcasting Stations. I think having some sort of reduction in the amount would have made more sense. We would willingly accept a reduction because we feel we've been good partners. The relationship we've had with the legislature has always been very strong, and it continues to be strong. Allow me. Compete. I don't believe NPR deserves any funding whatsoever. I'm not interested in FYI getting any funding whatsoever. I have no issue with their existing, but you exist like I exist. You exist like I exist. You go out there into the marketplace and you prove your worth. Every day, WIBC goes out into the world and says, we have Tony Katz in the morning, and we have Kendall and Casey midday, and then we have Tony again, nationally syndicated right from here in Indianapolis, and then we have Hammer and Nigel, and we have this fantastic lineup on weekends with the Gun Guy and Ethan Hatcher and Eat, Drink, Smoke, and everything else that we do. We have an audience. We've built an audience. We've cultivated an audience. We take care of an audience. You should really put your ad dollars here. We have to go out there and compete. Why does NPR deserve $7 million or some portion thereof from the state? I would not give NPR a dime. I don't have to give NPR a dime. You, someone else might decide to. It's fine by me. But this idea that somehow you provide a public service, that means you deserve dollars. No, you don't. You provide an ideological service. And you should go out there and push that ideological service and get people to sponsor you. Not make demands of us. If I can say anything good about this budget, cutting them. But it's very hard to say good things about this budget when Republicans and Democrats alike said, oh my gosh, there's a shortfall, but we don't know what the shortfall will be. Let's panic and screw over small businesses. Oh, I've got more on that coming up. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC, good morning.
Hammer and Nigel. I told my kids this the other day, and it blew their mind. Right now, in the United States of America, we live in a country where the mayor of Knox County has put the Department of Education through a table before. Glenn Jacobs has put Linda McMahon through incredible. A table before. That's awesome. Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
WindowNation.com, that's where you go to replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation like I did. I love my Window Nation windows. I've saved a ton on energy bills. And your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less.
Go big or go home. And that's what they're doing at Window Nation. Right now, get four windows for free with every 4 that you buy. And there's no limit. The more you buy, the more free ones you get. 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. You don't pay anything until 2027, and you get 4 windows for free when you buy 4. And on top of that, get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. This deal is not going to be around forever, so you got to hustle. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Traffic on the 5s. Matt Bear, what's going on?
Yeah, Tony, looking at northbound 465 through the Clear Path construction zone. Remember those speed cameras that take pictures of your license plates? They can start writing tickets today. That's a big thing. So watch your speed when you make your way through northbound 465 on the east side from East 56th Street up to Allisonville Road. Same with inbound 69, that whole construction zone on the northeast side. And only that construction zone on the northeast side is where this is happening. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road at North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 6:46.
Big Joe here for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical.
Summer heat is coming. Will your air conditioner be ready? Don't risk an expensive breakdown. A quick tune-up from B&W catches problems early and keeps your family cool and comfortable. Join thousands of Hoosiers who trust B&W. Call 317-214-0108 or go to bplusw.com today.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, your American Standard dealer since 1961.
Hi, this is Chris Cox, owner of Chimney Solutions, Indiana. We're celebrating our 10th year in business. Call this month to take advantage of 10% off all chimney sweeps and inspections. We're also celebrating the opening of our new fireplace showroom on 86th Street and Lafayette Road. Come and experience our exclusive lines of wood-burning and gas fireplaces.
Call 317-557-6979 or chimneyindy.com.
The WIBC mashup is everything you love, from fiery debates to laugh-out-loud takes, all in one podcast. No weak sauce, just the best of the day each weekday. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Of course I love my parents, I really do, but often felt angry with them because I was always screaming so they could hear me on the telephone. All that has changed thanks to the CapTel phone from Relay, Indiana. We're so much better off because now my parents can read what I'm saying on the CapTel caption telephone. Our conversations are pleasant because through voice recognition technology, my words appear to them on an easy-to-read screen right on the telephone. Thanks, Relay, Indiana.
Learn more at relayindiana.com.
So I've got 2 tickets to the Sancio Grand Prix. The month of May is about to begin. There's going to be so much Justin Timberlake. This on the IMS Road Course, the Sancio Grand Prix. That's Friday, May 10th, and I've got 2 tickets. Am I giving them away now? Producer Carl, or should I wait for the next hour? Okay, great. I'll give them away the next hour. That sounds fantastic. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. That's right. That's called a tease. You're going to have to stick around like you're going to go anywhere. Guys, we've got a good thing going. There's a lot of love here. It's mutually fulfilling. You know what I mean. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you know what I mean. Good Lord. If I only... See, it's the problem only having one arm.
Hey, phrase
I don't have everything together the way I should. That's it. I'll blame it on the arm. Surgery, from what I'm told, went well. I had surgery on my arm on Thursday to repair a bicep tendon. And Friday and Saturday were rough. And Sunday I said I'm going to try not to take pain medication because I'm not interested in feeling groggy. And I had to be here this morning. So here I am. How are you? Sling on. I got the pillow on the desk. There are worse things. There are people dealing with much worse. So please, I will not be complaining to you. There are people who are injured and driving to work right now. You guys are tougher than me in every way. I am fully aware. Fully aware. And for those wondering, yes, I am wearing pants. Because I only have one arm, I can't wear what I normally wear. So I had to break down and buy joggers. I am also embarrassed. So if you're wondering why there's no live streaming or there are no pictures, that's why. I am wearing pants, Matt Bear, that gather at the ankle.
Oh, so they're like those, they're kind of like PJ pants.
Yeah, I'm not proud.
Okay, that's all right.
I am not proud.
Well, don't be ashamed either.
What was that?
Don't be ashamed either, you know?
Oh, well, I am. Okay. That's clearly happening at this moment.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. The struggle is real.
I know. That's surgery, man. I mean, it's nothing light. You say, and I did this with my surgery. I said, I'm not going to take any pain medication, and then, boy, howdy.
Wait. But I didn't start that way. I absolutely started that way. You're a different case. Are you telling me that you had surgery and didn't take pain meds because of your history?
No, I didn't take the pain meds just because I don't like them. Yes, partially because of my history. That was a big thing. That's how it started.
Do you even, Matt? Like you guys know Matt's story. Check out the supporting sobriety podcast he does with Ryan Hedrick. I don't remember what the surgery was, but like, how do you do that? Because I mean, there is pain associated with surgery. There's cutting and whatnot.
Yeah, it was really sore. I mean, it was really, really sore. Now the pain. This was something on my guts, on my stomach, and the pain that I had when I went in with the agony wasn't so much that I thought I was going to die that eventually you want to. It was that intense. But once they had the surgery, then it was just like the feeling that somebody kind of ripped you open, as you do with surgery, and you have that soreness. And not only is it just on your, it's internal, and eventually just like, man, I got to take this. I got to do it. And you do it, and you just only take the prescription. And you don't go back for more. When that pain is over, you don't keep taking the pills. I mean, it's done. And it is such a hard thing to do, man. It is such a hard thing to do. Not just for me, the recovering addict, but for so many people. It's how we get hooked. A lot of people get hooked on these things because the high is so intense and it's so good and you don't feel any pain. You want to go back to the well over and over again.
I did not want to go back to the well. It just, the groggy feeling was just, it wasn't worth it to me. Like if it meant less pain, but to feel that groggy, I'll stick with like ibuprofen. Like I'll figure it out. I'll get myself through the thing. And I tried two different things. I'm like, nope, this is not it. But I was, I tore my distal left biceps tendon, which is what connects your bicep basically at your elbow to your forearm. And ripped it in half, and it's not pretty, and it's also not a pretty sound. You know the sound of a child's laughter? Yeah, it's not that. It's the other way. And so,
you heard the pop.
When I did this 12 years ago to my right arm, it is very obvious the doctor screwed up, hit the nerve. It was a month of brutal pain. It took a year plus to get the arm back working. Like to be able to feel my fingers, that took a few years. Like it was horrific. This This is so different in its recovery so far and how I feel and everything else that I don't need a pain med. I feel that I can get through it. Stunning. So hopefully this continues and I'm back in good shape much sooner rather than later. But yeah, I cannot do the groggy, man. I just don't know how people function like that. Beyond me. Not to get to a whole conversation of drugs and drug use, just my take, Matt Bear's take, and now you can share your take right now. Matt has traffic. What's up, Matthew?
Northbound 65 out of the North Split slows to West Street and inbound 69. Looking pretty fantastic right now. What's up, Fishers? Looking good on a Monday morning. Everything great from State Road 37 down to 465, just 4 minutes. And then continuing on Benford Boulevard, that's 13 minutes down to downtown Indianapolis and Meridian Street. Those speed cameras on the northeast side, they've been up since January and live since January, but these are isolated to that construction zone on the northeast side with 465 and I-69. Well, they take a picture of your license plate and send you a written warning, and starting today, they can start writing tickets. Again, first offense is just a warning. Second offense is a $75 fine. So watch your speed going through the Clear Path construction zone on the northeast side. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the fives. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here. Are you still putting screens on your gutters? You know, if the holes are too big, debris gets in, and you're still cleaning your gutters. If the holes are too small, it sits on top, and now you're cleaning the screens. I have Gutter Helmet on my home, and it has no holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. Right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months, no interest financing if paid in full within 12 months. Call 800-5HELMET, that's 800-5HELMET, to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good through April. Restrictions apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet today at 800-5HELMET. That's 800-5HELMET, or gutterhelmetindy.com, and never clean your gutters again.
Spring is here, and it's time to shake off winter's dust, dirt, and allergens. Hi, this is Denny Smith for Zero Res, and if you're ready for a true spring clean, listen up, because this deal won't last. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and $75 off air duct cleaning. That's real savings and the perfect way to refresh your home. Winter leaves behind grime and odors and allergens trapped in your carpets and air ducts. And remember, your air ducts are the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, so is your air. Zero Res's patented ZR water cleans with no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. Just fresh, healthy carpets and air. Beat the spring cleaning rush. Call 317-388-5141 or book online at zeroresindy.com. And don't take my word for it. Just check out 4,900 5-star Google reviews. Call now. Mention WIBC, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119 plus $75 off air duct cleaning. 317-388-5141 or zeroresindy.com.
Hello, my name is Nate Clancy. I'm with Labor's Local 120. I've been with Labor's Local 120 for over 40 years now.
For members of Labor's International Union of North America, giving back is part of their commitment to the Indy community, like helping the Soapbox Derby.
We painted the bridge. The Wilbershaw Bridge is an iconic bridge for the Soapbox Derby. It's been there forever. It was, needing work.
When Indy or surrounding communities need help, LIUNA steps up.
Members that went over there, we seen that it was needing work. Power washed, done the painting, just anything that was needed, and it looks amazing now.
This is Chris Bricky, business manager of Labor's Local 120. While all our members are skilled, highly trained men and women, we are also your friends, neighbors, Little League coaches, and volunteers here in Indy.
here at the local. I like volunteering in the community. Just every little bit helps. I really got a real joy in doing that.
We build Indy for good jobs and stronger communities. We are LiUNA Local 120.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, you're the Carfax guy.
The Carfox from Carfax.
Wow.
And you, sir, work at Tire Discounters.
I sure do.
The Carfax top-rated service center.
Oh, right. You know, a lot of that's because of our services. But people think we're just about tires.
Maybe it's your name.
Yeah?
Tire Discounters. And your jingle.
Oh, you like it?
I think it needs something.
Yeah? Like what?
Hit it. Plus brakes, oil changes, shocks, and struts, and more. Now that speaks to me.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studio, severe weather is on the way. I'll give you a timeline. There were two shootings across central Indiana involving the cops this weekend, and a crash on the east side kills a man. After Fox News, you're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It is 7 o'clock.
Congress is back from a 2-week break. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and some Democrats were there early with a sit-in outside the Capitol protesting the budget bill Republicans keep working on. Senator Cory Booker warns it'll include cuts to Medicaid and food assistance programs.
Don't tell me you believe in MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, and then cut the funding that gets people access to the healthy, fresh foods.
Now, Republicans deny they'll cut key programs. GOP Congressman Tom Cole tells Fox they do have to extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts. Letting them expire, he says, would be the biggest tax increase in history.
I don't know any Republican, no matter where you are in the political spectrum, that can let that happen.
As the president returned to Washington last night, he focused on illegal immigration, mentioning
the recent arrests of 2 judges, one in New Mexico, accused of harboring an illegal immigrant and suspected gang member, and the other in Wisconsin, accused of obstructing federal agents who were trying to apprehend another illegal immigrant.
That's very dangerous territory, and we have to be able to do what I ran on. I ran on a campaign of taking criminals out of our country, murderers, drug dealers.
Tomorrow, the president will head to Michigan to mark his first 100 days of this second term.
Fox's Doug Luzader. The president is also continuing to push for a peace deal to stop the war in Ukraine.
I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia.
He also says he had a good meeting with Ukraine's president in Rome after attending Pope Francis's funeral Saturday. North Korea, for the first time, has confirmed it has sent troops to help Russia fight the war. A man in Canada with a history of mental health issues now charged with murder, accused of killing 11 people and injuring more. Saturday in Vancouver,
a black Audi SUV drove through the crowd at the Lapu-Lapu Filipino Heritage Festival as the event was actually wrapping up. The driver, a 30-year-old man, was taken into custody after initially being apprehended by bystanders.
Fox's Stephanie Bennett. Last night, a boat crashed into a ferry in Clearwater, Florida, killing 1 person, injuring 6 others. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
When you can expect severe weather, there's nothing on radar right now. It's going to be nice today, clear and cool in downtown Indianapolis right now. 53 degrees, your high today. 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 7:02. The work week will start off warm with sunny skies, but then storms will be on the way tomorrow. Here's Jake McDaniel.
Tuesday may be your main concern throughout the week, as strong winds and hail are your biggest threats. Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says the state will also get some rain.
Really, through the day, Tuesday and Wednesday, we're looking at amounts of probably around a half inch to maybe as high as an inch in the heaviest spots of rain.
White says this could happen pretty much anywhere across the states.
Yeah, at this point, really just about anywhere has an equal chance for the severe weather. There's not too much of a difference as you move north to south.
Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Last night on Indianapolis's east side.
While there was a lot of damage to the vehicle, including the engine coming out of the vehicle, the passenger compartment of the vehicle is relatively in decent shape.
IMPD Captain Don Weilhammer talking about a crash that killed a man and left a girl in bad shape.
Without wearing seatbelts, unfortunately, both the driver and the passenger were ejected from the vehicle.
And that crash happened near East 18th and North Post Road. IMPD is still looking into this. There were 2 separate shootings involving cops across central Indiana on Sunday. On Sunday night, a person was shot by Lawrence police. The cops say none of their officers
were hurt. The person that they shot is still alive. On Sunday afternoon, a few hours before the Lawrence shooting, a man was shot and killed by Lawrence police. Indiana State Police, say they're leading the investigation and they're getting some help from the Grant County Prosecutor's Office. A man who fired off shots last year inside of a Fort Wayne Kroger will spend more than 30 years in state prison.
21-year-old Richard Claff Jr. streamed the shooting on Facebook. People heard him say he wanted to kill 11 people during that May 23, 2024 incident, after which he ran to another store, changed his clothes, and dumped his gun. When interviewed by police, Claff said he had always wanted to kill someone, wanted to go into the military to do it, but couldn't wait. He was not able to hurt or kill anyone that day, and after pleading guilty to attempted murder, got a 33-year sentence. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The Indiana Pacers are one game away from advancing to the second round of the playoffs after a dominating performance in Milwaukee last night. 129-103, the final score on the road. Here's Indiana guard Tyrese Halliburton.
Last game, we just had a bad third quarter. I thought we had to do a better job defending in the third. Offensively in the third, we were on our heels a lot. I thought we responded the right way today. Came out in the third quarter with the right energy, the right attitude.
Tip time, 6 o'clock Tuesday for Game 5. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. At 7:05, traffic on the 5s. Here's Matt Bear.
Inbound 69 slow off 96 down to 82nd. Northbound 65 looking good right now, making your way through the north split as you keep it up westbound 70 east side over the flyover ramp. No trouble. Northbound 65, 70, great from Michigan Street on up, and everything coming in and out of the South Split looking good right now. Westbound 70, good go from the South Split out to Indianapolis International. If that's your destination here this morning. Traffic sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Tara Hastings, Wish TV meteorologist. What are we feeling?
Hey, good morning. We are starting off with a little bit of cloud cover right now, but we are going to look for some sunshine this afternoon. It is going to be breezy and warmer. We'll go with a high today of 82 degrees. Those winds may gust 15, 20 miles per hour later this afternoon. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, a spotty shower possible with lows only falling to 68. And we're looking for a mostly cloudy sky for your Tuesday. Some scattered showers and thunderstorms likely. A few of those thunderstorms could be on the stronger side. We'll get up close to 80, and we'll fall to 73 degrees on Wednesday with some scattered showers and maybe even a few thunderstorms.
That's Tara Hastings of Wish TV. Appreciate it, Tara. 53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 7:07. Warren, Jalen Travis, Riley Leonard. It's an interesting class of draft picks for the Indianapolis Colts. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. JMV joins us. The voice of sports in Indiana, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan from 3 to 7 p.m. Each and every Monday through Friday. Before we get to the draft, just pretty quickly, the Pacers are up 3-1 against the Bucks. Damian Lillard with that lower leg injury, possibly an Achilles. I don't see the Bucks having the ability to battle back from that. But how would you view the Pacers overall in this series?
They overwhelmed them last night. I mean, that was really the changing of what took place on Friday night, Tony, in the second half, where that was not something we identify with this Pacer team this season. Both sides of the floor played slow, got worked by the Bucks. They did not do that last night. Second half, they took advantage of absolutely everything. That's the team you expect to see. That's the team that's going to close out the Bucks coming up tomorrow night at Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
We'll get into round two after that hopefully takes place. Let's get into this draft, and let's start with the basics. This top pick this Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State. There is not a bad word being said about this pick. The Colts knew they had a tight end issue. The Colts have now potentially solved their tight end issue. What say you?
No, Tony, it's a beautiful thing for Colts fans because organizationally speaking, they didn't outthink the room. There was no master of, manipulating the board. Or you went out, you identified who's the best on the board at the position of most need for you. And you know what? With the good fortune of what took place on Thursday, Tony, in round number 1, and wow, it rarely happens with Colts fans, Tyler Warren fell right to you. It was easy, and there was really no true way you can mess that up because, as we know, you know this song very well. Kenny Loggins in 1979 said what? This is it. This is it for this group if you don't get on the track this season and you identified that major need and you got the best player at that position of the draft. That's it.
That is not necessarily said about the third pick, Justin Wally, a cornerback out of Minnesota. It's not that I have issue with the pick. It is rather a question of whether or not, if indeed that was the philosophy, JMV, take the best guy left on the board. Was he really the best guy left on the board?
I think it's a Lou Anarumo guy. I think that's kind of what you see. If you go back to free agency, Tony, Chris Ballard handled this. The Colts handled this differently. They went out, cornerback, safety, big money on that. We haven't seen that in the past. That's, I think, the influence of what they want to give need-wise to Lou Anarumo, the first-year defensive coordinator that they brought in this offseason. I think what they're doing is trying to surround him with players. Remember, when he was successful, Tony, in Cincinnati, he had guys in his system, and that's how that evolved. And then once they started, like Jesse Bates, for example, goes to Atlanta, and then things started to fall apart defensively for him in Cincinnati, they were giving what was necessary to thrive their new defensive coordinator, these pieces. That's what that pick was about.
Most of this draft, talking to JMV, the voice of sports in Indiana, was defensively, I think defensively kind of skewed if I take a look at the bigger name picks. But you've got DJ Giddens, a running back they took out of Kansas State in the 5th round. And then this guy, Jalen Travis, who is a monster of a human being from Iowa State, playing the O-line. Is this a replacement for Will Fries? Who is this? Who is he going to be replacing?
Well, I mean, we'll find out. You just need depth. I mean, you just do. Actually, you're going to find out what in the world is going to go down at right guard here over the course of this offseason. But the offensive line, as you mentioned, Will Fries being one, Ryan Kelly being another, they've lost a great deal of depth. So you have to resupply that. I'll be honest with you, Tony. I think that at some point you're going to see an offensive line veteran be brought in here before the start of camp. You're going to need even more. I think how we identify in closing here with this Colts draft over the weekend is they did look at all the needs they had, and I thought they fulfilled it. It's not anything outside of Tyler Warren that is going to knock your socks off, but what they did, they were motivated by needs, and you can see with each and every selection, including Riley Leonard, the quarterback, they tried to supply this team with various needs that they're addressing moving in for the off-season training camp in 2025. So, I find little really wrong with the execution of the draft this weekend for the Colts.
So let's take a look at that QB position. They took Riley Leonard in the 6th round from Notre Dame. If you're Anthony Richardson, you're packing, right?
Well, Riley Leonard can struggle at times, too. I mean, really, they got some quarterbacks that struggle at times throwing the football to the intended targets. We all understand this, Tony, right? It all comes down to the quarterback position. Tyler Warren can be great playing his position, but if the ball is thrown 25 yards over his head, it's not going to do any good. So you have to get play from your quarterback, no matter who it is. But Riley Leonard made sense. He is a vicious leader at that level. You lose Ellinger, your guy, in this offseason. So it just made sense. It wasn't overwhelming, as I mentioned, Tony, but the selection made sense, and I thought it did throughout the weekend's draft.
JMV, the voice of sports in Indiana. That's right. We got rid of Flacco and Sam Ellinger. Okay. Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard, and I don't even know who Jason Bean is. But that doesn't mean he's not a bad guy. It just means I don't know. We'll get to that another time, JMV. Appreciate you being here. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Heard about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation? Your neighbor Chip did.
I'm a real car guy, and I have a garage that I got tired of fighting the epoxy fight. Finally, I saw something on Facebook, and I got interested in Galaxy. Looked like a real good solution to me.
Homer Business, Galaxy's got you covered.
My house is on a post-tension slab. It can get cracked, so what these guys did was they came in and they grooved out all those little cracks, and now it's one complete lovely surface, very pleasant on the eyes.
Transforms pools, patios, garage floors, driveways, and more. And Galaxy Concrete Coatings comes with a lifetime warranty.
You can just tell by looking at it, it's going to be impervious to anything I can throw at it for as long as I can imagine. And I haven't looked back since. I love it.
Click on Galaxy Concrete Coatings today. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings, we are out of this world.
The heart of a mom gives everything. Her time, her love, her prayers. And just like Jesus showed us the power of selfless love, many moms and mother figures demonstrate it every day. Whether it's a hug, a call, or a simple thank you, let her know she's cherished. Consider bringing her to church. She would love the time with you to sit and consider the deep things of God. So celebrate her, celebrate love, and give thanks to the one who gave us both, Jesus. LifeChurchIN.com.
Traffic on the 5s. Matt Bear, what are you doing?
Looking at the interstates, Tony, a couple of slow spots now. Northbound 65 drags out of the north split to West Street, and inbound 69 a little bit slow from 96 down to 82nd. Traffic sponsored by Cracker Barrel. Big savings call for Cracker Barrel's new Big Country Skillets. Choose your entree plus 2 sides and a drink, starting at $9.99. New Big Country Skillets now at Cracker Barrel. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 7:15.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now, get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP 105,575, Nautilus MSRP 6195, Corsair MSRP 47,820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Mecum Auctions returns to the Indiana State Fairgrounds May 9th through 17th for Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Join us for the fun, fast-paced, high-energy Mecum experience. For avid collectors, first-time buyers, and enthusiasts of all ages, there's something for everyone. And with more than 3,000 vehicles up for auction, it's a chance to bring home your dream car. Register to bid and buy tickets now at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gearing up for the popcorn moment, brought to you by Booher, Booher. BooherRemodeling.com. You can actually enjoy popcorn in your home theater because Booher can help you make that home theater. And your basement doesn't have to be this place where you just dump off a bunch of garbage. It could be a part of your home. Booher has been taking care of Central Indiana families and homes for over 2 decades. Their craftsmanship, their craftsmen, incredible people doing incredible work. They've done work for me in my home. They're going to do great work for you as well. You're talking about the highest quality name brands you know and trust, and Booher makes sure that those brands are installed perfectly. They're working perfectly, and Booher will guide you through the entire process, starting with a free initial consultation. They deliver quality work on time with a service-oriented attitude, and they stand behind their work with a 2-year workmanship guarantee. Boer Remodeling, for that kitchen, for that master bathroom, for that basement, turning it into some great part of the home. They've got you covered. It's an easy phone call. It's an easy conversation with Boer Remodeling. 317-852-5546. Tell them Tony Katz sent you. 317-852-5546. Boer Remodeling. 852-5546 or online at Boer. BOOHER. BoerRemodeling.com. The popcorn moment. Let's go. It's a story you need to hear to believe. Then grab your popcorn because there is more. I take you to what they used to call Nerd Prom. Nerd Prom is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And Nerd Prom this year was a whole bunch of different because they had no entertainment. And they had no entertainment because the comic that they were going to have was just a ridiculous nonsense leftist. And they knew they couldn't get away with that anymore, even though that has always been the entertainment they used. The White House Correspondents Association, they all get all dressed up and gussied up, and they claim to be these arbiters of journalism. They claim to be very, very important people. I put forth to you that that is not actually the case. What they did at this dinner was, well, quite remarkable. What they did at this dinner was look at you and say, you know, we're really the ones to be trusted. And to prove it, we're going to honor ourselves for doing what we actually didn't do, and you know it. So let's start with the Associated Press. This is a guy by the name of Zeke Miller. At this dinner, discussing, well, I'll let him do it in his own words.
From the White House to the town of White House, Texas, it's a real place, Peoria to the Persian Gulf, we at AP remain committed as ever to accurate, independent, nonpartisan journalism, to carrying light the world over.
Are you sure about that, AP? Accurate, independent, nonpartisan journalism? Did you investigate Russia, or did you go along with it? Did you ever look at Joe Biden's mental condition, or did you go along with the White House talking points? We know they put pressure on you. I believe that the American people are clear. You went along with the White House talking points, which brings us to Alex Thompson. Alex Thompson of Axios gets an award. He gets an award for overall excellence in presidential news coverage for doing what? Exposing the Biden cover-up of his cognitive decline. I kid you not. They gave this guy an award who just a couple years earlier was tweeting that Joe Biden's fine. We discussed Joe Biden's mental decline, and they covered it up, and now they give themselves awards for engaging in good journalism because it was actually the White House covering it up, like you could cover that up. The guy was being guided around by the Easter Bunny, and they have the audacity to do this.
Thank you to my reporting partners in the Biden beat, the great Hans Nichols, and yes, thank you. And the reigning champion of this award, Barack Ravid. Thank you to Jonathan Swan, a fellow reigning champion of this award for Axios, for telling me I should go and work for Axios. Thank you to Bradley Singer and WME for being world-class in representing journalists. Thank you to mentors like Maureen Dowd, Peter Canellos, and Mike Tackett. I wouldn't be standing here without you. Thank you to Jake Tapper for being a fearless reporting partner for a book on this very topic.
Now, once you hear thank you, Jake Tapper, I get it. You've tuned out. But I need you to stick with me and listen to what he says next.
It's my speech, so a nakedly shameless plug that Original Sin is available for pre-order right now. And thank you most of all to my sources for trusting me. One serious note. To my bones, I believe that reporting and the White House Correspondents Association is as necessary as ever. President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of party, is capable of deception. But being truth tellers also means telling the truth about ourselves. We, myself included, missed a lot of this story. And some people trust us less because of it. We bear some responsibility for faith in the media being at such lows. I say this because acknowledging errors builds trust, and being defensive about them further erodes it. We should have done better.
There is a world in where you might say, good on them for admitting their error. They gave him an award and claimed that it was the Biden administration engaged in the cover-up, when we all know it was the media engaged in the cover-up. I proved that the other day at Trump and American Reset in 3 bourbons, presented by Laser Precision Marksmanship Club, laserpmc.com. You should check them out if you ever want to learn how to shoot the right way and you don't want to spend all that money on ammunition. Laserpmc.com. Incredible people. You're going to love what it is they do. No pressure, no judgment, laserpmc.com. We were aware. We saw everything. Now they give themselves awards for things we said were happening, and they told us we were liars and frauds. They told us that we were engaged in cheap fakes. They told us, well, what about Trump? Now that the election's over, all can be told. You can give each other awards for the good work you did. Oh, go to hell. Gross. Don't look at us and be like, see, we really are paying attention. No, the vast majority of the media folk think that we're the problem. Maybe that's why radio is, at least for us, doing so well. Honesty matters. People do search it out. They gave themselves an award and patted themselves on the back. Oh, the Bidens covered it up. The Biden administration, MSNBC, CNN, it's all the same. Matt Bear has traffic. What's up, Matthew?
All right, northbound 465 on the northeast side, a little bit slow into those I-69 ramps. Inbound 69, 7-minute delay from 106th Street down to 82nd. Northwest side, northbound 465, little bit of slow from 86th Street up to 865. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeline, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hammer and Nigel show 3:06 this afternoon. Nobody has more fun in the afternoon than we do. Guy Relford joins us in studio. 93 WIBC.
Sun yesterday, rain tomorrow, maybe severe weather this week. Maybe I'm always a day behind the weather. We don't have to be a day behind the stock market. Instead, we team up with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, who are always checking, assessing, and planning for market volatility. Matt Bear here. What's up? Trajan Wealth knows that preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Call for your first consultation. It's free. And learn more about these strategies. 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Trajan works with you as a team in optimizing your investments. They get to know you, then design a portfolio that's tailored to your hopes, dreams, timeline. Call and schedule a consultation at 317-480-4040 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Remember, your first appointment is on them. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Spring in Indy, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, and the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year transferable warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Technology Recyclers is the safe and ethical choice for your computer and electronics recycling. R2 certified, 100% landfill free, guaranteed destruction of data, and absolutely free pickups. Visit tech-recyclers.com.
As our loved ones age, ensuring their safety at home becomes a top priority. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I'll be right back with some practical things you can do to reduce the possibility of a fall or injury.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Removing tripping hazards such as rugs and floor clutter is one way to prevent or minimize falls around the home. Another is to position grab bars in the restroom and other common areas where your loved one may need some extra support. Contact your local area agency on aging to inquire about low-cost or free installation services. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, and home decor. All of this at Sundown Gardens, Spring Mill Road and 186th Street.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Lots of people wearing handcuffs in Colorado. You have a cloudy sky, but a clear radar. It's 54 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. Highs around 80 today. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 7:31.
More than 100 people detained from this underground nightclub in Colorado Springs, including alleged illegal immigrants and U.S. service members. It's a big operation. It included some 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies.
That's Fox's Doug Lazader reporting on a nightclub raid involving the Drug Enforcement Administration Sunday night.
Some 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies. In addition to the illegal immigrants, the DEA says more than a dozen active duty U.S. service members were also detained, some of whom were said to be working security. The agency also says the club has been linked to gang members from Tren de Aragua and MS-13.
Police say they found drugs and guns and evidence of prostitution during the raid. In Clearwater, Florida, Sunday.
We know that we don't have any people unaccounted for. We've been able to search the waters. We have everybody off the boat.
That's Rob Shaw. He's a public information officer with the city of Clearwater. He says a boat collided with a ferry, killing at least one person.
It involved the Clearwater Ferry, which had more than 40 people on board. Due to the number of people and the number of injuries, the Clearwater Fire and Rescue Department declared it a mass casualty incident.
And the person driving the boat drove away. There's no word on arrests. One of the most prominent victims of Jeffrey Epstein has died. The family of 41-year-old Virginia Giuffre announced that she died by suicide on Friday. at her home in Australia. Giuffre was one of the first to call for criminal charges against Epstein for his sexual abuse and gave the cops critical information they needed during their investigation. Here in Indiana, severe weather is on the way.
We get the first storms moving in, most likely during the late morning to early afternoon hours, and that's just kind of the start of a pretty active pattern as we get through the week. We've got good chances for rain just about every day up through Friday.
Andrew White, a forecaster at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis, talking about the severe chances. He says damaging winds and large hail are the primary concerns, but he says that tornadoes are possible. The number of measles cases in the U.S. has grown to almost 900. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say that the number has tripled since 2024. Nearly 650 are in West Texas alone. And the Philadelphia Eagles will visit the White House today to celebrate their victory in Super Bowl 59. The Eagles did not visit the White House in 2018 during Trump's first term, with Trump claiming he withdrew the invitation, calling the team disrespectful, and he said they did it in protest. Sports on WIBC, brought to you by Ball State Athletics. Visit ballstatesports.com.
The Pacers are in front by 20. Halliburton to the right corner. Turner drops it inside. Nice pass. And Siakam got it and laid it off the glass.
That's Mark Boyle on the Elevance Health Radio Network. The Pacers went on to win by 26 in Game 4 of their first-round playoff series with the Milwaukee Bucks. Final score 129-103. Miles Turner scored 23 points.
I was aggressive offensively, just pick to choose my spots. And Tyrese did a good job of giving me the ball in that middle pick and roll and made some shots. It's exactly what we talked about last game. Sometimes it's a make or miss league. Missed a lot of shots last game, made a lot of shots this game.
In the first quarter, Bucks guard Damian Lillard was helped off the floor with a lower leg injury after the game. Indiana guard Tyrese Halliburton shared his thoughts about Dame's injury.
I want to send my thoughts and prayers to Dame. What you see between us is competing, and it's well documented, and wish him the best moving forward.
And the Pacers are up 3-1 in the series. They could wrap it up Tuesday at home, tip-off at 6. The Indiana Fever have begun training camp, getting ready for the season, and former IU quarterback Curtis Rourke taken by the San Francisco 49ers in the draft this past weekend. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 7:35. Traffic on the 5s. Here's Matt Bear.
All right, Ryan, 10-minute delay on inbound 69, 106th Street, down to 82nd. Northwest side, northbound 465 slow roll from 86th Street up to 865. And then we check northbound 465 on the southeast side. A little bit slow right now from Brookville Road up to Washington Street. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
53 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 7:36.
Whenever I'm out a-wandering, chasing a rainbow dream, I often stop and think about a place I've never seen. Where friendly
Today on the marketplace, I don't know what a freedom dagger is, but I guess this could qualify, although I'm pretty sure this is just a fancy letter opener. Tony Katz at 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. During downtime, in between parts of the show, I'm clearing my head, getting ready for what's next. I find myself on Facebook Marketplace. The Marketplace, brought to you by IndianaUnclaimed.gov. It's your money. The Attorney General has it. Why? Because you forgot you had it, and the Attorney General wants to give it to you. Check out IndianaUnclaimed.gov. It is fast. It is easy. It is free. It's your money. Go get it. IndianaUnclaimed.gov. So there's all sorts of cool stuff, interesting stuff, odd stuff, strange stuff, weird stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We bring it to you each and every day. And I bring you my finds. This, Matt Bear, is a Harley Davidson Freedom Dagger first production run.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So now, I want to say for the record, I do not know if this is a Harley Davidson certified official piece, or this is somebody who made themselves a sword and put it on, put a Harley Davidson logo on it. Now, it does say first production run, one of 7,500.
Oh.
It's official. It does say it is engraved Harley Davidson, and it's a knife, and it's got like the eagle and the wings. It says Harley Davidson motorcycles, and honestly, it looks like it could do some cutting and some poking.
It's a freedom knife that could cut the freedom turkey. As a matter of fact.
Right.
It's carved a freedom turkey. It's
right.
It looks cool. Do you have to? Are you supposed to carry this while you ride your Harley? I mean, is this supposed to be a knife, or do you use this to change a tire, maybe like a Phillips head screwdriver or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a tool or if it's the kind of thing used in Inglourious Bastards. I'm not sure. But this thing is, I mean, it looks sharp. It looks very, very cool. They're asking $150 for it.
Come on, I mean, how many did they make? There's like 190,000 of them. So
nope. According to this, according to the engraving, it is one of 7,500. Oh. Now, does that mean it's number one? It says first production run, one of 7,500. So I think it could be argued that this is number one, or is this just one of 7,500 pieces that are out there?
Oh, it's an excellent point. I do know this is for the masculine Harley rider in all of us, and I just can see it sitting on the hip as a protection device, or maybe just something that you carry around at a formal, just as a form of protection. I mean, it's something that you can keep.
Like a saber in the military.
Oh, if I had a saber in the military, I say that every day.
See, you would carry this on the hip. No, I believe that as you're riding down the road, Easy Rider style, this you're holding in between your teeth. Just waiting for that moment to give freedom to somebody right in the larynx. So
you're holding it between your teeth, or the person in the sidecar has it in their teeth, one or the other,
Dude, if I've never said that, I'm too afraid to do a motorcycle. I know this about me. My wife would like a motorcycle. It came up a couple years back, and I said I will buy it right now if it comes with a sidecar. I want to be in the sidecar. Goggles, helmet, scarf, bourbon, Grey Poupon. I'm ready.
Yes,
I am ready to be that guy. Woo! Joyfully. And also, I think my wife would look great in chaps. I just world class.
Everybody looks great in chaps.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, no, not everybody looks good in chaps, and I think OnlyFans proves that.
Try to give the benefit of the doubt,
The question is, Matt Bear, this Harley Davidson motorcycle's knife, first production run, a Freedom Dagger. Is this in your collection for $150?
No, it's not. The more I look at it, the more it looks like something you'd find in the eagle's nest.
Oh, good Lord!
I'm sorry.
That is a Hitler reference regarding Hitler's abode.
Does it not look like that?
Was discovered at the end of World War II as Hitler fell.
And that looks like something that might, just with the design of the eagle, I don't know. Maybe that's taking it too far, Tony. Maybe that's.
I want to just correct myself. It's not as Hitler fell, as Hitler committed suicide like a pansy little bitch.
Boom!
Just want to make sure I got that right.
That's how you start a Monday.
Got to be historically accurate over here, Tony Katz in the Morning News. That's what we do. Yeah, I think 150 is a little steep, and I have no idea why anybody would want to stab Freedom. Right?
Freedom's for the living, Tony.
If this was a communism dagger, I'd buy two.
It's like you're funding communism then, I mean, the Workers' Party. You don't want that. I thought you didn't like communists.
I don't.
Okay, there we go.
And I believe it needs a good thwarting. Thwarting.
You thwart that communism. Mercy.
I'm all about it. Check it out for yourself. Check out everything about the marketplace at WIBC.com. Meanwhile, I don't know what Lieutenant Governor Micah Beckwith is doing, but this is not a history lesson here. This is buying in to nonsense. And honestly, you got to be better than this. I'll explain. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Your deal is at Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield, where you can get employee pricing across a full lineup of your favorite trucks and SUVs. Andy Moore Ford, M-O-H-R, AndyMooreFord.com has everything. The cars, the trucks, the SUVs, the electric vehicles, and the entire American inventory has been marked with employee pricing, so you pay what they pay on the F-150s, on the Super Duties, on the Explorers, the Expeditions, which I'm driving right now, employee pricing on everything. And get more to your door. Simply purchase a vehicle online. So easy to do. Still get the great deals, and they'll deliver the vehicle directly to you. And you want to sell or trade your current vehicle? Time has never been better, because Andy Moore Ford will pay top dollar for your used vehicle, even if you don't buy from them. Talk to Andy Moore Ford today. Check them out. Pay them a visit. Tell them Tony Katz sent you. 2713 East Main Street in Plainfield, or online at Andy Moore Ford. That's M-O-H-R, AndyMooreFord.com.
Kendall and Casey.
You just heard him mention dignity.
Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Dignity.
He's turned into Randy Marsh from South Park. That's America. I'm sorry. It's America.
It's about dignity.
Yes.
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America.
Kendall and Casey. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Pat Sullivan here for the Michaelis Corporation. I'm here with Michaela to talk about water damage. Water damage at your home or business can come from heavy rains, broken or frozen pipes, and countless other ways. Michaela, if someone has a loss due to water, why should they call Michaelis?
Michaelis is a local, family-owned Indianapolis company with 39 years experience. We are manning the phones and ready to help 24/7, 365. Michaelis specializes in water damage restoration, is IICRC certified, and will restore your home or business to pre-loss condition or better.
I know a big part of getting back to normal is dealing with the insurance company. Can Michaelis help there?
Yes, Michaelis works through the entire process on your behalf to make it easy and give you peace of mind.
If you have water damage, call the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and mold, life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. Text or call 844-FIXED-INDY. That's 844-FIXED-INDY. Make it Michaelis.
Traffic on the fives. And Matt Bear, what are you doing?
All right, look at the crash. Southbound 69 going to 465 in the exit lanes. And this crash is partially blocking the exit ramp stop and go traffic back to 106 if you're peeling off to 465. That's going to take a minute. Looking at northbound 465 on the east side, slow from 70th to Penn Pike. Northwest side, northbound 465 slows from 79th up to 865. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear on the fives at WIBC Traffic.
54 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 7:46.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, this is Denny Smith for LD Smith Plumbing. Lance Smith joins me right now. No, we're not related, but I'd be proud to call him my son, my uncle, my cousin, whatever. Lance, welcome to the studio.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, sump pumps, they're coming up. You guys, it's probably time to get your sump pump special. You brag on this every year.
Yep, it's the real deal. Free primary sump pump with the purchase of a battery backup system. Simple as that. No hidden labor fees or anything like that. 317-927-7186 or ldsmithplumbing.com.
The Attorney General's Office, reuniting Hoosiers with over $1 million in unclaimed property every week. Visit indianaunclaimed.gov or text money to 46220 today.
A girl in Kenya dreams of becoming a doctor. An elder in Guatemala dreams of becoming part of a community. Reach out and change their world, and it will change your own. Unbound.org.
Check out what's going on with 93 WIBC.
Listen to Hammer and Nigel all this week for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Sancio Grand Prix on Saturday, May 10th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. More info at WIBC.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
So, of course, I saw the Washington Post had picked up the story that Lieutenant Governor of Indiana, Micah Beckwith, said the three-fifths compromise was a great move. What is happening? What is going on all around us? Tony Katz, 93 WIBC, good morning. Good to be with you. We have tickets to the Sancio Grand Prix there at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, May 10th. Tune in the next hour, and you'll win 2 tickets. I'm going to give them away. I think that the vast majority of attacks on the lieutenant governor have been nonsense. It is a hatred of him being a Christian. It is hatred of him being very open about his Christianity. It just is what it is. This is not to say that the lieutenant governor does not invite things upon himself, and the lieutenant governor does this because the lieutenant governor is too cute by half. He believes himself an intellectual, and I want to just put that to bed. That's not showing, sir. It's not. And you have a lot to learn. And one of the first things to learn is because somebody on the political left brings something up, you don't accept the premise of their argument. You have got Senate Bill 289, which will put an end to DEI, pass the House, pass the Senate, and the left is infuriated by this. The rolling back of DEI initiatives, as has taken place through Trump's executive orders. DEI is bigotry, and it teaches bigotry, and it promotes bigotry. And if you go to the actual piece of legislation, prohibits unlawful discrimination in education, public employment, and licensure. And also, it teaches, it goes to the idea that you don't get to blame people for what other people did. Right? You don't tell somebody who is one color they are guilty of something or they are being oppressed by somebody else based on the color of their skin. It's nonsense. DEI is a terrible idea. It is bigotry. It has been utilized in higher ed and in the private sector as a jobs program. It's garbage trash, and the people who favor it favor bigotry and the division of people. We should be opposed to that on every level, and Hoosiers should say no. I am glad that this legislation's going forward. Somehow Democrats got themselves into a conversation that this is about three-fifths. We're talking about how in the formation of the nation, the northern states didn't want the southern states to have power. And the southern states want to say that slaves counted as full people, even though they weren't given full rights, and therefore they could get more representation. So the three-fifths compromise, if you will, was established to not give the South full power, to allow the North to be able to say, whoa, your slavery is wrong. This legislation has nothing to do with 3/5. It is nonsense, garbage, ridiculousness being put forward by the Indiana Democrats because that's all they have. Enter Micah Beckwith in a video.
The Senate on the Democrat side, they got up and they started talking about how this bill embodies something to the effect of the 3/5 compromise. They were bringing that up. They were saying this is a bad bill because it actually encourages discrimination, just like the 3/5 compromise, going all the way back to the foundations of our nation. I would like to share with you the 3/5 compromise is not a pro-discrimination compromise. It was not a pro-discrimination or a slave-driving compromise that the founders made. It was actually just the opposite. It was a compromise that the North made with the South. At the time, there were basically 13 independent nations. They had not really created a constitution. They were sort of a European Union-esque nation, and they were saying to the pro-slave states, hey, if you want to count your slaves to have representation, more representation in Congress, we're not going to let you do that.
Now, as a baseline of history, he's correct. And if you listen to him, he's correct. But there are two problems. 3. First, it was unbelievably sloppy in its presentation. And Lieutenant Governor, you don't have to agree with me. I don't actually care. I'm right. It was sloppy. Second, the key to this conversation is, why are you engaging? What's wrong with you? Is there nobody on your staff to tell you to shut up already? Does Mike Braun not know how to walk into your office and say, sit down, be quiet, put some more hair product in, and don't say a word for the rest of the week? Is there nobody to guide you, to help you? Why are you having this conversation? Oh, I'm Micah Beckwith. I'll explain to them why they're not right. They're wrong on the premise. Why are you giving them credence? You want to talk about immaturity and failing on Politics 101? This is it. Oh, and number 3, Lieutenant Governor, when you're sitting and having a conversation with me, don't be swinging your right leg up and down like you're waiting for your mom to bring you some ice cream. In this video, you look like a child. Present yourself better, sir. It's going to help you in the long run. Matt Baer has traffic. What's up, Matthew?
All right, Tony, looking at a crash on southbound 69 on the exit to 465. Stop and go traffic back to 116th Street. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors from 1951 Cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146 and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. Matt Baer, WIBC Traffic.
My name's Craig Landers. I'm a union laborer for Local 120, and I'm a member of the Veterans Steering Committee and been retired for 7 years.
For members of the Laborers International Union of North America, giving back is part of their commitment to the Indy community.
I like to help veterans and family downtown. Part of the building burnt down that housed the veterans that lived there. So we donated money to help out. They lost everything they had. I mean, they didn't have much, but they lost what they did have.
When the Indy community needs help, LIUNA steps up.
People bring in clothes and shoes and food. We had a couple of car shows and donated the proceeds to the Veteran Suicide Prevention.
This is Chris Bricky, Business Manager of Labor's Local 120. While all our members are skilled, highly trained men and women, we are also your friends, neighbors, Little League coaches, and volunteers here in Indy.
Pretty good to help them guys out. That's a good feeling to help people out.
We build Indy for good jobs and stronger communities. We are LIUNA Local 120.
Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. Who are they? Well, they're a sister company of Rhino Shield, and Premier Deck Coating is the product you need if you're tired of applying the same old stain and paint every couple of years to your deck. It's Terry, Stacy, and David and I have a deck that's probably 25 years old. The countless hours and the money that we spend on maintaining that deck never ends. And then we heard about Premier Deck Coating. Family-owned, based right here in Indy, and they are going to completely transform our deck with their special formulated product, which repels moisture, scratch-resistant in virtually any color that we want, and backed by a 10-year guarantee. No more spending time staining or painting every year. Premier Deck Coating will keep our deck looking great for years to come. Premier Deck Coating can also do fences and pergolas, too. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071 or visit premierdeckcoating.com.
Promises made,
promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Hey folks, Scott Wilson here from Wilson Farm Market. Even in winter, we're bringing you the best in farm fresh flavors. Stop in for our fresh salad bar, hot and crispy wing bar, and a cheese selection that is second to none. Got a sweet tooth? Our homemade pies, creamy fudge, and old-fashioned candy will hit the spot. Come see us on US 31 just north of Carmel. We're open every day 9 to 6. At Wilson Farm Market, we're all about fresh, local, and delicious. See you soon.
Big Joe here for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical.
With a B&W Premier Club membership, you'll stay ahead of breakdowns and costly repairs. Our members get routine maintenance, priority scheduling, and exclusive discounts, saving you money and keeping your family comfortable all season long. Visit bplusw.com or call 317-214-0108 for more information.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, your American Standard dealer since 1961.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studios, there was multiple shootings this weekend involving cops. A crash on the east side of Indianapolis kills at least one person, and what forecasters are saying about chances for severe weather. Those stories, plus a story on the Pacers, coming up after Fox News. You are listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 8 o'clock.
Russia is planning a ceasefire in Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, but only May 8th through the 10th, as President Trump pushes for an end to the war.
I want him to stop shooting, sit down, and sign a deal. We have the confines of a deal, I believe.
That's the president after the day after he met with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in Rome, where they attended Pope Francis's funeral.
President Trump is really steamed at the Russians and at Vladimir Putin for continuing to order troops on the front line to attack targets inside Ukraine.
Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House.
Zelensky is now saying that these longstanding issues of what territory Russia would get to keep or what they don't get to keep can soon be agreed to, but there has to be a full and unconditional ceasefire first.
We'll get an update at the White House this hour from Border Czar Tom Holman after a raid early Sunday at a Colorado Springs underground nightclub. More than 100 illegal immigrants taken into custody.
In addition to the illegal immigrants, the DEA says more than a dozen active duty U.S. service members were also detained, some of whom were said to be working security. The agency also says the club has been linked to gang members from Tren de Aragua and MS-13.
That's Fox's Doug Luzader. We mentioned Pope Francis's funeral. We got confirmation this morning from the Vatican that Cardinals will start the conclave to choose the next Pope May 7th.
The 2013 conclave was protected by devices blocking phone calls, text messages and internet access. They also need to install a chimney on the chapel roof. When it pumps out white smoke, the cardinals will have voted in a new leader of the Roman Catholic Church.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Congress returns from a 2-week break. With Democrats facing an uphill battle without the votes to block the budget bill Republicans are working on to fund the president's agenda and extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says,
we are witnessing in real time an attack on the economy, an attack on health care.
America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Severe weather is on the way. Nothing severe on the radar right now. Cloudy but cool, 54 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. Your high today is 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick, and here's what's trending at 8:02.
We've got the first storms moving in, most likely during the late morning to early afternoon hours, and that's just kind of the start of a pretty active pattern as we get through the week, where we've got good chances for rain just about every day up through Friday.
Forecaster Andrew White at the National Weather Service Indianapolis talking about severe chances on Tuesday, which should happen late morning into the afternoon. The biggest threat, damaging winds plus large hail, tornadoes are possible with this storm. Police officers in Marion shot and killed a man on Sunday afternoon. Here's Wish TV's Cody Fisher.
Troopers say they found a man with a knife at a home on South Washington Street. They say 56-year-old Derek Morgan wounded himself. He was bleeding from the neck. Troopers say Morgan charged at officers despite warnings. A deputy fired, killing him.
Indiana State Police have taken over the investigation. They're getting some help from the Grant County Prosecutor's Office. Sunday night, a person was shot by Lawrence police. The cops aren't saying much, but they did say that no officers were injured in the shooting. They have not revealed the identity of the person they shot. A car crash on Indianapolis's east side Sunday night killed a man and left a girl in bad shape.
While there was a lot of damage to the vehicle, including the engine coming out of the vehicle, the passenger compartment of the vehicle is relatively in decent shape, and the airbags did go off.
That's IMPD Captain Don Weilhammer. He says when officers arrived to the crash, which was near East 18th and North Post Road, they found two people lying on the ground. They had been ejected from the car because they were not wearing seatbelts. A man who fired off shots in a grocery store in Fort Wayne at a Kroger will spend 33 years in state prison.
21-year-old Richard Claff Jr. streamed the shooting on Facebook. People heard him say he wanted to kill 11 people during that May 23, 2024 incident, after which he ran to another store, changed his clothes, and dumped his gun. When interviewed by police, Claff said he had always wanted to kill someone, wanted to go into the military to do it, but couldn't wait. He was not able to hurt or kill anyone that day, and after pleading guilty to attempted murder, got a 33-year sentence. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
One more win. That's what separates the Indiana Pacers from the second round of the NBA playoffs. They dominated the Milwaukee Bucks Sunday night, 129-103 the final score. Here's Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle.
I thought our attention to detail was better in this game than the last. Our guys focused and concentrated. There were difficult stretches, but we stayed with our brand of basketball.
Bucks guard Damian Lillard went down with a lower leg injury. He's probably done for the playoffs. Game 5 Tuesday at Gamebridge Fieldhouse. Tip-off at 6 o'clock. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:05. Traffic on the 5s. Good morning, Matt Bear.
What's happening, Ryan? Looking at southbound 69. Crash on the exit 2465. Ramp is open. Partially blocked. Traffic backed up to 116th Street Ford. 18-minute delay. East side, northbound 465 slows after 70 up to Penn Pike. Northbound 465 slow roll on the northwest side from 86th Street up to 865. Traffic sponsored by Lear Capital. Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Tara Hastings, Wish TV meteorologist. What are you doing?
I'm giving the forecast.
Hot
What are you doing?
Recovering.
Yes, how are you? I'm surprised to see you. Well, not see you, but hear you today. I thought you'd take another day or something.
Yeah, well, I'm stronger than most people. I am a man of vigor, like a pioneer kind of man who would have settled the nation. That's me.
That's you.
That is,
so basically what you're telling me is Carl's doing all the heavy lifting today.
Carl is not doing any heavy lifting. He's got a very bad back, and he is he is not. He doesn't lift from the legs. He lifts from the back, and so he's got serious issues. No, I'm good.
You guys gotta take some from Matt Bear. You know, he's the one that knows.
Knows
how to
what?
lift properly. Doesn't work out all the time?
Yeah. Oh, like you haven't noticed. Look at you acting all demure. The man looks like he's chiseled from stone. And you're like, oh, I didn't notice. Sure. Sure, there. Just all new to this.
Yeah. I didn't know.
So
this.
anyway,
I'm glad that you told me.
I'm recovering. I'm at home.
Good.
I'm in a sling, resting on a pillow. I mean, honestly, how much softer could I possibly be?
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad everything went well. And heal up fast.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
A beautiful day today. Mostly sunny skies. I know we've got some clouds out there right now, but sunny skies. Warmer, 82. Tonight, partly cloudy. A spotty shower. Lows around 68. A better chance for some scattered showers and thunderstorms into the afternoon. Some of those could be on the stronger side tomorrow. Highs near 80. And then some rainy conditions on and off on your Wednesday with highs in the lower 70s.
That's Tara Hastings of Wish TV. I did learn that I'm actually doing a live broadcast from the Mecum auction in a couple weeks. You should come out there. You should come out and say hello.
Are you going to purchase any new vehicles?
I think it's very possible.
Oh, I love it. I can't wait.
That's Tara Hastings.
Let's go.
Wish TV meteorologist. We're gonna talk about this in the days ahead. 55 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 8:08. Tara Hastings needs more interactions with our people. We need more Tara Hastings with you. Oh, yeah. And that is going to come. I'll tell you all about the Mecum auction in the next couple of days. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. 11 dead in this attack on a festival in Vancouver. It was a Lapu Lapu Day block party, a Filipino street fair that took place. From every bit of reporting, what it seems as, although Lord only knows, the 30-year-old suspect was known to have mental issues, known to police. The family was trying that morning even to get this guy hospitalized. He drove through a crowd at this event and killed 11 people. It's an absolutely horrific story. Those dead range from the age of 5 to 65. And it's possible that we could see more as many were hospitalized. An absolutely horrific story out of Vancouver. George Santos, the former congressman who was removed from office, has been sentenced to 87 months in a federal fraud case. 87 months in prison, federal wire fraud, and aggravated identity theft. He pled guilty to defrauding donors and committing identity theft last summer. He has to pay about $580,000 in penalties as part of the plea deal. Maybe that's why he did a cameo, or was he doing OnlyFans? Whatever he was doing. It seems that OnlyFans is the only way to make a living these days. Makes me wonder what I'm doing in radio. Whole thing's just nutty. I have got tickets to the Sancio Grand Prix. Is this what I have tickets for there, Doug Bowles? I know you're listening. Let me make sure I've got this right. We have 2 tickets, correct? Is that what we have there, Producer Carl?
Yes.
And is there like something specific I'm supposed to say?
I sent you the copy.
You did send me the copy. Let me see if I have it. Yeah, but I don't know if this is the copy. This is some copy. The month of May shifts into gear as the start of the NTT IndyCar Series takes on the action-packed IMS road course for the Sancio Grand Prix. Don't forget your favorite athletes as they aim to be the first to conquer the legendary Brickyard in 2025. This is May 10th. Is that when this is? Point is, I've got 2 tickets. 5th caller gets them. 317-239-9393. 317-239-9393. I don't know. Was that the right stuff? All I know is it's going to be awesome. All I know is everything regarding the Speedway this year, everything is gearing up to something incredible. Absolutely incredible. And you're going to want to be there for every single bit of it. So it's on, is it on May 11th? Do I have the date right? Neither here or there. Your tickets, fifth caller, 317-239-9393. Go get them. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Are you feeling more tired, moody, or off balance than usual? Struggling with sleep, low libido, weight gain, or brain fog? Join us for our free Holistic Integration educational seminar, Unlocking Hormonal Health, A Natural Way Forward for Men and Women, Wednesday, April 30th at 6 p.m. You'll hear from Dr. Robert Prather, host of the Voice of Health Radio.
If the doctor takes over the regulation of the hormones, it's dangerous. If the body's doing the regulation, it knows how to move it back and forth, how to do the subtle changes, so that you are more protected from diseases and cancer than the other way.
The Holistic Integration free educational seminar, Unlocking Hormonal Health, Wednesday, April 30th at 6 p.m. Plus, receive 20% off our in-depth Vibrant Hormone test that will reveal exactly where your hormone levels stand. Attend in person or on Zoom and reserve your seat by calling 317-848-8048 or online at thevoiceofhealthradio.com.
Gotta love summertime. It's for enjoying outdoor music and vacations, and our pals at AAA Hoosier Motor Club can help you save on both. AAA is now the official partner of Ruoff Music Center, and AAA members are going to enjoy some big-time benefits. Early entry into concerts, access to the AAA Premier Lounge. Can't wait to go see Chris Stapleton this summer.
Concerts at Ruoff, always a good time, always a fun time. Same with going on a vacation. And AAA members save with access to hotel discounts, rental car discounts, and a lot more, along with complimentary travel planning. Plus, if you run into trouble on the road, AAA has you covered. Flat tire, dead battery, run out of gas. AAA is there 24/7, 365, no matter where your travels take you. So do yourself a favor. Join AAA today. AAA.com, 844-GO-AAA-GO, or stop by your local AAA office.
Will you be there?
This is just such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground.
Reigning Brickyard 400 champ and 2024 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, Kyle Larson will try to make history racing and winning the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge and the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600 in the same day.
I love you, Indiana fans. How about we try and kiss these bricks on the IndyCar?
Don't miss your chance to see Kyle Larson take on two-time defending champion Joseph Newgarden and all the stars of IndyCar at the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge. For ticket info, visit ims.com.
Traffic on the 5s, Matt Bear in the WIBC Traffic Center. What's happening?
Inbound 69 on the northeast side crash on the exit 2465. Backs us up to 116th Street. Right now, if you're trying to peel off 2465, it's a 19-minute delay. East side, northbound 465 slow from 72 Penn Pike, and westbound 465 slow from Ditch Road over to Michigan Road. Traffic sponsored by Cracker Barrel. Big cravings call for Cracker Barrel's new Big Country Skillets. Choose your entree plus two sides and a drink starting at $9.99. New Big Country Skillets now at Cracker Barrel. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
55, is it 55 degrees? Yeah, I believe that's right. 55 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 8:16.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Hey guys, it's Rob. You know the Indy 500 is coming up. Lots of hats out there. For me, I say, why wear a hat when I have hair? Thanks to my friends at We Grow Hair Indy. Time to get out there. Call We Grow Hair Indy right now at 317-522-2995. Get your hairline back. No more covering that bald spot. No need to wear a hat. Go to WeGrowHairIndy.com and get a free evaluation. Call 317-522-2995. That's 317-522-2995.
Hi, friends. This is Patty Spittler with Pet Pals TV. You know, I'm very comfortable in front of the camera, but the telephone can intimidate me. Because of my hearing loss, I can't hear well on a regular telephone. Now with my caption telephone, I'm making contacts in a busy world. My caption telephone through Relay Indiana allows me to read what the other person is saying. Go to RelayIndiana.com to learn more about the caption telephone. Read what you're hearing.
I'm not going to lie, that's the best Gary Dick intro music ever. Because Cabaret Burlesque Gary Dick is the finest Gary Dick in the land. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Good to be with you. Gary Dick is, of course, Inside Indiana Business, and his new business, Pasties, is going gangbusters. I'm just saying, you keep showing up, Gary. You keep showing up. InsideIndianaBusiness.com is the name of the site, is his world, as he is out and about talking with the business folk all over Indiana. Let's get to a couple things. Of course, we still know tariffs are at play. We hear about deals. We haven't seen deals. Yet Roche is going to put $50 billion into the U.S., maybe because of these exact tariffs. And according to you, we're going to see Indiana get a whole bunch of this money. Talk to me about what we're seeing.
Yeah, Tony, could be a big chunk of that money coming to Indiana. As you mentioned, $50 billion announced by Roche AG, the big pharmaceutical and medical device diagnostic company. North American headquarters for Roche, of course, is here in Indianapolis on the far northeast side. And you mentioned tariffs. It was not mentioned specifically in the news release or the announcement from Roche. However, there's certainly the expectation is that is part of this to put a lot more manufacturing and investment in the U.S. Roche says they're going to put a new plant in Indiana. That's a big deal. And then also, in addition to that, there will be upgrades and improvements to the Indianapolis facility as well. So that will no doubt mean jobs. How many? Not specified, but certainly a positive announcement from a very high-profile company here in Indiana.
Going along with that, you've got the story there at InsideIndianaBusiness.com that this group Plug and Play just opened an office here in Indiana. They actually did it in Warsaw. They focus on med startups. Is this an investor group, or is this what an investor group relies on to help find potential investors?
Yeah, really all of the above. And I think this is an organization that has flown really under the radar screen in many respects, but it is a big-time organization based in Silicon Valley. They are billed as a matchmaker, if you will, between startups and big companies. They have relationships with more than 400 companies around the globe, some of the biggest names in business. They're also a venture capital firm. They have a lot of investment around the globe. Again, what they're doing here, and again, it's kind of in the weeds. People don't know what it's about. You mentioned Warsaw. Plug and Play put an office in Warsaw a year ago. And, in fact, that's focused on the medical device sector. They've connected, I think, more than 24 companies, startups with big-time companies. The announcement late last week, Tony, is that they're coming to the 16 Tech Innovation District, specifically to the new IU lab. IU's big investment to create an accelerator and some other things at 16 Tech. So it bodes well, I think. It kind of makes a statement about Indiana not necessarily being a flyover state anymore. I had their CEO, Saeed Hamidi, on the show last weekend, and I think kind of the scuttlebutt was he wasn't necessarily excited about Indiana early on when it was first presented to him. He's become a big fan of Indiana and thinks they can maybe connect 100 startups here in Indiana with life sciences opportunities.
So it is connecting startups, not necessarily with investors, but with other opportunities with other businesses. Talking to Gary Dick from InsideIndianaBusiness.com on the Twitter X at IIB. Saw that the president of the IMS Museum, which I have not gotten out to yet, is stepping down. Joe Hale. I don't know Mr. Hale, but there is no one who isn't singing the praises of this museum redo, that this is now a real aggressive attraction in the state of Indiana that people will go out of their way to stop at and see. It was that well done. Was Hale's plan always to stay on to make sure this happened, then look at his handiwork and say, I'm done here, on to the next person?
Yeah, I think so. Joe is a very well-respected business executive and fundraiser, and I think the folks, the senior-level folks at IMS, sought Joe out. They knew they had a big task ahead to raise a lot of money, well over $60 million, to do this total remake of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. So I think this was the plan all along, to bring in a big hitter like Joe to get the job done. He certainly passed, I would say, with flying colors. I don't know if you've been there yet, Tony, but it is, I think, a can't miss. And if you talk to the tourism folks, they say this is going to add to our list of big-time museums, from the Idle George to the Children's Museum and those types of things. And I think it'll certainly get a lot of traffic in the month of May, and I think probably around year-round as well.
Before I let you go, no, I haven't gotten out there yet with timing and then personal stuff. I do want to see it and hope to get to see it in the few weeks before the Indy 500. Tickets certainly seem to be selling well there, but let's bring it more downtown and take a look at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. The Pacers look very poised to win this first round. Another home game Tuesday night into the second round of the playoffs. Are we taking a look at where the impact is economically for Indianapolis?
Yeah, I think that'll begin to come into focus probably. And again, not to jinx things, but things are looking good in this first round. But as we get past that, hopefully get past that first round, I think the impact in and around Gainbridge will continue to grow. And as you know, and folks who haven't been down there may not know how much work has been done, not only at the Fieldhouse with that total remake, but in the development around that Gainbridge Fieldhouse area. So I think that's going to be certainly something that is going to be very positive for the city. The Fever have started practice, and of course, looking ahead to what could be a really big season for the Fever. WNBA All-Star Game as well a little bit later. So lots going on down at Gainbridge.
Yes, and for the record, the Commission Row area with Gainbridge, which is run by the Cunningham people, there's nothing but positive feedback from that as well. Any issue I have with the city aside, anytime you can be on the map and bring in those dollars and bring in those opportunities and get hospitality workers plenty of tips and good opportunities, the better, 100%. Gary Dick, InsideIndianaBusiness.com, on the Twitter X at IIB. I appreciate you as always. Matt Bear, he's got traffic. What's going on, Matt?
What's happening, Tony? Crash clear southbound 69 to 465, backed up to 116th Street. Still a 19-minute delay. That'll start taking care of itself now that the crash is cleared. East side northbound 465 slow from 70M to Penn Pike, and on the north side eastbound 465 tightening up just a bit from Michigan over to Meridian. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road at North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Hey, this is Rob.
And this is Casey.
The FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin because he was obstructing Trump's immigration policies.
Join us Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here. Are you still putting screens on your gutters?
You know, if the holes are too big, debris gets in and you're still cleaning your gutters. If the holes are too small, it sits on top and now you're cleaning the screens. I have Gutter Helmet on my home and it has no holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. Right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months, no interest financing if paid in full within 12 months. Call 800-5HELMET, that's 800-5HELMET, to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good through April. Restrictions apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet today at 800-5HELMET. That's 800-5HELMET or gutterhelmetindy.com and never clean your gutters again.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hi, this is Chris Cox, owner of Chimney Solutions, Indiana. We're celebrating our 10th year in business. Call this month to take advantage of 10% off all chimney sweeps and inspections. We're also celebrating the opening of our new fireplace showroom on 86th Street and Lafayette Road. Come and experience our exclusive lines of wood-burning and gas fireplaces.
Call 317-757-6979 or chimneyindy.com.
I gave it a shot, and I came in and had the procedure done. To me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago.
As our loved ones age, ensuring their safety at home becomes a top priority. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I'll be right back with some practical things you can do to reduce the possibility of a fall or injury.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Removing tripping hazards such as rugs and floor clutter is one way to prevent or minimize falls around the home. Another is to position grab bars in the restroom and other common areas where your loved one may need some extra support. Contact your local area agency on aging to inquire about low-cost or free installation services. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access the library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
The Attorney General's office wants to put your money back in your pocket. Visit indianaunclaimed.gov and search for yourself, your loved ones, or your business. It's fast, easy, and free.
Another update is just minutes away. 9 people dead in Kyiv.
70 missiles and 150 drones. Peace talks stalled.
Shows Russia does not want peace. Hear the news.
If you smoke, dip, or chew, you're going to pay more for your vice.
$2 per pack tax is being added to cigarettes.
Persuade people to not start smoking.
As events happen,
A murder suspect.
we'll happen to be there.
Kevin Maddox dismissed staffing shortages, released from custody. Amber Brigham was also facing criminal charges.
93 WIBC Mobile News. 93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Tornadoes could happen, but they're not the biggest threat. You have a cloudy sky and it's cool on Monument Circle. Right now, 54 degrees. Your high today, 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick, and here's what's trending at 8:31.
We get this initial pass through in the morning to early afternoon hours. With that, all severe weather modes are possible.
Aaron Updike at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis, talking about Tuesday's storms, which should happen late morning into the afternoon.
Damaging wind and hail will be the primary threat. And then as that passes through, we have another boundary. It's a cold front pushing in from the north.
And he says rain will stick around through Friday. We should have a dry weekend. In Florida last night,
the boat came to rest on a sandbar
So some of those who weren't injured were able to walk ashore.
City of Clearwater PIO Rob Shaw talking about a collision between a boat and a ferry that killed at least one person.
The firefighters had to go into the water and help some people. There were also good Samaritans who were picking up people and taking them in their boats.
And police say the person driving the boat took off before police got there. There's no word that arrests have been made. Illinois Governor J.D. Pritzker calling on his fellow Democrats to oppose the Trump administration and their policies. The governor delivering a keynote address at a party dinner in New Hampshire.
They offered, in response, a simple defense of norms and decorum and a blind hope that one day soon Republicans would wake up to find their better angels. Well, that got us exactly where we are today.
And the President Trump is having an event at the White House today to celebrate his 100 days in office. Governor Pritzker also calling on Trump to stop tearing down the Constitution. A Mooresville cop injured trying to stop a police chase on Saturday night. Here's Jake McDaniel.
Officers arrived in the area of State Road 67 because of a chase going northbound from Paragon around 6:45. An officer was using a tire deflation device, and the person drove around the right side of a police car, and that's when they hit the officer. The officer was taken to a hospital, and they are expected to be okay. Deputies say they found the driver and tried to put it to a stop, but the driver ran off again. Jake McDaniel, 93, WIBC Mobile News.
Shots fired inside of a grocery store in Fort Wayne at a Kroger last year. Now the man who did that and streamed it on Facebook Live is going to prison for 33 years.
You may remember the incident. Claff was not only streaming, but shouting that he wanted to kill people. He later told police the same thing, that he'd always wanted to kill, and had even tried signing up for the military to accomplish that, but couldn't wait. But 21-year-old Richard Claff Jr. did not kill anyone that day. For 3 counts of attempted murder, to which he pleaded guilty, Claff was handed that 3-decade sentence. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
And the Philadelphia Eagles will visit the White House today after turning down an invitation in 2018. Sports on WIBC brought to you by Ball State Athletics. Visit ballstatesports.com. The Indiana Pacers stay locked in from start to finish on Sunday night, beating the Milwaukee Bucks in Game 4 of their playoff series, 129-103. The Pacers now have a 3-1 edge in their best-of-7 series. Rick Carlisle's crew can close it out on Tuesday.
We stuck to a process of focus, playing to exhaustion, and playing together in ball movement and being more tied together defensively. And if we're going to talk about something, we'll talk about the first 5 minutes on Tuesday night. That's what we're focusing on.
Miles Turner scored 23 points. Bucks guard Damian Lillard left the game in the first quarter with a lower leg injury. He's probably done for the playoffs. Game 5 tips off at Gainbridge Fieldhouse Tuesday at 6. The Colts added 8 players in this year's draft, including former Notre Dame quarterback Riley Leonard, and the Indiana Fever started training camp on Sunday. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com at 8:35. Traffic on the 5s. How the roads looking, Matt Bear?
Not bad, Ryan. Southbound 69 still on a 15-minute delay from 116th Street to 465. That's because of an earlier crash that has cleared. Reminder, East 75th still closed between Graham and Benford on the northeast side, scheduled to reopen May 7th. They shut that portion down of 75th Street for Nickel Plate Trail construction. Again, we're looking at about a week on that. Northbound 465 slow on the east side from I-70 up to Penn Pike. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road at North Shadeland or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
57 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 8:36.
How bad is it? Don't sugarcoat it. Give it to me straight. Want coffee?
I think I need some coffee.
Time to fill up on the news. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning. Instead of the normal, the White House having a press briefing right now. Caroline Leavitt and the border czar Tom Homan, the White House putting up images all dotting the driveways of the White House, showing those illegal immigrants who have been arrested and the crimes that they have committed, forcing those on Pebble Beach. That's where the news outlets have their setups, their camera setups, to see these things in the background. And now addressing that in this briefing, Caroline Levitt speaking right
First
now.
EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion.
It is on this topic, by the way, that the White House has a winner. It's why you're certainly hearing more of it, as there was a bust of a club in Denver where I think it was 100 MS-13 gang members or related gang members were arrested. This is highly popular with America. This is working on every level. This is why you don't hear this conversation about buyer's remorse about Trump, except for in progressive circles where they try to make themselves feel better. It's a sense of self-soothing, and it's why they're being proactive about this, because the tariff conversation has not worked out as well. And so they're focusing on the thing that is working. And we should be clear, it really and truly is. They have every right to crow about it. They have every right to talk about what's happening, just like this judge in Wisconsin who let an illegal immigrant, instead of being arrested by ICE, help this person escape. The FBI arrested this judge, and rightfully so, because no one's above the law, or so we are told. So this presser is happening right now. It's not normal for the White House press briefing to be this early, but they clearly wanted to come out of the gates after Trump returned from the Vatican and the funeral of Pope Francis. They wanted to lead with this, and they want this to be the primary story. So I bring it back now to this press briefing, and Caroline Levitt, who will soon introduce the border czar, Tom Homan.
95% decrease from the prior year. The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Laken Riley Act, which requires illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearings instead of being allowed into our country while they wait. The president has also restarted construction of his signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across the southern border. The Trump administration, as you know, has also ended the disastrous CBP-1 app, which Joe Biden exploited to facilitate the migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched this as the CBP Home app to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden's weakness in open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control, through a campaign of terror, rape, and brutal force, nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border. President Trump has put a stop to this in record time.
Yeah. This is a solid talking point for them that they should stay on and should be even more aggressive about. I'll bring you more as we can. By the way, the Dow is down 9. NASDAQ is down 17. The 10-year Treasury at 4.278. Tony Katz, 93 WIBC. Good morning.
Life moves fast.
Another new directive from Donald Trump.
President Trump will not be deterred to make our federal government more efficient.
So does the news.
We expect those meetings to take place very soon.
Decisions made today.
I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic.
No threats to national security.
Could impact you tomorrow.
Accountability
and transparency.
What's next?
You never know what's going to happen.
Need to know what happened.
We're already tracking it. Stay in the know while you're on the go on 93 WIBC.
Your future holds so much potential. The question is, are you planting the right seeds today to make it flourish? At Howard Bailey Financial, we strive to help you create a retirement plan that can adapt to your evolving needs, offering guidance to bring you clarity, confidence, and purpose along the way. Whether you're just beginning or refining your financial strategy, we're here to support you. Let's grow something lasting together. Text GROW to 888-262-1104 to start planning for your future full of possibility. That's GROW to 888-262-1104. Take the first step today. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Floor Coatings. You already know if your garage concrete has stains and cracks, or you've got a bad epoxy job, it makes your whole garage look bad. Guaranteed, a Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. But did you know? We transform concrete patios and concrete pool decks beautifully. Our patios and pool decks are guaranteed and turn out way better than new, at a fraction of the cost of replacing them. And we make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly and apply your gleaming new Comer & Cross proprietary guaranteed finish. If you call us within the next 10 minutes for your quick and easy estimate, you'll get a free Samsung 70-inch flat screen TV or $500 credit. Free with every garage floor, pool deck, or patio we transform. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now,
get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP $105,575, Nautilus MSRP $61,995, Corsair MSRP $47,820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Big Joe here for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical.
Summer heat is coming. Will your air conditioner be ready? Don't risk an expensive breakdown. A quick tune-up from B&W catches problems early and keeps your family cool and comfortable. Join thousands of Hoosiers who trust B&W. Call 317-214-0108 or go to bplusw.com today.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, your American Standard dealer since 1961.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, home decor, and patio furniture, all at Miss M's, State Road 135 in Bargersville.
Traffic on the 5s and Matt Bear, what are you doing?
What's happening, Tony? Inbound 69, crash clear to 465, still slow from 116th Street past 106th. Northbound 465, east side slow after 72 Penn Pike. And a reminder, East 75th Street shut down from Graham over to Benford Boulevard because of nickel plate trail construction. That is happening till around May the 7th. The weather has to cooperate, but that's the plan. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road at North Shadeland or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
57 degrees in the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. The time is 8:45.
The news everyone's talking about. You'll find it at WIBC.com. The latest from City Hall, the White House, or the State House. Updated all day. Don't miss what matters. Stay in the know while you're on the go at WIBC and WIBC.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
On it now.
I know this. It's time to play America's favorite game. What the heck is that TV theme song? Here's how we play our game. Producer Carl chooses a television theme song from yesteryear. I have to guess what it is. I know this. Come on, Tony. All right, let's go with the lifeline. Matt Bear, what is this TV theme song?
Matt Bear?
Matt Bear is deep in thought. Deep in thought. Play it one more time, producer Carl, for the people in the cheap seats. Right, it's got one of those, like, Mutual of Omaha kind of openings. This isn't Wild Kingdom, so we don't have to worry about that. Gosh. Oh, this is going to kill me, because I know All right, since my lifeline didn't help me, producer Carl, what is this TV theme song?
Marcus Welby, MD.
Yeah, I was never going to get it. I was never going to get it. I was not going to get Marcus Welby, MD. It just was not going to happen right there. Huh. We play every single day. So far, I'm batting a good 500. I mean, I'm going to the hall.
More than that.
There's no doubt about it. But that was solid work on the Marcus Welby, MD, right there. Check it out for yourself. Find all the TV theme songs at WIBC.com. Test your friends. Meanwhile, over there at the White House, they are still doing this. They decided to do the press briefing early, talking about the border. Caroline Leavitt bringing in Tom Homan, the border czar. They lined the White House driveways with posters of all of those they have arrested guilty of crimes and here illegally who have been deported. This is the messaging, and the left can hate it all they want. It is very popular with Americans. Let's go back to the question here.
I have not heard such discussions take place, but I can assure you that the president and the entire administration are certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation's borders. And I also agree with the premise of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens into this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce our nation's immigration laws and is facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're compliant with court orders, but as Tom Homan has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign, and the president is open to all remedies to do that. Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested a judge, Pam Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their communities safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. What I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted.
Tom Homan's absolutely correct and good on him. And the more the political left screams about it, the less we should be paying attention to their screaming. They oppose Trump, so they gather on the Capitol steps yesterday for 12 hours. They think it's the 60s. They think everything's a sit-in. They think everything is some kind of kumbaya moment that they're doing something. What they're engaged in is lawfare and a real hatred for the country, and they're letting it be seen every single day. If you oppose, the judge said to an illegal immigrant, I'm going to help you evade arrest by the federal government. You're here illegally. That judge goes to jail. Disbar her. There's another judge out of New Mexico who is harboring illegal immigrants at his home. Can't be a judge anymore. Good. The judiciary needs to be put on notice. You are not above the law. And you can't stop the president from doing his job. But there's a lot of people who need the wake-up call. A tremendous number of people. You may have heard the story that in New York, there were clashes outside of a synagogue. An Israeli minister, who admittedly, the security minister, Ben-Gvir, is a guy who brings a lot of controversy with him. So the anti-Zionists, the people who want Jews dead and support Hamas, they went out there in Brooklyn and engaged in violent attacks against NYPD and Jews who were there to be supportive of Israel. And I'm going to say again to the people in the cheap seats, to the synagogues of Indianapolis, and you know the synagogues that you are, whether you're just near Hoover or whether you're on Meridian, if you are not carrying a firearm to services on Friday night or Saturday morning, it's like you have a death wish. No, it's not like you do. You're wrong. You are endangering everybody. Stop it. Learn from the churches and get a security team inside the synagogue. You don't know that they want you dead? Do you think your progressivism is going to save you? Are you still that ignorant? Stop. Just stop already. Buy guns, buy ammo, get trained, and then show up to services and be ready to protect yourselves and the ones that you love. I don't know how that's not seeped into the brain yet. I'll catch you guys at noon. Matt Baer has traffic.
Yeah, Tony, inbound 69, slow roll from 106th Street down to 465. On the east side, northbound 465, slow from Penn Pike up to 75th Street. And eastbound 465, dragging just a bit from Allisonville Road to I-69. Remember, this is the first day you can start getting tickets from the speed cameras on the northeast side in the construction zone only. But today is the first day that they actually go into enforcement. First time is a warning, second time is a $75 ticket. Traffic sponsored by Drexel Interiors. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146 and River Road, North Shadeland, or online at drexelin.com. I'm Matt Baer on the fives at WIBC Traffic.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Promises made, promises kept.
Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
The heart of a mom gives everything: her time, her love, her prayers. And just like Jesus showed us the power of selfless love, many moms and mother figures demonstrate it every day. Whether it's a hug, a call, or a simple thank you, let her know she's cherished. Consider bringing her to church. She would love the time with you to sit and consider the deep things of God. So celebrate her, celebrate love, and give thanks to the one who gave us both, Jesus. LifeChurchIN.com.
Wind and hail can cause serious damage to your property, but not every storm leaves the same mark. At Michaelis Corporation, they offer a free thorough inspection of your entire property, not just your roof. With over 35 years disaster restoration, they check everything from shingles to siding, gutters, windows, and even your interior. Call Michaelis today for your free comprehensive inspection. Don't forget to ask about our impact-resistant shingles for your roof. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. 844-FIX-INDY.
Show Mom just how much you love and respect her with fresh flowers from Gillespie Florists. Mom will smile for all to see when she receives your beautiful and fragrant bouquet from Gillespie Florists. Hundreds of styles to choose from, or let the mom pleasers at Gillespie help you decide. Easily make this Mother's Day memorable. Click on GillespieFlorist.com right now to place your order. Visit Gillespie Florists at 10th and Raceway, online at GillespieFlorist.com, or call 273-1100. Gillespie Florists, for all the flowers in your life.
Welcome to Tire Discounters. Oh, hiya, Phantom.
Mike, I think I saw a fox on my way in.
Oh, that was the Carfax Carfox. He was congratulating us on our Carfax Top-Rated Service Center Award.
I have always rated Tire Discounters at the very top.
Oh, thanks. So does Carfax. And not just for tires, but for all our services, too.
Alignment, brakes, shocks and struts, and more.
Yes, sir.
But, Mike, do you think people believe Carfax over me?
Well, you are the Phantom tire buyer.
Exactly.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, what forecasters are saying about the chances for tornadoes on Tuesday, what the cops are saying about a crash that killed somebody on Indianapolis's east side on Sunday, and what a judge had to say about a man who fired off shots in a grocery store in Fort Wayne. After Fox News, you're listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 9 o'clock.
This is the 99th day of President Trump's second term. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at a rare morning briefing touting increased border security and a big drop in illegal immigration.
Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities.
An earlier Trump order cracking down on Democrat-led sanctuary cities not cooperating with an immigration crackdown and deportations was partly blocked by a federal judge. A raid early yesterday netted more than 100 illegal immigrants at an underground nightclub in Colorado Springs. Attorney General Pam Bondi tells Fox in that club,
you would go in, security would give you a menu of drugs. Cocaine, there's something new called pink cocaine. Meth, you could go in a bathroom stall, get that. There was prostitution. All these things going on.
Also detained in that raid, at least a dozen active U.S. military members. Some were working security. Russia is planning a 3-day pause in the war in Ukraine, May 8th through 10th. To mark the end of World War II. President Trump says he's very disappointed Russia has continued to attack Ukraine's capital city after his meeting Saturday with
to 80 today. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 9:02. The first round of storms will happen late Tuesday morning, says Aaron Updike at the National Weather Service.
Damaging wind and hail will be the primary threat. And then as that passes through, we have another boundary. It's a cold front pushing in from the north.
Updike says tornadoes are not likely. There's a small chance of tornadoes, he said, with the first round of storms. Rain throughout the week and then a dry weekend. A car crash on Indianapolis's east side Sunday night killed a man and left a little girl in bad shape.
While there was a lot of damage to the vehicle, including the engine coming out of the vehicle, the passenger compartment of the vehicle is relatively in decent shape, and the airbags did go off.
IMPD Captain Don Weilhammer says when the cops arrived to the crash scene near East 18th and North Post Road, they found two people lying on the ground. They had been thrown from the car because they were not wearing seat belts. Police officers in Marion shot and killed a man on Sunday afternoon. Here's Wish TV's Cody Fisher.
Troopers say they found a man with a knife at a home on South Washington Street. They say 56-year-old Derek Morgan wounded himself. He was bleeding from the neck. Troopers say Morgan charged at officers despite warnings. A deputy fired, killing him.
Indiana State Police are taking over the investigation with help from the Grant County Prosecutor's Office. A man who fired off shots last year inside of a Fort Wayne Kroger will spend more than 3 decades in state prison.
21-year-old Richard Claff Jr. streamed the shooting on Facebook. People heard him say he wanted to kill 11 people during that May 23, 2024 incident, after which he ran to another store, changed his clothes, and dumped his gun. When interviewed by police, Claff said he had always wanted to kill someone, wanted to go into the military to do it, but couldn't wait. He was not able to hurt or kill anyone that day, and after pleading guilty to attempted murder, got a 33-year sentence. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Game 4 of the NBA playoffs in the first round, and the Indiana Pacers make quick work of the Milwaukee Bucks, 129-103. Here's Indiana Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton.
Last game, we just had a bad third quarter. I thought we had to do a better job defending in the third. Offensively in the third, we were on our heels a lot. I thought we responded the right way today. Came out in the third quarter with the right energy, the right attitude.
And the Pacers could close the series out in Game 5 Tuesday at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tip-off at 6 o'clock. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. With traffic, here's Matt Baer.
All right, Ryan, inbound 69 slows from 96 down to 82nd. On the east side, northbound 465. That's a little bit tight after Penn Pike up to 75th. Not too bad, though. Traffic sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They've teamed up with the Indiana Fever and Common Threads to provide local schools with information for nutritious meal preparation. Learn more at anthem.com/fever. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies Incorporated. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Will you be there?
This is just such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground.
Reigning Brickyard 400 champ and 2024 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, Kyle Larson will try to make history racing and winning the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge and the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600 in the same day.
I love you, Indiana fans. How about we try and kiss these bricks on the IndyCar?
Don't miss your chance to see Kyle Larson take on two-time defending champion Joseph Newgarden and all the stars of IndyCar at the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge. For ticket info, visit ims.com.
Now your forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. Right now, 54 degrees, cloudy skies over Monument Circle. Kendall and Casey starts right now.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
All right, so we don't normally do sports on this show. We certainly don't normally lead the show with sports, unless, Casey.
Yeah.
The sports thing in question captivates society as a collective. and you can learn some life lessons out of it.
Okay, so we have to talk about Shadir Sanders, right? He was projected as a potential first-round NFL draft pick. He fell to, the 5th round when the Cleveland Browns finally selected him, even though they had already picked a QB in the 3rd round.
Yes, so we talked about this on Friday, that this had anticipated as being one of the more boring NFL drafts, and I would imagine when you look at the weekend ratings, because the draft is over 3 days. It's Thursday is the first round, then rounds 2 and 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and 7 are on Saturday. I would bet this was probably, at least for the first couple of hours, one of the highest rated weekend drafts, probably the highest rated weekend of the NFL draft ever, because of the captivating nature in which this kid, who was at one point not too long ago projected to be the number 1 pick in the draft, fell all the way to pick 144. And the drama, not just the drama of watching him fall, but everybody knowing why he fell and nobody being willing to say it out loud was, to me, it was just unbelievable television. And we did a deep dive on this on Thursday or on Friday when he was not picked in the first round.
Yeah.
And I think so many people can learn so much from the way this kid and his father handled this whole process that can just teach so many life lessons.
Yeah, did you see he had a draft room made?
Yes, he made his own.
House. I mean, that just tells you the tip of ridiculous that it was. And then there was a bunch of media backlash claiming racism, which I thought was completely ridiculous.
Almost all the guys picked were black.
Exactly. I mean, the NFL, they've had 3 straight black quarterbacks picked in the first round overall year after year after year. So that argument to me is silly.
Well, yeah, but this is the other part of when we talk about how we talk about sports when it sort of branches off into various levels of our society. I want to get to that in a second, but one of the things, and we're going to get into a politician later who needs to hear this too, okay? So this is not just for sports. You're not as good as you think you are. 99.9% of times in life, and I'm saying this as somebody with personal experience, you are not, and whatever the thing is, as good as you think you are at it, nor as important to the thing as you think you are.
Well, you know, what does our boss say to us? You're not as good. Your best show isn't as good as you think it is, and your worst show isn't as bad as you think it is. It's probably somewhere in the middle.
And so the laying the foundation for this is this kid. He's Deion Sanders' kid, Hall of Fame football player. He's now the coach at Colorado. This kid, Shadir Sanders, who is a quarterback at Colorado, was a pretty good college football player. Not the best college football player ever, not even the best player in his class, but a pretty decent college football player. A guy who could potentially be a decent NFL quarterback. The problem he had, though, was he's a giant, arrogant, self-absorbed pain in the ass, and so is his dad.
Nobody wants to work with that. It's the PETA level is higher than the worth.
So last year's number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, also a giant pain in the ass. He's really good. And so the Bears were like, we'll deal with your eccentric behavior and your painted fingernails, and we'll deal with all of that because you're Caleb Williams. And so this kid and his dad laid out all these demands. They were barking on social media. And what NFL teams, what it became very clear is, the teams that needed a quarterback said, this guy's probably 2 years away from being able to play in this league if he develops properly. We don't want to deal with him and his mouthy dad for 2 years, so we're not taking him. He would have been a very good backup quarterback, but the teams with the quarterback, the Chiefs, the Bills, Mahomes and Allen and those guys went to their management were like, under no circumstances are we dealing with him. So he got caught in this vortex that became this purgatory where no one would take him because of the wounds that he inflicted, solely of the wounds that he inflicted to himself.
Yeah, self-inflicted. Exactly.
He may have not been a first-round talent quarterback. A lot of it was the hype of his last name being Sanders and him being Deion Sanders' kid. But he was certainly a second-round caliber. You look at the quarterbacks that went ahead of him in the second and third rounds, and you said, oh, he's better than those guys. But not when you factor in, all of the stuff that came with him.
Now, was there any point over the weekend where you turned from being entertained and, wow, he's not getting picked, to then feeling sorry for him?
No, because he's not some kid from the sticks or the ghetto or the inner city who you're like, if only he had been educated properly. You see that a lot.
If he had some media training.
He's Deion Sanders' kid.
Yeah.
They were in cahoots on this, and hopefully the humbling of this guy, if it can serve as a lesson to other people. And I will use myself as an example because I'm like I started the show saying, I have had to learn this over the years. When I first started here, I was hired as the full-time fill-in guy for all the shows and to produce with the chicks. And you, in media, just like in sports, you're always comparing yourself to other people. And you're looking at the people around you and you're going very quickly, I'm better than that person. I'm better than that person. I do a better job than these people. Why am I still stuck year 1, year 2, into year 3 for me? Why am I still stuck for all these years behind people who I know I'm better than? And one of the things you realize in life is it's not just whether you're better than somebody. It's whether the bosses, the people who make the choices, see you as a person who is coachable and they can mold into the thing they want you to be. And with me, for the first couple of years, I was not that person. It was like, I know what I'm doing.
You weren't coachable?
I know how to do it. I know what's best. And thus you end up sitting the bench.
Yeah.
Right? And at some point, about year 3, I decided, this isn't working. I got to really try a new approach with our management on how this thing is going, to the point where I was offered and almost took another job somewhere else. And thankfully, I was able to get it through my head after being humbled for several years. This is how this works. You're not in charge of your own destiny. We decide who rises and who falls. And when you're willing to do it our way with your talent, you might be able to move forward. And look at how well that has worked out the last 5-6 years, whatever that's been. But it took me the same way that hopefully for this kid, being humbled will be an eye-opening experience to say, you know what? You know who's in charge? The people who are in charge.
Yeah.
And you know who's not? You.
Yeah. Well, you got to wonder if he'll be humbled after this. But it wasn't just him. The Falcons defensive coordinator's son decided to pile on and prank call him and pose that he was the general manager of the Saints.
Hey, is this Shadur? Hey, this is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
Good, been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're going to take you with our next pick right here, man.
This ain't gonna be nothing to do.
Hey, but you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
Okay, so after this prank phone call happened, the Atlanta Falcons put out an apology. They said they don't condone this behavior, and they send their apologies to both Shadir and his family.
Yeah, so the defensive coordinator for the Falcons, his son, it appears the coordinator had no role in this. Somehow there was apparently a document that was laying around or open on a laptop or something that had his contact info on it. The kid takes it down. He does this prank phone call. This is a great example, though, of how out of touch this Shadir Sanders guy is. So he's met, conceivably, with Mickey Loomis, who's the head. By the way, I love the fact that he didn't catch on when the guy doesn't even know what team he's on. I'm Mickey Loomis. I'm the GM of the Saints. Like, he's looking at the thing, trying to figure out who it is. The guy Shadir Sanders is so tone deaf and so aloof that doesn't dawn on him. The guy doesn't even clearly know what team he is. But also, he met with this guy, right? Like, he's meeting with all of these teams, especially teams who you think may draft a quarterback, which the Saints are one. He doesn't even recognize that's not the guy that I met with.
Right.
He's so in his own world, so self-absorbed, that he's not even realizing these very obvious tells of, hey, this sounds like a kid. It doesn't sound like a grown man. And so hopefully now, and he, by the way, the biggest punishment of all is he has to go play for the Cleveland Browns. This was the worst. He cost himself, people did some estimates, probably, based on where he was projected to go versus where he went, between $30 and $40 million.
Okay, now we have to talk about that for just a second, because I have this feeling, based on what I saw on the draft over this weekend, you've got these young kids who are walking out with their suits and all their jewelry, and this is their lottery ticket, right? This is, oh, yeah, I'm making millions of dollars. Sometimes they have no media training. They're just ready to cash in, punch this ticket, get all the money. I felt there were many times that they needed to read the room. Their fans are having to scrape together some money to buy tickets, go pay for parking. The concession prices are so high. I'm really afraid that if the NFL doesn't reel it in, they're going to go the way Hollywood is, where these people are make-believe. I mean, these guys are making millions and millions of dollars to play a game, and they're strutting around like their you-know-what doesn't stink. That's going to start to turn fans off eventually.
What are we doing next? What's going on?
Well, we can talk about Bill Belichick if you want.
Oh, yes. This is
because that was more stuff that happened.
This was priceless. This was so good.
It's Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
This May, you've got a chance to see what an IndyCar driver's dream garage really looks like. WIBC's Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana, takes you inside Graham Ray Hall Performance, a high-octane hangout where racing meets luxury. Hammer and Nigel sit down with Graham for great stories, laughs, and insights from someone who grew up on the hallowed grounds of the IMS. But this backstage pass to speed, style, and surprises is sold out. The only place to register to win tickets is WIBC.com.
Hey guys, it's Rob from my friends at We Grow Hair Indy. Yes, sir, it is May, and boy, I'll tell you, well, it's almost May. It's not quite May yet. Do we count it as May? I think we do. Anyway, it's time to be out and about in the community, and when you're outside having fun this summer, wouldn't you like to do it with a better head of hair? You can get that back, that hair back, your confidence back, by making the choice that I made 4.5 years ago by heading over to We Grow Hair Indy. Here's what you do. You call today, 317-522-2995. 317-522-2995. Schedule a totally free, no hassle, no obligation consultation. You go in, Darren and the gang, they take a look at what's going on the top of your head and then give you some suggestions on how you can get your hair back. Ball's in your court. From there, it's really that simple. In the meantime, you can see some other people who made the choice to head over to We Grow Hair Indy, get their confidence back at WeGrowHairIndy.com. WeGrowHairIndy.com, 317-522-2995. Tell them Rob sent you.
Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here. Are you still putting screens on your gutters? You know, if the holes are too big, debris gets in, and you're still cleaning your gutters. If the holes are too small, it sits on top, and now you're cleaning the screens. I have Gutter Helmet on my home, and it has no holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. Right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months, no interest financing if paid in full within 12 months. Call 800-5HELMET, that's 800-5HELMET, to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good through April. Restrictions apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet today at 800-5HELMET. That's 800-5HELMET, or GutterHelmetIndy.com, and never clean your gutters again.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Mecum Auctions returns to the Indiana State Fairgrounds May 9th through 17th for Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Join us for the fun, fast-paced, high-energy Mecum experience. For avid collectors, first-time buyers, and enthusiasts of all ages, there's something for everyone. And with more than 3,000 vehicles up for auction, it's a chance to bring home your dream car. Register to bid and buy tickets now at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, and home decor. All of this at Sundown Gardens, Springville Road and 186th Street.
I went home with a waitress.
We've got to talk about the Bill Belichick interview. But first, Casey.
Yeah.
Big news that came out this morning.
Mm-hmm.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees have been announced.
That's right. And that guy's on it.
And even though he wasn't even nominated, Warren Zevon's going to the Hall of Fame.
Musical Influence Award, Warren Zevon, and also Salt and Pepper.
Who?
Salt and Pepper.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you do.
That's not Warren Zevon. Can we just stay focused for a minute? Just let me have this one thing. Thanks.
Okay, sure.
So it's in celebration of one of our favorites, Warren Zevon, going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Kev and I have made the executive decision. It is Warren Zevon Day.
Is it?
On the program.
Okay.
Very good.
So what does that mean?
It means it's all Warren Zevon music.
All day?
Except for the end.
Okay. You also had the performer category, Bad Company, Chubby Checker, Joe Cocker, Cyndi Lauper.
It's a pretty good list this year of the
Outkast,
actual...
Soundgarden, and the White Stripes.
Okay, so it was a pretty good list. There were there's 13 going in, but only, a handful of them are voted on by the public at large. We said Cyndi Lauper's a no-brainer. Money Changes Everything, one of the 10 greatest songs ever written. How is Chubby Checker not already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you'd think he'd already been in there.
The freaking twist, right? I mean, the hello, right? He literally did a song that started a dance craze in the country at the early onset of rock and roll. How is he not in? And Joe Cocker, I was blown away that he was not already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right. So, well, he's going now.
And Bad Company. Bad Company's going in too, right?
Bad Company is as well.
Silver, Blue, and Gold also on the... That's wild. 2 of the 10 authors of the 10 greatest songs of all time, Silver, Blue, and Gold by Bad Company, and Money Changes Everything by Cyndi Lauper, going in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame at the same time.
Yeah, that is the underrated Bad Company song, isn't it?
That's what you think about, because Paul Rodgers, what was it, Free? He was with a group called Free before that. Paul Rodgers, the frontman for Bad Company. Paul Rodgers is so great. When Queen initially did that reunion tour after 20 years or whatever it's been, Paul Rodgers, they said nobody can be Freddie Mercury, but who's the closest living guy to Freddie Mercury? And they went with Paul Rodgers, and he, by all accounts, did a phenomenal job leading the reincarnation of Queen.
Would you make an exception on Warren Zevon Day if Kevin played Silver, Blue, and Gold?
No, it's Warren Zevon Day. We've waited for years. We've waited for 9 years on this radio station for Warren Zevon to go in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I'm actually pretty happy that Outkast got in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, too, so maybe I'll have to slip in some of their music as well.
Kevin! We already made an agreement.
It's a rap group with a lot of rock elements.
So Outkast was that Andre 3000 guy. Hey,
yeah, and Big Boy.
Who?
Big Boy.
Oh, yes.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
So sometimes they get it right, and then you go, it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you're putting a rapper in there.
Yeah.
It really doesn't.
It's the music
this
Hall
doesn't
of
seem
Fame.
to, yes, thank you. Why don't they just change it to Music Hall of Fame? I've never understood that. If you're going to let the rap people in or the R&B people in, that's not rock and roll. It is now a Music Hall of Fame.
Or it could be a Music Hall of Serviceable in some cases.
And how the heck... There's some of the people that are not in. We've talked about this before, where there's some of these marquee figures in the history of rock music.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Wait a second. Like Styx, I still do not think Styx is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How is that a thing? How is that possible? I don't know. Anyway, so that's the plan today. Do we have time to do the Bill? I don't even think we have time to do the Bill Belichick thing.
Do you want to talk about? Okay, we'll get to the Bill Belichick thing.
All right.
But I sent you this one article that I wanted you to comment on really quick. Did you see this?
What is it?
Female passenger on Southwest Flight 418. It was going from Philadelphia to Chicago. She allegedly stripped naked and relieved herself on a seat on the plane as it was landing at Midway Airport.
You know where strangers don't get naked and relieve themselves?
In your car?
In my automobile? That's right.
You got to feel like flying at this point, it's almost like what's going to happen? You're like rolling the dice, right?
Unless you don't fly.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's never what's going to happen. The only thing I got to worry about on the road are the other road motorists, but they're not in my car.
It's true. But flying, it almost feels like a full contact sport at this point.
If somebody wants
Whether
to
it's the gate or on the plane,
strip naked and relieve themselves in their own automobile, other than maybe a brief hesitation of me looking as I drive past,
you're
doesn't
not
affect me at all.
Right, you don't have to deal with it.
The only thing that affects me is how they operate the motorized carriage. That's it. That's it, period. Just another reason, stay off the death tube, stay away from the death tube, don't get near the death tube.
So Southwest Airlines, they issued an apology to all of the affected passengers, and they also praised the crew's professionalism. How professional can you be in a situation like that?
And you know what? These women never look like Sydney Sweeney. They look like Rosie O'Donnell. Have you ever noticed this? It's never like, oh, a woman resembling Sydney Sweeney got naked and roamed through the halls or the aisleways of the airplane. It's always somebody who looked like a woman from My 600-Pound Life got naked and thudded through the hall. The I don't know, what do they call? Are they called aisleways at the airplanes?
Aisle, yeah.
Yeah. This is just another reason. All right. Hey, so when we come back, we had touched on this on Friday about what these lawmakers and these local government people have done again this year to get their way, to screw you over. And it was spawned out of a conversation I had with Ryan Hedrick, news guy extraordinaire here on WIBC. It's called Emotional Blackmail. And it is something that Ryan has done delved into with the podcast he does with Matt Bear, Supporting Sobriety. It's really a trait that addicts use to try to get their way. And Ryan said that he would be happy to join us to talk about how the politicians are basically like the drug addicts.
They're using emotional blackmail. It's Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hello, my name is Nate Clancy. I'm with Labor's Local 120. I've been with Labor's Local 120 for over 40 years now.
For members of Labor's International Union of North America, giving back is part of their commitment to the indie community, like helping the Soapbox Derby.
We painted the bridge. The Wilbershaw Bridge is an iconic bridge for the Soapbox Derby. It's been there forever. It was, needing work.
When indie or surrounding communities need help, LIUNA steps up.
Members that went over there, we seen that it was needing work, power washed, done the painting, just anything that was needed, and it looks amazing now.
This is Chris Bricky, business manager of Labor's Local 120. While all our members are skilled, highly trained men and women, we are also your friends, neighbors, Little League coaches, and volunteers here in Indy.
Here at the local, I like volunteering in the community. Just every little bit helps. I really got a real joy in doing that.
We build Indy for good jobs and stronger communities. We are LIUNA Local 120.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
His first 100 days. Your radar is clear in downtown Indianapolis. It's 55 degrees. We're moving up to 80 today. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 9:30. This morning, President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, is talking about the president's accomplishments in his first 100 days at the southern border.
We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. There's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country.
Speaking in the White House press briefing room, he continued.
Where's the number one place we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking and work sites? So not only are we going to enforce law on work sites, we're going to save victims of trafficking.
And President Trump says he will sign 2 executive orders today with having to do with illegal immigration. Fish will not be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year, even though they got more fan votes than anyone else. The Hall combines the top 5 fan picks into just one ballot out of 1,200. Fish did not make the final cut, but some other fan favorites did, including Chubby Checker, Cyndi Lauper, and Joe Cocker. And your opening bell report on 93 WIBC brought to you by Absolute Wealth Management, LLC. All 3 major indices are up this morning. The Dow is up 95 points to 40,113. The S&P up 9.25 to 5525.21, and the Nasdaq is up 23.25 to 19,432.56. I'm Ryan Hedrick, on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins.
Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 317-516-6861 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. 317-516-6861 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 317-516-6861 for fast, easy, affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 317-516-6861.
Big Joe here for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical.
With a B&W Premier Club membership, you'll stay ahead of breakdowns and costly repairs. Our members get routine maintenance, priority scheduling, and exclusive discounts, saving you money and keeping your family comfortable all season long. Visit bplusw.com or call 317-214-0108 for more information.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, your American Standard dealer since 1961.
I'm a proud owner of B Window.
I'm a proud B Window owner.
I'm a proud B Window owner.
When you work with a local, employee-owned home improvement company like B Window, quality comes first because your home improvements are a reflection of our business. And for a limited time, we're extending our employee discount to you, up to 55% off all products and services, plus 18 months, no interest, no payments. Trust local, trust employee-owned, trust your home to be.
Trust me.
Turning 65, new to Medicare, or just moved? If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan, a D-SNP, may give you the extra benefits you're looking for. A D-SNP helps cover things like prescriptions and checkups, but it also helps pay for essentials too. With a Humana D-SNP, you get $225 a month for eligible groceries, rent, utilities, and more. Plus, whatever you don't spend carries over to the next month. You may even get benefits like $0 copays on routine prescriptions, plus routine dental, vision, or hearing coverage. All of this could make a difference for your health and wallet. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a coordinated care HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the Indiana Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal. Allowance amounts cannot be combined with other benefit allowances. Limitations and restrictions may apply.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
Casey,
Rob,
we've all been emotionally blackmailed.
you think so? By the politicians, right?
That's right. It's Kendall Casey show. I'm Rob Casey's here. Okay, so we got into this last week that Ryan Hedrick, who is the greatest newsman in all the land here on WIBC. Quiet, Ryan. I'm saying something nice about you. We'll get to you in a minute. We were talking last week about the just disastrous legislative session in which the taxes went up, the government got bigger, crony capitalism grew. I mean, it's just basically par for the course with these guys, and how it's the same thing that we always see, and it doesn't make any difference whether it was Braun being the governor, Holcomb being the governor, Micah's in there, Suzanne's in there, whatever. Like, it's just the General Assembly rules the day. Nobody stands up to them. They do whatever they're going to do. And we were talking about how I said it's super frustrating this time because the Kids as Human Shields defense came out in full force with this property tax thing, where if you got property tax relief, you were led to believe, the lights were going to go out in Mooresville. The superintendent of Mooresville Schools literally got up and said that if the property tax bill passed, he was going to shut the lights out in Mooresville. Yeah. You had these mayors claiming they were going to fire policemen or lead you to believe that they were going to fire firemen or all of this stuff. And I said, I just hate that, one, that they pulled this crap, but two, that the lawmakers were willing to give them a platform to do it. And Ryan said, I see this all the time in dealing with recovering addicts. So for those who don't know, Ryan recovering drug addict, has been very candid about his life's struggles and overcoming them. There's a great podcast with Matt Baer called Supporting Sobriety, where they talk about these stories and talk with people who have overcome these trials and tribulations. And Ryan, you said, I see this behavior all the time when dealing with people with drug addiction, and it's called emotional blackmail.
Yeah, I used to do it. I used emotional blackmail for almost 30 years to keep me high. I mean, it was at first it's, I think at first it's a defense mechanism, but then it leads to, it's just a tactic and a crutch that you lean on, especially if you're deep in active addiction, to keep you sick and suffering for a long time. And what it boils down to...
What is it?
So you're basically extorting somebody using an emotional tactic. You go overboard. It's not like I told you. I mean, I'm not going to tell your audience the exact story that I told you, because it is a little disturbing and some people may find it as such. But, there were times when somebody I was dating, we were in a codependent relationship, and they wouldn't give me money for the drugs I needed. And I would say, and I used this with my wife before we got married, I would say, I'm going to get sick, I'm going to die. It was always the worst case scenario. And when I started covering news, I realized that a lot of politicians act like using addicts, in that they always go to the extreme to get what they want. It's extortion, pretty much. It is emotional blackmail, and there are several things that lead up to it. But I think one thing that's really behind it, the defect that's behind it, is their childish need for approval. Because they seek approval from their constituents, and they'll do anything to please them. And if that means lying to the public, then they do it.
So emotional blackmail, manipulative tactic, right? And it uses fear, guilt, or obligation, and it's an attempt to control another person's behavior.
Yeah.
When you were emotionally blackmailing people, were they aware that it was happening to them? Or are most people aware that it's happening?
Not if you're good at it. I think that, in my relationships, I sought like-minded people out. Like, you wouldn't ask a homeless person for financial advice, right? You wouldn't ask somebody that's not in the radio business how to become a radio Hall of Famer. You wouldn't ask a prominent cook how to make a car deal or something like that. We seek out like-minded people. So in doing so, I always sought out relationships where I knew that people had a drug dependence in common. So at first, they probably weren't aware that I was blackmailing them. But later, as my addiction progressed, and maybe they weren't as addicted as I was, because I remember dating this girl who always used to get up, and after a night of smoking crack, she always used to go to work, and I never could get that. I'm like, how the heck can you get up and go to work after we've smoked crack all night? But she did, and she wasn't as bad as an addict as I was. So I used emotional blackmail on her until she became hip to it and left me.
Ryan Hedrick is our guest, and we're talking about how these lawmakers use what's known as emotional blackmail to convince people to do or go along with the thing that they want to push. And we're talking, and Ryan has been very candid, and it's a great service that he does, talking about his struggles with addiction, and in this case, how he used to see this a lot in when dealing with himself, his own behavior, and other drug addicts. So, what do we do? Because I think this is where people are at their end of their ropes, which is, we finally thought we had somebody we could believe in. We know what these guys at the General Assembly are, but the governor and the lieutenant governor, we believed in them, and they basically turned tail at the end and put their heads in the sand. And then people like Braun are coming out here telling you, oh no, this is going to be great. This will be wonderful. They're running ads, and people are just like, what do we even do now? So how do people in the drug who have loved ones who are dealing with drug addiction, how do they deal with emotional blackmail?
So this is a classic case of the 4 steps. So in any 12-step recovery process, you have 12 steps, and the 4th step requires you to make a searching and fearless moral inventory. And that's actually how you spot that you're committing emotional blackmail.
What is it?
It's the 4th step. It's called the Searching and Fearless Moral Inventory. It's in any 12-step program. It's in, AA, CA, NA, whatever A. And the only way you can actually spot that you're committing emotional blackmail is to be in tune with your feelings and to your defects. You don't know. I don't believe that some of these politicians knowingly get out of bed and say, I'm going to extort my constituent to get what I need out of them. I just think it's a defect. And a lot of these guys come in power hungry. The most powerful drug in the world is power. The most powerful drug in the world. I mean, you don't think President Trump rides high off power every day? He doesn't need to use drugs. These people are so powerful that they feel like they're getting high. It's almost like a euphoric blast when they're sworn in, knowing that they can control the emotions in the pocketbooks of so many people. So I don't really believe the politicians are knowingly committing emotional blackmail. I think it's just inherent in what they do and how politics are.
Okay, you have mentioned what the abuser does, the fourth step, take a personal inventory. What can the people who are being abused do? Like, is there a step? Like, how do you walk away, or how can you walk away from a politician?
It's a really, really good question. So in the recovery sense, there's Al-Anon. Al-Anon is a support group for people that are dealing with addicts. And when you go to Al-Anon, you learn how to counteract some of the emotional blackmail by surrendering to your own defects. Now, I'm not going to say our voters, our listening audience, constituents have any defects that they need to know about, but just knowing that your politicians are emotionally blackmailing, extorting, and coercing you into some kind of submission. It's almost like we're submitting to their BS, right? To their lies and stuff like that. Know that they're lying to you. Know that there's another option, and just exercise your vote. Get out and vote. I mean, that's the only way to get some of these dishonest people out of office.
All right. Tell us about supporting sobriety, because I've said this since you guys started this podcast. Even if you don't know, which everybody probably knows someone, but you don't have a loved one that's in recovery, I think the radio aspect of it is incredible. The stories you guys are willing to tell about yourselves and your lives is amazing, and everybody should download. So tell us all about the podcast.
So we created this podcast for caregivers because I, myself, and Matt Bear, we tormented our loved ones. I mean, I still have a rocky relationship with my parents after several years clean, and that's something I'm always, looking to make amends for. But we do this for the caregivers so they can deal with people that are using drugs, because there's no more divisive, destructive, powerful force in a household than addiction. And that's who we do it for. We do it for the people that can't get a grasp on their loved one because they don't know what the heck's going on. And when you're using, everything's on the table. Crime and murder, I mean, everything. And I'm sponsoring a man right now that tried to kill his father 6 months ago because he was so high that he saw 3 of his fathers, and one of them was holding a knife swinging at him, and nothing like that was happening. So
do you ever get, and this may be an insensitive question, but do you ever get nervous being around people who tried to kill somebody else?
No, because I know it's the drugs. Like I said, when you're using drugs, everything is on the table. And that's why when we see police shooting people that are high on drugs, we know it's the drugs that are doing that, not the people. But I really believe in my heart that most people are good people. And if I ever thought for 1 second, there was one time when I thought a sponsee was going to try to set me up or something like that, I stopped sponsoring him and picking him up and taking him to meetings. But I don't think most people that are in the process of recovery are bad people and want to do harm to anybody.
It's an incredible podcast, and everybody should listen to it. Because drug addiction affects everybody in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, Casey, do you want to?
I just wanted to ask. You had mentioned that you still have a rocky relationship with your parents after years of being clean. Is it because they still are waiting for the other shoe to drop?
Yeah, I think that, and I think my mom is somewhat sick too, and I think the treatment, my mom's never sought any treatment for a mental illness that I think she has, so she is so immersed in taking care of my grandmother at this point, who's 95 and dying, that I don't think she really has time to invest. But I am happy to say that through the 8th and 9th steps, which in the 8th step you become willing to make amends, in the 9th step you actually execute the amends, I've kept my side of the street clean. So whatever they feel at this point is is really out of my control. I can't control their emotions, nor am I going to try.
Can we have you come back sometime soon and talk about the 12 steps the politicians need to do?
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I could actually write out a step list customized for politicians.
Yes.
And if any of them need to be sponsored, they could reach out to the station and call me. I am willing to sponsor a sick and suffering politician to get over your defects. You know, in the 6th and 7th step, I identified 125 character defects. And my sponsor's like, well, you're not going to work on all 125 of them, are you? And I said, no, there's no way. So we pick 3 a month, and I pray about them to have them removed, because there's no way that you can have 125 defects. And defects, for people that don't know, are like crutches for bad behavior. They're things that you lean on as your normal character, but when you turn them around, actually defects can be good things that you could use for good. Behind every defect is an asset. That's what I've learned.
We have to have him back to do this. Ryan Hedrick, you're awesome. Thank you, man.
I will sponsor any politician out there that had a problem with the property tax plan.
Thank you for your time. You're listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel show 3:06 this afternoon. Nobody has more fun in the afternoon than we do. Guy Relford joins us in studio. 93 WIBC.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Transform your home with Galaxy Concrete Coatings. Say goodbye to cracked, stained floors and hello to durable, stunning surfaces that last. Their cutting-edge technology ensures a beautiful finish every time, and you get to pick out from their many colors. Upgrade your home today like I did. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. They're for garage floors, driveways, pool decks, and patios. They come with a lifetime warranty and one-day professional installation. Call now for a free estimate. 877-417-0635. They're also online at galaxyconcretecoatings.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Spring has sprung and Indiana's floodgates have opened, meaning everything is growing, including your roots. Underground root growth knows no bounds and can wreak havoc on your sewer system, causing potential damage to your home. My friends at Hope Plumbing want to help you stay ahead of the rain by offering $300 off any sewer repair or replacement. This offer excludes drain cleanings. Call Hope Plumbing at 641-HOPE or visit them online at hopeplumbing.com and stay dry this spring.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Addiction doesn't just affect one person, it touches everyone around them. That's why Matt Baer and Ryan Hedrick created the Supporting Sobriety podcast. It's for the friends and family standing behind, offering hope, guidance, and real talk. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, he went down to dinner in his Sunday best. Excitable boy, they all
we have to talk about the Bill Belichick interview.
Yeah. So he was on CBS doing an interview, and he was there promoting his book, which is called The Art of Winning. A couple interesting things about that. He doesn't mention the Patriots owner, Robert Kraft, at all.
In the book?
Not even in the acknowledgments. He said the book focuses on life lessons in football and experiences that he had directly, implying that the Patriots owner wasn't part of it at all.
Okay, so Bill Belichick, obviously the winningest, not in terms of total wins, he was just short, but in terms of championships, et cetera, arguably the most successful coach in the history of the National Football League. The Patriots, Tom Brady, most people know exactly who he is. They mutually agreed to part ways, or
Mutual
was fired,
decision.
or whatever. You know what actually went down, you don't know. But the public stance was they agreed to part ways. He sat out last year. He didn't get hired for an NFL job this year. He took the North Carolina job, and he's dating. He's almost 74 years old, right?
Yeah, he's 73.
He's dating a woman who is 50 years younger than him. Literally, I think she's 24 years old.
She is.
And he's doing this interview.
Called her his creative muse.
I mean, and she's like on the field with him at spring practice. I mean, she's basically turned into Yoko Ono at this point. And he's doing this interview with CBS to promote this book, I think the morning show. She's in the corner, literally, like sitting in the corner as he's doing this interview with CBS, and they start asking him about her, and we'll play you the audio here. And he's being kind of vague, and then they ask at one point, "How'd you meet?" And she pipes up and says, like, either don't answer that or we're not talking
about that.
Yes. Listen to this. This is the weirdest thing.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
So the interview's with him. The fact that she's there.
She's off camera.
Is weird anyway. And then the fact that she gets to dictate what he can or can't answer. And why would you not talk about, Casey, where'd you meet your husband?
Well, I met him at a radio station. And that's the thing. That's a pretty innocuous question.
Right.
Where'd you meet your wife?
Right here at this radio. In fact, right down the hall from where we are right now.
That's something that you would ask somebody at a party. You're meeting a couple. Hey, how'd you guys meet? We're not talking about that. So the fact that they don't want to answer it makes everybody speculate that maybe it was an interesting situation where they met.
All right. Yeah, by the way, the YouTube chat is basically, you can watch us on YouTube in case you didn't know, put Kendall and Casey. And we're basically like your favorite musician's live concert, where if you bring a sign and hold it up, there's a chance we might take it and do it on the show. There's a lot of signs up. They want us to talk about Micah. So should we do that when we come back? They said, I bet you won't do it. Oh, I bet we will.
Yep, it's coming up. It's 93 WIBC.
Excitable boy.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
You love spring in Indy, but you hate to paint, so do what Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating specifically formulated for our unique climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Indy, you too can have the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey folks, Scott Wilson here from Wilson Farm Market. Even in winter, we're bringing you the best in farm fresh flavors. Stop in for our fresh salad bar, hot and crispy wing bar, and a cheese selection that is second to none. Got a sweet tooth? Our homemade pies, creamy fudge, and old-fashioned candy will hit the spot. Come see us on US 31 just north of Carmel. We're open every day 9 to 6. At Wilson Farm Market, we're all about fresh, local, and delicious. See you soon.
Hi, Jeff Roush for Tom Roush Lincoln. Right now, get Lincoln's employee pricing on most all new Lincolns at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers. Get up to $20,000 off select 2024 Navigators, up to $8,000 off select 2024 Nautilus, or up to $7,000 off select 2024 Corsair at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Navigator MSRP 105,575, Nautilus MSRP 6195, Corsair MSRP 47,820. Offers good through 4/30/2025. Navigators excluded from employee pricing. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Of course I love my parents, I really do, but often felt angry with them because I was always screaming so they could hear me on the telephone. All that has changed thanks to the CapTel phone from Relay, Indiana. We're so much better off because now my parents can read what I'm saying on the CapTel caption telephone. Our conversations are pleasant because through voice recognition technology, my words appear to them on an easy-to-read screen right on the telephone. Thanks, Relay, Indiana.
Learn more at RelayIndiana.com.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, what forecasters are saying about the chance of tornadoes tomorrow, what police say led to a crash in Indianapolis last night, and why 2 cities are dealing with officers who fired their weapons. After Fox News, you are listening to 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It is 10 o'clock.
It's the issue that President Trump has the best poll numbers on. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the numbers prove it.
Border czar Tom Homan at a White House briefing the morning before the 100th day of the second Trump term, touting what he says is a 96% drop in illegal immigration.
How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this nation? How many known suspected terrorists aren't making it into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to this country to kill young Americans?
Now, Democrats in so-called sanctuary cities keep resisting a Trump immigration and deportation crackdown, saying it's putting communities in fear. The president plans to sign a new executive order today related to those cities. An earlier one attempting to strip federal funding was blocked by a judge's ruling. Russia is planning a ceasefire in Ukraine, but only May 8th through 10th to mark 80 years since the Nazis were defeated in World War II. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says.
The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table.
President Trump did meet with Ukraine's leader in Rome Saturday after they both attended Pope Francis's funeral. This morning we learned the conclave of cardinals to choose the next pope will start May 7th.
The papal conclave combines centuries of tradition with much more modern concerns. The voting group is made up of the 135 cardinals under the age of 80, though it's thought not all are well enough to attend. The voting process is conducted under the greatest of secrecy. They'll be cut off from the outside world using devices to block electronic signals.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage in Rome. A trial is underway in Paris more than 8 years after Kim Kardashian was tied up and robbed at gunpoint of millions of dollars in jewelry. 10 people are charged with robbery and kidnapping. Kardashian is planning to testify at the trial next month. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
The chance you'll see tornadoes on Tuesday. Nothing like that happening right now. Radar is clear in downtown Indianapolis. 55 degrees. Your high today, 80. I'm Ryan Hedrick. Here's what's trending at 10:02.
Damaging wind and hail will be the primary threat. And then as that passes through, we have another boundary. It's a cold front pushing in from the north.
Aaron Updike at the National Weather Service, Indianapolis, talking about severe weather that hits on Tuesday. Not one, but two rounds of it.
And then as that passes through, we have another boundary. It's a cold front pushing in from the north. With that, we're a little uncertain. There's a lot of dry air involved. We're a little uncertain on how much will actually form along that boundary.
And there's a small chance for tornadoes. Most likely they will not happen in Indianapolis. On Indy's east side last night,
while there was a lot of damage to the vehicle, including the engine coming out of the vehicle, the passenger compartment of the vehicle is relatively in decent shape.
IMPD Captain Don Weilhammer talking about a crash that killed a man and left a girl in bad shape.
Without wearing seatbelts, unfortunately, both the driver and the passenger were ejected from the vehicle.
And the crash happened near East 18th Street and North Post Road. There are two shootings across central Indiana this weekend. On Sunday night, a person was shot by Lawrence police. The cops say none of the officers were hurt, and the person that they shot is at the hospital. On Sunday afternoon, a man was shot and killed by Marion cops. Indiana State Police say they're leading the investigation. The Grant County Prosecutor's Office is looking into it as well. A Mooresville police officer hurt trying to stop a car chase on Saturday night. Here's Jake McDaniel.
Officers arrived in the area of State Road 67 because of a chase going northbound from Paragon around 6:45. An officer was using a tire deflation device, and the person drove around the right side of a police car, and that's when they hit the officer. The officer was taken to a hospital, and they are expected to be okay. Deputies say they found the driver and tried to put it to a stop, but the driver ran off again. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
In Milwaukee last night,
the Pacers are in front by 20. Halliburton to the right corner. Turner drops it inside. Nice pass. And Siakam got it and laid it off the glass.
And that's Mark Boyle on the Elevance Health Radio Network. The Pacers went on to win by 26 points in Game 4 of their playoff series with the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm Ryan Hedrick on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com.
Meet Alan, who was diagnosed with sleep apnea.
I was what they call a mouth breather, and I would breathe at night with my mouth open.
And for about 8 years, Alan struggled with a CPAP machine. And then
I saw the Advent commercial, and I thought, well, what do you got to lose? This machine is miserable.
For most people, CPAP machines are miserable, but a simple breathing triangle solution from Advent can be life-changing.
And it really was, to me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear.
This is Dr. Madan Kiandula. After having one of Advent's simple breathing triangle procedures, people are amazed at how freely and clearly they can breathe.
I'm happy with the procedure. I'm very glad I did it. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago. I could have avoided that machine I had to have laying next to the bed with the hose wrapped around my head.
Schedule your appointment at AdventKnows.com because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Sundown Gardens, Hamilton County Spring Nursery Headquarters.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Casey, I received a piece of advice years ago, and it really changed my life forever.
Okay, what's that?
And this person told me, they said, you can be a pundit or you can be a politician.
Correct.
You cannot be
both
a pundit and a politician. And whichever one you pick, you'll be very good at, but you have to pick one.
Correct.
And this came to me at a time where I was considering running for state senate, but I also had an opportunity to go back to radio. And I was weighing what I wanted to do. And I thought, well, would there be a way, would there be a world where I could do both of these things? And this person gave me that piece of advice because they said the jobs require two different attitudes and two different ways of dealing with people and two different ways of getting a desired outcome. And that has stayed with me for years. And I have watched politicians, especially in the new social media era that we live in, who have tried, who do not understand that and have tried to do both of these things at the same time, and it never works out well for them.
Yeah, and you're talking about the lieutenant governor right now and how you feel like perhaps he's wading into the pundit waters, and he
isn't wading. He's jumped off the diving board and yelled cannonball and is totally in the deep end.
Okay, so he was defending Senate Bill 289, and he argued that it rightfully targets DEI initiatives that promote ideological conformity.
Okay, so let's reset this. So Micah Beckwith, as lieutenant governor, he is, technically the president of the Senate, right? Like he oversees that's one of the few jobs they haven't taken away from him, is that he oversees the Senate, it calls the order, whatever. And there was this bill dealing with DEI. It had passed. The Democrats, as they always do, make these ridiculous assertions related to DEI, by the way, the Democrats are proving they don't want to be in office. They're proving that as bad of managers as the Republicans are with fiscal stewardship, if you just get out of the way on the social stuff, if you just stop being insane people on the social stuff, you really would have a good chance to start winning some elections, but they prove time and time again they're not interested in that. So they're mad about this bill that would eliminate DEI and get people back to being judged on the merits and their abilities and all these other things. And so they're throwing out ridiculous things as they always do. And then they start comparing this bill to the 3/5 compromise. So for those of you who don't know, most of our listeners are very astute in world history and American history, and they know that the 3/5 compromise, when the country was being put together, the 3/5 compromise was compromise on how the founders came up with how to deal with slavery. And that meant, because the southern states wanted them counted as full people because of representation in Congress, the northern states said, wait a second, we're not going to let you stack the deck if you're not going to let these people be free people. We're not giving you the full freight. Ultimately they came up with that a slave was counted as 3/5 of a person. So the Democrats in 2025 are trying to compare anything to slavery. It's just like Nazis or Hitler or anything else, right? It's nothing would be that bad. But of course, the Democrats had to go there. They're comparing this bill to the 3/5 compromise. And instead of just doing the job of passing the bill, which the bill passed, by the way, Micah doesn't have a vote on any of this unless there's a tie in the Senate. The lieutenant governor has no vote. He decides when the thing is over with and done and approved. By the way, it's not like it's on the fence. It's not like we got to really whip some votes, like you should have been doing with property taxes. He decides he's going to go back to his office and cut a video about this.
So I'm wondering, there was an emotional debate happen on the floor. Did he cut that video in between the debate and the vote, or was it right after?
I don't know, but either way, it's not like you're not Taylor Swift. It's not like you have a social media presence where you going to cut a video is just instantaneously going to sway people. And they know, as the session has proven, they know exactly what the votes are going to be at when anything goes on the floor. They know that they caucus for hours behind closed doors. They know exactly how the votes are going to go.
Yeah, the bill did pass with both chambers. I'm wondering if part of this was because there was this debate on the floor and because he doesn't have the opportunity to get in on that debate. He wanted his voice heard, his opinion heard on this issue.
That's not his job. If he wanted that job, he should have run for senator.
Waiting in on the pundit side.
Right. So here is the. So he goes back to his office, and he does this video. He's sitting on the desk in his office. He's got like his shirt rolled. He's not wearing a suit per se. He's got a tie, but he's got his sleeves that look like rolled up in the video. Here is part of the video.
The Senate on the Democrat side, they got up and they started talking about how this bill embodies something to the effect of the three-fifths compromise. They were bringing that up. They were saying this is a bad bill because it actually encourages discrimination, just like the three-fifths compromise going all the way back to the foundations of our nation. I would like to share with you the three-fifths compromise is not a pro-discrimination compromise. It was not a pro-discrimination or a slave-driving compromise that the founders made. It was actually just the opposite. It was a compromise that the North made with the South. At the time, there were basically 13 independent nations. They had not really created a constitution. They were sort of a European Union-esque nation. And they were saying to the pro-slave states, hey, if you want to count your slaves to have representation, more representation in Congress, we're not going to let you do that.
Okay. If you want to be a history teacher, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not whether he's right or wrong about this. It's why are you doing this? Why did you feel the need to go do this thing? Because, of course, it's like, again, it's comparing somebody to Nazi or Hitler or whatever. The moment you do it, the moment you in any way justify anything that had anything to do with slavery, it's not whether he's wrong or not. You have to know what the response is going to be. And it has gone national, Fox News, Newsweek,
Washington
AP,
Post.
all of these people have picked it up. There's a big backlash. People are calling on Braun to censure him, condemn him, whatever. It's not whether he's right or wrong. It comes off as because the thing had passed or was going to pass. He knows, as the president of the Senate, what's going to happen.
That's what I'm telling you. He wanted to weigh in and give his opinion on it.
It comes off as a guy who was more interested in having his face in front of the camera on something he wants to weigh in on rather than effective governing, a la, who did we just talk about this with? Jim Banks. It's the same thing we said with Jim Banks. Micah's smart. Micah knows that's going to be a divisive issue. He knows it's going to be all over the internet. He knows the right Twitter is going to be all for it or social media. He knows the left is going to hate him, just like Banks knew when he cut that video on that guy who got fired because of Doge.
It was going to get attention.
But does it help the thing you're trying to do?
Is he trying to elevate his name recognition versus governing? That's the big question. So he picked the wrong forum in which to do this. This is a nuanced conversation. He's got that podcast. He's talked about it before. So many people aren't going to sit through a 3-minute video.
Right.
And listen to the facts. Their feelings are going to get in the way of this.
I thought
they're going to hear what they want to hear.
Because it's not that he's wrong when he's talking about what actually happened and why. But Micah is a very smart guy. He knows the moment he puts that video out that people are not going to be talking about the details of the conversation.
Correct.
It's going to come out that the lieutenant governor appears to be on the side of saying that black slaves should have counted as 3/5 of a person. He knows that.
It's not what he said, but people aren't going to take the time to listen to it.
All right. Tony had a take on this morning that I thought was really well done. Can we play a little bit of Tony's take on it this morning?
Sure.
Yes.
As a baseline of history, he's correct. And if you listen to him, he's correct. But there are 2 problems. 3. First, it was unbelievably sloppy in its presentation. And Lieutenant Governor, you don't have to agree with me. I don't actually care. I'm right. It was sloppy. Second, the key to this conversation is, why are you engaging? What's wrong with you? Is there nobody on your staff to tell you to shut up already? Does Mike Braun not know how to walk into your office and say, sit down, be quiet, put some more hair product in, and don't say a word for the rest of the week? Is there nobody to guide you, to help you? Why are you having this conversation? Oh, I'm Micah Beckwith. I'll explain to them why they're not right. They're wrong on the premise. Why are you giving them credence? You want to talk about immaturity and failing on Politics 101? This is it. Oh, and number 3, Lieutenant Governor. When you're sitting and having a conversation with me, don't be swinging your right leg up and down like you're waiting for your mom to bring you some ice cream. In this video, you look like a child. Present yourself better, sir. It's going to help you in the long run.
He's right, because governing, there is a way you govern. When I was an elected person, I behaved, my principles weren't any different. The things I was for weren't any different. But there was a way I handled myself that is different than I do here today. Micah's great at those videos. Micah will be a great television personality or podcaster or whatever when he's done with politics. But time and again, it comes off with, just like with these town halls, that he's more interested in putting himself out there and the fight itself to exist rather than the better governance as a result. Why didn't you do a video like this for property taxes, Micah? Why didn't you do one for the budget with all the tax increases, Micah? He's very selective on when he does this, and it's things. Why? Because nobody outside of Indiana is going to care about the cigarette tax in the state of Indiana. Nobody's going to care about the budget than the people who live in the state of Indiana. I am interested in people being elected who are interested in good governance, in getting things done, in getting things accomplished. And the Braun Beckwith administration with the General Assembly this year, it was just the status quo. It was just the status quo. None of this stuff moved the needle. None of this stuff changed anything. It was Holcomb 3.0. And it just seems like I go back to that thing that 10 years ago somebody told me, and I took it to heart. You can be a pundit or you can be a politician. When you mix them together, you're not going to get the things done as a governor, not governor in the sense of governor of the state of India, but someone who is governing that you claim to want to get done.
Okay, I've already said I don't think that was the right forum for that discussion. A 3-minute video, it's too nuanced. You need to take more time. If anybody is really interested in this topic, they're going to take the time to watch it. They're going to miss what he was saying. The feelings are going to get in the way of the facts. As far as what Tony said, him being sloppy, you know what? I think he was being authentic. That was himself. He was being approachable, and Micah is an approachable guy. The knee bouncing, okay, maybe he was just trying to get it done in a hurry. As far as Mike Braun coming in and telling him to sit down and shut up, I don't think Mike Braun is the person to say any of that, because he's the guy who got owned during an appearance on Tucker Carlson's show in reference to BLM. That guy got bullied around by them, so not the right guy to do it. Is there anyone in Micah's office telling him not to do that? Yes. Yes, there is. Is he listening? No. No, he's not. But guess what? He's their boss. And at the end of the day, he gets to do what the boss wants to do in his own office.
Yeah, and this is not about whether he's right or wrong on the issue. He by historical perspective, and Tony acknowledged that, he is right on this issue. But what are you trying to do? It's the same question I asked about Jim Banks.
He's fighting for this, and it was going to pass.
Right.
We needed this fight for property taxes. Right.
But it's not just property taxes. It's the whole thing. When you're in, you don't get to. When you're an elected person, you don't just get to choose what you're into and what you're not. You're in on good governance. You're in on good public policy. You don't just get to go, well, I'm interested in A, B, and C, so I'm going to be super passionate about that. I know these other things are kind of important, but it doesn't really interest me, or it won't generate the social media fire that these things over here will. That's not what you signed up to do. And so what he's going to do, and this is why this is important, if he actually cares about influence and moving the ball forward, all he's done here is he's pissed Braun off again, and he's pissed those guys in the General Assembly off again. That's all this accomplished, because it's a headache that they didn't even need. It wasn't like they went to him. It wasn't like Rod Bray was like, Micah, please do this video so we can pass this bill.
Yeah, it was going to pass.
Rod Bray probably didn't even want the bill to begin with. He's got to decide what he wants to be. And whatever he wants to be, he'll be good at. because he is a great speaker. He knows history very well. He's a great historian.
He's a great teacher.
He is.
And maybe that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to teach these Democrats something.
But that's not your job.
Yeah. It's Kendall and Casey.
Maybe we should switch for a week. Maybe, like the TV movies where people, switch. Maybe Micah and I should just switch for a week. You come be the pundit. I'll come be the lieutenant governor. If everybody likes it better with the switcheroo, we'll just switch permanently. How about that?
No, I don't like that idea. You stay right there. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
This May, you've got a chance to see what an IndyCar driver's dream garage really looks like. WIBC's Tales from the Track, presented by Relay Indiana, takes you inside Graham Rahal Performance, a high-octane hangout where racing meets luxury. Hammer and Nigel sit down with Graham for great stories, laughs, and insights from someone who grew up on the hallowed grounds of the IMS. But this backstage pass to speed, style, and surprises is sold out. The only place to register to win tickets is WIBC.com.
Employee pricing. That's right. At Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield, you can get employee pricing across a full lineup of your favorite trucks and SUVs. Their entire American inventory has been marked with employee pricing, so you pay what they pay on F-150s, on Super Duties, Explorers, all of them with employee pricing. And if you need something a little smaller but still want to be able to haul the crew and cargo around, the Edge is the perfect choice for you. And you'll definitely enjoy the excellent fuel economy. Plus, it's loaded with safety features. Get more to your door with Andy Moore Ford. Simply purchase your vehicle online and they'll deliver it to you. And if you need to sell or trade your current vehicle, the time has never been better. Andy Moore Ford will pay top dollar for your used vehicle, even if you don't buy from them. Employee pricing on all your favorite Fords are at Andy Moore Ford in Plainfield, 2713 East Main Street in Plainfield, or online at Andy Moore Ford, MOHR.
I love Andy.
AndyMooreFord.com.
Pat Sullivan here. Have you heard about impact-resistant shingles? They're the smart choice for protecting your home from harsh weather. And here's something you may not know. Most insurance companies offer discounts on your premiums if you install them. At the Michaelis Corporation, we offer top-tier Category 3 and Category 4 impact-resistant shingles that stand up to the toughest storms. From hail to high winds, these shingles offer a 30-year warranty that stands by their durability. And when a weather event hits, don't worry. Let Michaelis perform a free inspection of your property to ensure everything is in top condition. We don't inspect the roof at ground level. Our experts will safely climb onto the roof to check for damages. Roof, gutter, siding, windows are all inspected for storm damage. Michaelis Corporation provides over 35 years of disaster restoration. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. 844-FIXED-INDY. That's 844-FIXED-INDY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
I hear mariachi static on my radio.
Oh, that's a really deep cut. It's Warren Zevon Day on the show, by the way. For those of you who are just tuning in.
He's going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's right. He wasn't even nominated. That's how good Warren Zevon was. He wasn't even nominated, and they said, we have to put him in. Kendall Casey show. Rob Casey show. Why are people mad at Trump? What happened now?
Hey, you wore a blue suit to the Pope's funeral. And
so
he wasn't the only one, but the picture that's being passed around in the media is Trump surrounded by a bunch of people in black. So the protocol was to wear a dark colored suit or dark clothing. And Donald Trump's suit was blue, but he wasn't the only one. I believe Prince William wore a blue suit.
Wait. So well. you can't wear a blue suit to a funeral?
You can, clearly. Donald Trump did.
He did.
But the liberal media wants to
I don't
think this is a major faux pas.
I don't get it. It's not like he showed up with a Who Farted hoodie or something. I mean,
right, he wasn't wearing like the tuxedo T-shirt.
But I'm not trying to be facetious. they're mad because the suit was blue.
Mm-hmm. Any little thing, right?
But what are they mad about?
That he didn't follow protocol and wear a black or dark colored suit.
I gotcha. Okay, okay. Oh, well, that's pretty low on the. See, this is the thing about the media. They don't realize that when you go after just every little stupid thing, when you target every stupid little thing, people just tune everything out. They just say, I'm exhausted by you.
Mm-hmm.
I am exhausted by you. And when you're going after just the most unimportant stuff, if he'd showed up looking like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber with the orange tux, okay, yeah, that's a little flamboyant. But the suit was blue instead of black?
Yep, and everybody lost their minds. So while Donald Trump was there, he met with Zelensky. And how is this guy able to achieve so many iconic photos?
Trump?
Yeah. Like, did you see the picture of him talking with Zelensky?
Well, okay, so is it that he achieves iconic photos, or he is just, you know this, you've been around media long enough, certain people just are photographed so much that you're going to get, and especially a guy who's a world leader, you're going to get some photos that people are like, ooh, that was great. I mean, you people cannot get enough of Trump. Now, politically they can, and I think that's the line that he walks, right? It's like he exhausts people. He exhausts out his political capital because he demands so much personal attention. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Where personally you're like, oh, I'm interested in this, but then politically you're like, man, now I don't really even care about what he has to say because I've spent so much time dealing with all the drama that comes with him.
It really looked like Trump was speaking to Zelensky like it was a father disciplining his kid for misbehaving.
But what is he doing with Ukraine and Russia, though? Because he said it was going to be done in one day, right? Unless I misheard that, 24 hours. Well, we're 3.5 months into this thing at this point.
He did just talk to the press gaggle. I believe it was yesterday when he said he expects within 2 weeks something's going to happen.
You believe that?
I'd like to believe it because I'd like for that situation to be resolved. As Donald Trump said it wasn't a debate because he didn't go to any of those except for the one with Biden. People are dying.
Yeah.
So let's stop it.
Right. I don't know if I can read this tweet because it's just one line, right? It's not.
Are you talking about the Christopher Columbus?
You wanted me to do a dramatic reading, but it's literally just one line.
No, you must be looking at the wrong one.
I'm looking at the one with him with the aviators from the White House. This is the tweet. This is the one everybody's talking about. So Trump has decided he's going to bring Columbus Day back. It's just, what is it called? Indigenous People Day? Or they gave some name to it because Columbus was evil, right? Because Columbus had slaves. And so they said, even though he founded the country that we all live in, we can't have Columbus Day anymore. And so they changed it to Indigenous Peoples Day. And then Trump is like, no, we're going back to Columbus Day.
Yeah. Critics argue that Columbus actually never set foot on the mainland. And you're right. They've replaced it with Indigenous Peoples Day. Trump has said he's bringing it back. I'm bringing back Columbus Day from the ashes.
Yeah. And there's a picture on the official White House account of Trump wearing these aviator-like sunglasses, and then in the background there's a statue of Columbus who also has the aviator.
Oh, that's
sunglasses.
What you're looking at? Yeah, the picture of him. No, he put out a whole tweet. He said, I'm bringing Columbus Day back from the ashes. The Democrats did everything possible to destroy Christopher Columbus, his reputation, and all of the Italians that love him so much. They tore down his statues and put up nothing but woke, or even worse, nothing at all. You'll be happy to know Christopher is going to make a major comeback. I am hereby reinstating Columbus Day under the same rules, dates, and locations as it has been for many decades.
Okay, so and I know we got to get to a break, but there's all sorts of people in our country or who are part of the fabric of our country who may not have been the best guys in the world, but they did some pretty heroic, amazing things. The guy found the Americas. Yeah. Whether he actually stepped foot on North America, they're all right there together, right? Like, that seems worthy of giving the guy a day in a statue.
Well, I'm wondering if they're going to put Christopher Columbus in the Garden of Statues. Wasn't that something Trump was talking about? He was going to create this...
like at Yankee Stadium?
Like a new national park or a new park, Garden of Statues. Columbus Day is observed, the second Monday of October.
You know who else deserves a statue and his own day?
Ryan Hedrick?
Well, he's not there. Him too, but John Herrick.
John Herrick.
It's hard to keep track of them. They're both.
I wasn't looking back.
They live jet-setting lifestyles. You'll never know who's actually doing the news.
Well, we've got one of them coming up next on 93 WIBC.
Mecum Auctions returns to the Indiana State Fairgrounds May 9th through 17th for Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Join us for the fun, fast-paced, high-energy Mecum experience. For avid collectors, first-time buyers, and enthusiasts of all ages, there's something for everyone. And with more than 3,000 vehicles up for auction, it's a chance to bring home your dream car. Register to bid and buy tickets now at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
When severe weather might break in. Partly cloudy and 64 in downtown Indy at the moment. I'm John Herrick. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 10:32. Starting tomorrow morning, it might be a factor across Indiana.
We get this initial pass through in the morning to early afternoon hours. With that, all severe weather modes are possible.
Aaron Updike with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says another round could happen later in the evening Tuesday with damaging winds and heavy rain being the main threats to watch out for. The Menendez brothers are asking a judge to remove L.A. County DA Nathan Hochman from their resentencing case. The brothers filed the motion claiming Hochman is biased against them, and it's unlikely they'll receive fair treatment in their resentencing request. Eric and Lyle Menendez are serving life without the possibility of parole for killing their parents in 1989. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's 2025 class of inductees has been announced. And joining the class are Outkast, Cyndi Lauper, Soundgarden, and the White Stripes. Other inductees include Bad Company, Chubby Checker, and Joe Cocker. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
It's Hammer and Nigel for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around the house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now through April 30th. And if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door, too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027.
Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass those savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of some of those other brands. This sale ends April 30th. Do not miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 for free deal, and you don't pay anything until 2027. Schedule that estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
As our loved ones age, ensuring their safety at home becomes a top priority. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I'll be right back with some practical things you can do to reduce the possibility of a fall or injury.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Removing tripping hazards such as rugs and floor clutter is one way to prevent or minimize falls around the home. Another is to position grab bars in the restroom and other common areas where your loved one may need some extra support. Contact your local area agency on aging to inquire about low-cost or free installation services. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, and home decor. All of this at Sundown Gardens, Spring Mill Road and 186th Street.
Emmer and Nigel here, inviting you to join us as we kick off the weekend every Friday around 5:45 with Beer Sample Friday, brought to you by our friends at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIPC. It's time to hear from you. Kendall and Casey present Voicemails.
The phone number, 317-684-8444.
Turn your mic on, lady.
I know. It is time to hear from you with Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC. And this first one is about the Indy Star.
Watching through the Star this past Sunday and seeing the Briggs column and the Hicks column in the Sunday Star editorial pages, a thought crossed my mind. Why don't you guys write a Your Turn column for the Star and give some of your feelings and opinions about what's been going on, especially with the property tax debate and the income tax situation?
Well, because I don't work if I don't get paid anymore. I'm
Easy
here,
enough.
I'm here for the money, Tom, and I'm not afraid to say that. And I give it all. Did you see we were number one again in the ratings?
Were we?
The whole radio station.
Fantastic.
Number one, and that means our audience was number one. But I feel like if people want to find me now, if Indy Star would like to back a truck of money up.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't think they currently have.
You'd be more than willing to write?
I would be more than willing to write great columns. By the way, that's my side. Now, I don't know. You can answer for yourself.
My feelings are I write for WIBC.com.
Yes.
And we give our feelings and opinions every day on the radio, which is, yes, what we get paid to do. And so that's it.
That's it. Okay, very good. There you have it.
What were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say, and we can get into this next hour, Michael Hicks, who I'm generally would rather just stab both my eyes out than agree with, is a professor at Ball State, had an interesting article, said the IEDC needs to get out of the real estate development business, and maybe we can get into that next hour.
I saw that as well.
We got to talk about Rokita, too, because there was a big story involving Rokita. But anyway, yeah. So we'll get into the Star next hour.
We'll get to those. Another phone call, this one, a review about the nicknames and name calling.
Oh, Rob. I'm just responding again to the voicemail I left about name calling. Please understand, I don't have any. I don't blame you a bit for doing it. I mean, and getting irritated with them. I just, tell you the truth, I just hate that it's resorted to that. Now, Casey, you getting mad was kind of hot. I'm just going to let you know that really quickly. Guys, I support you, love your show, and keep on doing what you're doing. And Kevin, keep him busy. Thank you.
He liked it when I got mad, huh?
Well,
should I get mad or should I just be really nice?
Look, you know where the menfolk are in this audience, and that's what predominantly our audience is. So you do whatever you got to do, lady.
But you're going to keep on name calling.
Well, if the politicians
nicknames,
if the politicians would stop giving me reasons to give them nicknames, I would stop giving them nicknames. I mean, like I'm somehow the bad guy in the equation. Oh no, these politicians making $70,000 for 3 months worth of work. The radio guy gave them a name. Now they're gonna crawl at a corner and cry? I mean, they have all the power. We have no power. We have no power over anyone. We can't make anybody do anything. So, yeah, they're going to get nicknames.
Well, it's going to continue. This platform is our power.
That's right.
Yeah.
But we can't make anybody do anything. They can. That's the difference, right?
Right.
We cannot make you do anything.
Mm-hmm. So we had mentioned last week that Random House is going to be publishing some hardback covers of the Constitution, Bill of Rights, the Federalist Papers, and somebody wanted to call and comment about that.
Hi, this is Deborah. I listen almost every day, and you just talked about them wanting to republish the Federalist Papers, etc. I have one caution. More than likely, they will use the help of AI, maybe, to get this printing done. Watch out for reinterpretation or typographical errors in this.
Oh.
Because they always do it in everything.
That's a good point.
Is she talking about revisionist history or just typos?
Well, if you have, I mean, who knows? It could be in, and I'm not comparing the Federalist Papers to the Bible, but the Bible has this. Depending on what version of the Bible you have, it can say something completely different, and you got to be very cognizant of that.
Yeah. One more phone call, and this is what somebody wants you and I to do.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Rob. Howdy with the Heavy Daddies. By the way, little cutie Kylan also. Local dump truck driver here. I've got a problem for all the, or I got a solution for all the problems that Braun and everybody's caused. Or should I address you guys as Governor Kendall and Lieutenant Governor Daniels? Take that as your next step, make it happen, and we can straighten this state out. Love you guys. Have a good day.
Now, I know that you say all the time, I'm retired. I'm not going to run.
But you haven't retired.
I'm just going to put it out there. We did have a Governor Daniels at one point. And it was highly successful.
Very good. Yeah, I look forward to supporting you in your run for Lieutenant Governor.
Oh, no. No, it was Governor Daniels.
Oh, you're just going to skip.
Maybe Lieutenant Governor Kendall.
No.
Less pressure for you.
I look forward to support whatever run you have, Casey. You just decide what run you're going to have, and I look forward to supporting that. And you have my unabashed, full-throated endorsement for whatever it will be.
Even after all this time, everybody's saying, run, Rob, run.
Why would I want to be? We've had this conversation.
I know, many times.
We had this conversation over the weekend, I think.
Yeah.
Why would I want to be miserable? Why would I want to be unhappy?
For the same conversation we had about the Pope, right? The conclave. If they came to somebody and they said, hey, we want you to be Pope, even though that person wasn't campaigning for it, would he accept it? And I said, yes. That person would say, oh, okay, God has spoken. You want me to be Pope? I'll be Pope. The people are saying, Rob, run for governor.
The bigger question is,
don't you feel some sort of obligation to do that?
Why do our audience, who I give so much to each day, why do they want me to be unhappy? Why doesn't anybody ever think of me?
It's not that they want you to be unhappy.
They do.
Want them to be happier.
I've told them how unhappy I was when I was in this position. I told them why I can't go back to it. I will die of a stroke or a heart attack. That was at a local level. Can you imagine if I had to deal with the people down at the State House? I would be dead in 6 months. Why you people want to kill me in 6 months is beyond me. I am the James Earl Jones character in Field of Dreams. Just let me live in my little world, and I'll entertain you for 3 hours a day, and then go home and take my nap and watch my stories.
Hammer's going to join us next. It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Coming up on Tony Katz today, arresting judges, well, when they need to be arrested, fine by me. That's after the news at noon on 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower. Future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know You support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Turning 65, new to Medicare, or just moved? If you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan, a DSNP, may give you the extra benefits you're looking for. A DSNP helps cover things like prescriptions and checkups, but it also helps pay for essentials too. With a Humana DSNP, you get $225 a month for eligible groceries, rent, utilities, and more. Plus, whatever you don't spend carries over to the next month. You may even get benefits like $0 copays on routine prescriptions, plus routine dental, vision, or hearing coverage. All of this could make a difference for your health and wallet. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a coordinated care HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the Indiana Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal. Allowance amounts cannot be combined with other benefit allowances. Limitations and restrictions may apply.
Garage Doors of Indianapolis has been a local, family-owned and operated business for nearly 50 years and helps keep Central Indiana's economy strong by employing over 70 families. Garage Doors of Indianapolis stands by their products and services while they share and embrace our conservative values. So when you have garage door problems, call them today for service today. Garage Doors of Indianapolis, 875-4577, 875-4577, or visit doorstoday.com.
It's the Bash Sale, the biggest automotive sale in history. Your local Bill Estes dealerships are coming in hot with deals on trucks you don't want to miss. We have a huge selection of trucks at one easy online stop. Brand new Chevy, Ford, GMC, Jeep, Ram, and Toyota trucks with a massive pre-owned selection too. Plus, our fair and direct upfront pricing means what you see is what you pay. Shift into savings during the Bash Sale, only at Bill Estes dealerships, and drive away in your dream truck today. Online at BillEstesTrucks.com.
Big Joe here for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical.
Summer heat is coming. Will your air conditioner be ready? Don't risk an expensive breakdown. A quick tune-up from B&W catches problems early and keeps your family cool and comfortable. Join thousands of Hoosiers who trust B&W. Call 317-214-0108 or go to bplusw.com today.
B&W HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, your American Standard dealer since 1961.
If you suffer from burning, tingling, or numbness, pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Matt Schulke, chiropractic neurologist and board certified in neuropathy. What is neuropathy?
Neuropathy is nerve damage in the feet or hands.
What are the symptoms?
The symptoms are numbness, burning, tingling, pain, and loss of balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
Absolutely, and we get amazing results.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, pain, or balance issues, call Dr. Schulke today for a free nerve damage screening. This screening will tell if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for their specialized treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe nothing can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, even amputations. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Simply call 463-400-3338. Act now. Call 463-400-3338 for your free nerve damage screening. 463-400-3338.
Check out what's going on with 93 WIBC.
Listen to Tony Katz all week long for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Sancio Grand Prix on Saturday, May 10th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. More info at WIBC.com.
I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand.
There he is from the #1 rated Hammer and Nigel show, Jason Hammer in the studio. Hello.
Hello, party people. So I heard you guys earlier talking about the prank phone call that went to Deion Sanders' kid, Shedeur Sanders, in the NFL draft. Tasteless, sure. Juvenile, ridiculous, okay. But can we stop acting like that's the worst thing in the world?
Right.
There are some media folks out there, like Emmanuel Acho, I think he's one of them, a number of other people who are just losing their minds that this prank phone call happened. This is unacceptable. This blah, 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 blah. They weren't this angry when the Bengals drafted Joe Mixon out of Oklahoma, fresh off beating the dog crap out of his girlfriend. Nobody cared about that, but heaven forbid you prank call Deion Sanders' kid. Yeah. It's DEFCON 1.
Well, the big issue here is that they got to have some sort of new policy in place because it came from a guy, incidentally it appears. Obviously, it wasn't like the defensive coordinator for the Falcons was handing his son a treasure trove of phone numbers.
Correct.
But that is kind of something you never even think about, like, okay, these guys obviously have a way to contact these players. What if it ends up in the wrong hands? I don't have any sympathy for the Shedeur Sanders. I think he went out of his way to be, as Casey would say, a pain in the ass.
He's a multimillionaire already.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
And again, I've never met the dude. I don't think anybody in this room has met the dude. But all the reports, and you see it in the draft, were that he was kind of an a-hole. He was an a-hole to people. So I'm sorry if I don't feel like he's the victim in this whole situation.
And it shows how aloof he was. He's talking to this guy who had to read a sheet. This is Mickey Loomis of the New Orleans Saints. Like, you're not catching on to that. And then you've talked to this guy before because the Saints were in on potentially drafting him. You don't recognize you're talking to a college kid? Like, Mickey Loomis is a grown old dude, right? You don't like, you're that aloof and out of the. I thought it was I thought it was a big insight into why this guy was available in the 5th round.
And then when you get like politicians involved that don't know ball very well.
Yes.
Maggie Lewis from like the city council. Trump. You've got former congressional member and fire alarm enthusiast Jamal Bowman all putting out these videos. Trump was like, I can't believe that Shedeur Sanders hasn't been drafted yet. These people don't know ball. And then you've got the angle from like Maggie Lewis and Jamal Bowman that they didn't come out and say it, but there's some sort of racial component to it, which last time I checked, the number 1 pick in the draft was a black quarterback.
That's correct.
Picked in front of Shedeur Sanders was Alabama's Jalen Milroe, black quarterback.
That's correct.
There's a number of people year in and year out. Are you telling me that NFL teams don't like black athletes? Because I got news for you. Watch a game.
Yeah, they didn't want to deal with the drama that came with this dude because while he may be potentially years from now a decent NFL player.
Right. I think the talent might be there. I really do. If the Colts would have taken a runner on Sanders in round 4 or 5, I'd have been fine with that. Because maybe he is an a-hole. Maybe he is a diva. But you know what? Our starting quarterback and the dude we signed aren't any good.
Yeah. Now, when you look at the league, they don't have anything to be sorry for. These guys own multi-billion-dollar companies. That's what the National Football League team is.
Right.
They're companies. They don't like the idea that, they're just super racist on this one guy.
These teams and general managers and owners are about winning. And I've told this story before, back when we used to do the show at Coach's Tavern, when the draft combine was in town. I was sitting at the bar with a couple guys. One of them was a Chiefs scout. Another one was like a Charger scout. We were just BSing. And this was the Joe Mixon year. I was like, hey, this guy's got a pretty bad rap sheet of domestic violence. Does this scare anybody? And I won't say their names, but these gentlemen told me, if he robs a bank and he can help us win a football game, we're going to pick him.
Yeah.
So that's where they're at. I mean, look at some of these horrible people that get drafted year in and year out, but it's a talent level thing.
And let's be honest, the average person never watches past the 2nd round of the draft because you don't know who any of these guys are other than your local hero guy who, will he get drafted or won't he? And we went into Saturday and I was glued to the television until the pick was made at 1:44, and then I said, okay, goodbye. It was great for television.
I thought about you in the 3rd round, Rob, when the Giants took a flyer on Scattaboo.
Scattaboo! Won a bunch of money off of Scattaboo.
Won a bunch of money gambling on Scattaboo.
Scattaboo.
From Arizona State.
But that looked like a dude. He's in tears. It looks like a guy who, he will die for your team. That's the sort of dude you're taking in the 3rd round.
Right.
You know that guy will give you everything he has. You're never going to hear about him or from him other than his play on the field.
And there's videos out there you can see now of like these camps and workouts where the number 1 pick, Cam Ward, is talking with Shedeur Sanders. And there's a difference in those two.
Yeah.
Like, there's a difference. One guy wants to focus on other stuff. One dude just wants the ball.
Yeah.
You want the dude that wants the ball. But, again, I think maybe this was the best thing that happened to the Sanders kid. Get him away from his old man for a little bit. Let him be humbled a little bit.
Right.
Get him on a 5th round salary. That's a great deal.
Casey, ever been to Cleveland?
Yes.
Can you think of a worse place to be sent?
Yeah, I mean, that's again, not only having the 5th round, but also the fact that it's the Browns.
And there's 4 other quarterbacks on that roster right now. Deshaun Watson, they brought Flacco back. They drafted the Oregon kid. Kenny Pickett got traded there.
Yeah.
He might get cut.
It was literally the worst thing that could have happened to him was he cost himself about $40 million. He goes to the Browns. They have 5 quarterbacks.
If he gets cut from the Browns, Jim Irsay, take a flyer.
You have to.
What do you got to lose?
You have to.
Your starting quarterback gets tired and taps out when he's not throwing it to the other team.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy wasn't good enough to start for the Giants. Let that sink in. What do you got to lose?
What are we doing this afternoon?
This afternoon, this may come as a shock, but Nigel's out today.
Now, he's got some legit reason to not
He's
be
got stuff in his butt today.
Yeah.
Colonoscopy.
Oh, no.
So Guy Roper's going to be coming in. Monday Gun Day. We'll do a round of Ask the Gun Guy, and we'll have a good time.
Thanks, Hammer. You're listening to Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
You were blessed to have a home large enough to raise a family. But now the kids have been on their own for a while, and the house seems a little different. All those rooms are a bit too much to manage. Simple just seems better. Simple Quarters is a company that understands, and they can help you trade in your house for one that's a better fit for this point in your life. A lot of folks don't realize you can trade in your house like you can trade in your car. Simple Quarters will buy your house and help you transition into a new one all at the same time. No double mortgages or months of showing and stress. They streamline the process. Or they'll simply buy your house as is, and you can take the next steps on your own. Simple Quarters is a Christian company committed to making your real estate transitions easier. If you're considering downsizing, Simple Quarters offers both as-is home purchases and a convenient home trade-in option. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME.
Will you be there?
This is just such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground.
Reigning Brickyard 400 champ and 2024 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, Kyle Larson will try to make history racing and winning the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge and the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600 in the same day.
I love you, Indiana fans. How about we try and kiss these bricks on the IndyCar?
Don't miss your chance to see Kyle Larson take on two-time defending champion Joseph Newgarden and all the stars of IndyCar at the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge. For ticket info, visit ims.com. May 13th to 15th, Indy welcomes the Sweets and Snacks Expo, North America's largest candy and snacks event. 1,000 leading candy and snack companies will debut their latest and best-selling products alongside world-class education and standout events like Happy Hour at Gainbridge Fieldhouse and a live Indy 500 practice session. Retailers and distributors, register now and get 25% off at sweetsandsnacks.com/Indy. This is an industry event. If you're a fan of candy and snacks, you'll have to wait for the latest sweets and snacks to hit shelves.
Hi, friends. This is Patty Spittler with Pet Pals TV. You know, I'm very comfortable in front of the camera, but the telephone can intimidate me. Because of my hearing loss, I can't hear well on a regular telephone. Now, with my caption telephone, I'm making contacts in a busy world. My caption telephone through Relay Indiana allows me to read what the other person is saying. Go to RelayIndiana.com to learn more about the caption telephone. Read what you're hearing.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, severe weather when it could happen again in Indiana. What police are saying about a Sunday shooting in Marion. And if you like beer, then this is a conference you may like. Those stories and much more headed your way after Fox News Radio at the top of the hour. You are listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 11 o'clock, and now it's time for Fox News.
Touting a more secure border with far less illegal immigration. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Trump border czar did that this morning at the White House.
When 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels?
How many children aren't dying making that journey?
Tom Homan also again warned immigrants here illegally they should self-deport or risk being caught and removed permanently. Later today, the president plans to sign another executive order targeting Democrat-led so-called sanctuary cities resisting his immigration raids and deportations. An earlier order to strip federal funding from them was blocked in court. Early yesterday, there was a raid in Colorado Springs at an underground nightclub full of illegal immigrants and illegal drugs. DEA Principal Deputy Administrator Rob Murphy tells Fox that raid
resulted in about 115 illegal aliens that we've identified so far, and there were 17 active duty military, some of which were working at the club as armed security.
Russia is planning to stop its war in Ukraine next month, but only for 3 days.
Posting on Telegram, the Kremlin said the 72-hour truce will start at midnight on May 8th and last until May 11th, which coincides with Russia's 80th anniversary celebrations, marking the end of the Second World War.
That's Fox's Stephanie Bennett. President Trump keeps pushing for a permanent ceasefire, critical of recent Russian attacks, calling them very disappointing. He met with Ukraine's leader Saturday in Rome after Pope Francis's funeral. Now, this morning, we got an announcement from the Vatican. The conclave to choose the next pope will start May 7th.
And there's already been a lot of interest on the likely top contenders. Now, analysts say that this May 7th date, which is in the middle of the week of when it could begin, indicates that these cardinals would like some extra time to get to know each other. We know that at least 100 of the eligible cardinals took part in this meeting earlier today, and as many as 30 others will be able to participate in the conclave next week.
Fox's Alex Hogan in Rome. There's a massive power outage in Spain and Portugal. Millions of people affected, cutting off phone service and trains. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
He doesn't believe it'll arrive in just one round. You've got a partly cloudy sky, and it's 66 degrees in downtown Indy. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:02. 2 rounds of severe weather are likely for Indiana tomorrow. Ryan Hedrick reports.
We're not expecting tornadoes necessarily, but if they do happen, it would be with that first passage.
Aaron Updike at the National Weather Service Indianapolis says the biggest concern for Tuesday's storms are strong winds and large hail.
There's just not the right setup for tornadoes to form, so we're not really expecting any with that one. But that morning threat could pose a low-end tornado chance.
He says after the 2 rounds of severe weather gets out of here Tuesday, rain chances will stick around through Friday, but nothing severe. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A man in Marion shot and killed by police on Sunday. Officers say the man had a knife and charged at the Marion police officer, which forced the officer to fire his gun and hit the man. That man later died. Police say the man was told to drop the knife several times before the shooting. A fatal crash in Henry County on Sunday. Jake McDaniel reports 1 person was killed.
And that person was Nicholas Norris. Officers say they spotted him at the scene, which was on a county road near West Weaver Road and Coon Road. After medics arrived, Norris later died. Officers say speed and alcohol played roles in the crash. That caused the car to go off the road, hit many trees, and flip. This all happened early Sunday after 2:30. Jake McDaniel, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A conference for those working in the American craft brewery industry is happening in Indianapolis. The Craft Brewers Conference is at the Indiana Convention Center today through Thursday, and organizers of it say there are brewers from countries all over the world and more than 500 vendors. They expect thousands of people to be there. The Indiana Fevers say they're gearing up for the 2025 WNBA season with the campaign mantra, "Now you know." They say this highlights the team's cultural and basketball influence, and with the roster boasting multiple championships and accolades on it, the Fevers say they're set to continue making history in women's sports. They open their season against the Chicago Sky at Gainbridge Fieldhouse May 17th. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. It's 11:04. Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Miss M's Home and Garden, Johnson County's Spring Nursery headquarters.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Casey, today might be a good day to buy a lottery ticket.
Why is that?
Well, Michael Hicks and I agree on something.
I know. And that is rare, isn't it? And it has to do with the IEDC. So Governor Mike Braun, he ordered an independent audit of IEDC, this after some reports of accounting problems. Huge article in the Indiana Capital Chronicle about their difficulty in finding actual numbers. And then Michael Hicks wrote an op-ed in the Indy Star, and you're saying you agree with what he's saying.
Well, so Michael Hicks is a professor at Ball State, and he is one of my least favorite people on the planet for a variety of reasons, which we won't go into here. But in this case, his column about the IEDC and the headline really says it all, which is IEDC needs to get out of the real estate development business, is spot on. And I thought in this article he does a pretty good job at a high level of saying exactly what we have said on this program, which is that the IEDC started under Mitch Daniels. And the idea, it's just like anything else government. You can take a thing that has a good premise and in the beginning is well done, and then because government eats everything it comes in contact with, it gets totally, it's not even in the same stratosphere as what it began. And so when the IEDC began in the early in the Daniels first term, he basically said, look, we need a small group of people, and I think it was less than 70 people was what they had in the beginning, compared to these other states that hundreds or thousands of economic development people, to say, we're going to act as and I think this was a good description. Hicks described it as a concierge of sorts for businesses that could potentially be locating to Indiana to say, we can help you with location. We can help put you in contact with people with the state, people who have the ability to cut the deals. You know, we can sort of like just we could shepherd you through this process if Indiana might be a good location for you.
It was supposed to be a leaner, meaner, more efficient alternative to the Department of Commerce.
That's right. And that largely continued through most of Mitch's time as governor. And then Pence, because Mike Pence, boy, doesn't this sound familiar, he was interested in the idea of playing government. He wasn't actually interested in the idea of governing. More interested in seeing himself on TV and making a show. And, hey, there is nothing new under the sun, right, Case? He had no idea what he was doing. And so he grew it, the Regional Cities Initiative, which was a dumpster fire of an idea, but it still wasn't too bad. And then enter Holcomb. And because Holcomb, and look, everybody knows this about Holcomb, that Holcomb was the hand-chosen guy because Holcomb would do whatever he was told. Eric Holcomb is the luckiest son of a gun alive, and you can either believe in coincidences or believe things happen for a reason, which Eric Holcomb went from dead last in not even a race, a primary, completely out of money, dead last in a U.S. Senate primary to governor in the same year. How does that happen? It doesn't.
Well, you answered your own question when you said he'll do what he's told.
And I had this conversation with a very connected person some time ago within the past year, and I think I talked about it on the air, that Holcomb was the dream of the Indy Chamber, the Indiana Chamber crowd, because he just wanted to be the governor. He wanted to go to the ribbon cuttings. He wanted to go to the dinners. He wanted to do the world traveling. That's what he cared about. The idea of actual governing, it wasn't even second or third for him. It was a distant 10th, right? So whatever we tell this guy to do, he will do. And so they instituted this massive expansion of the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, which we're finding out now, and we'll see what this audit reveals, but was basically a giveaway to to people connected to the state of Indiana. To select very powerful individuals.
Yeah, and it turned into a real estate developer. That's what it became. I mean, just look at the Leap District.
And Hicks,
that's the most recent example.
And like I said, I hate this, but we agree on this to the letter, basically, that we will be lucky when this is all said and done if we only lose hundreds of millions of dollars on this whole apparatus under Holcomb. Now, what's fascinating is we've been screaming about this for 5 or 6 years, and the media did nothing about it. Now that Holcomb's gone, because they liked Holcomb, because Holcomb was very liberal. He was a quote-unquote Republican, but he was very liberal, and they liked Holcomb, so they weren't going to do any digging. Now that Braun's in there, and Hicks acknowledges this isn't Braun didn't create this mess, but he's got to clean it up, that now the media's digging in, and maybe they'll do the same with Jamie Knoll. Hey, maybe now. See, think about all this. You have these what appear to be rather shady land deals going on, and the governor's best friend is currently in the pokey for being completely corrupt. Boy, are you starting to sense a trend here, Case?
When you say governor, you mean Holcomb.
Yeah, Holcomb, yes.
Okay, but here's the thing you got to ask. Is an audit going to, obviously, it will become more transparent and get to the bottom of what's going on with IEDC, hopefully, fingers crossed. Or they could come back and say, because IEDC is going to be paying for the audit, oh, no, nothing's wrong here. It's all good. But is that going to do anything to Braun and his legacy?
Well, here's the problem Braun has. So it is a forensic audit, which is far more intense than anybody who is familiar with major Fortune 500 companies, et cetera. Forensic audit is a much more detailed process. It would be pretty hard to rig a forensic audit. Okay, there would be some major ramifications if that ever came out. So I think you'll get a decent idea of what's going on. The problem Braun has is that the major financial driver of IEDC now is this Leap District, this innovation district in Lebanon. Who's the mayor of Lebanon?
Yeah, Gentry.
Matt Gentry. Who's Matt Gentry's father? Mike Gentry. Who's the architect of the Braun rise in Indiana politics?
Mike Gentry.
Who was Mike Gentry's partner for years in that firm? Josh Kelly. Who's Josh Kelly?
He's the chief of staff.
He's Braun's chief of staff.
Yeah.
Braun, whether he knows it or not, is intertwined into all of this, either by choice or by force, because he's so connected to these people that are involved in all of this stuff going on that, like Hicks is writing about in this article. Mike Braun, this is the bind he's in. He can't let Leap die, because it will be disastrous then for the people, either directly or indirectly, who were a major part of him getting elected.
Right. He's in it.
And think about that. We have been screaming about this for 5 or 6 years now. The preposterous nature that Eli Lilly, with the market cap, it fluctuates, but nearing $800 billion, couldn't do a simple real estate transaction?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
No, of course not. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes any of that. This was about being able to use the full freight and force, and more importantly, money of government to give away bright, shiny objects, essentially what basically amount to a giveaway of bright, shiny objects to people that they liked. That's it. That's what this was. And the taxpayer is going to get screwed, and now we'll get sued. And this is where I get very concerned about Braun, because Braun came out when he was running and said, I will not sign a bill that will raise utility rates on people. Well, he just signed off on this SMR language that is certainly going to raise utility rates on people, which has to be done because of things like Leap District, which will command so much power that we don't have enough electricity to power the thing. So I don't know what Braun's going to do. He's in a real bind. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, Casey.
So if he wants a legacy, though, it's not going to come from an audit or changing the conversation. It's going to come from pulling Indiana out of its failed past and steering it to a more smaller, focused government. He says that's what he wants with the 5% cut across, the state agencies. But when he turns around and raises taxes to hurt everyday Hoosiers and benefit the business, He's not doing it.
And the major problem Braun has right now is he's got everybody up his backside because obviously, look at our audience.
Mm-hmm.
They can't stand him. The media doesn't like him to begin with. So he's got this giant microscope under him now. And this is what I've never, since the time I was in government, I've never understood this about government, which is just do the essentials well. Why do we always feel the need to do bigger, better things? Just do the essentials well. The public safety, the bridges, the roads, in public infrastructure, all of these things that are basic to our existence as humans, and allow the private sector. If Eli Lilly wants to expand, there's plenty of tools available that were available to them pre-IEDC expansion or LEAP district that would have allowed them to have a nice expansion with a bunch of corporate tax breaks in the state of Indiana.
Okay, since we're talking about Governor Braun, I want to mention a few things. One, there was some CNN data that came out, and they said that there's a revolt going on within the Democrat Party. Voters are growing weary of their leadership. So Fox Business was doing a segment on this, and who did they get to speak out against the Democrats? Governor Mike Braun.
Oh.
So here is Braun talking about the latest polling of the Democrats. So keep in mind, he's got time to go on TV.
Yes.
And talk about white hats, black hats.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah. But he's asked about the left meltdown, and here's what he said.
Well, I like their favorite word, chaos. And when you look at Schumer, Pelosi, Jeffries, and we're trading down from bad to worse, AOC, Jasmine Crockett. I mean, that's a party in disarray, and it's their policies. I mean, they gave us hyperinflation, a sugar high economy, border crisis, energy crisis. They're a party that's devoid of good ideas. You can't just replace the actors from bad to worse. They got a big problem. We got a big opportunity.
Hey, pot, meet kettle.
Okay, so they must really like him on Fox Business because he makes appearances on there often. I thought he left Washington because he wanted to focus on Indiana. But another thing that came up, Newt Gingrich said that the House has to pass Trump's big, beautiful bill, right? Or they're going to lose the House. And Braun was commenting on that, and he mentioned it will hurt business.
I watched it closely when I was there on the budget committee, and leading up to COVID, those tax cuts that were done back in 2017, they were almost paying for themselves pre-COVID, and CBO was close to acknowledging that. If we raise those taxes, and there was some talk about households over $1 million in income, well, you know who most of those households are? Businesses. Small businesses in many cases that organize as an LLC or sub S. So thank goodness that is off the table. Johnson's talking about $1.5 trillion in spending cuts. That's been the hardest thing for our own party to get behind before. But if you keep the current tax frame in place and you actually start cutting expenses, you're going to unleash all kinds of energy into the economy.
He's saying the tax cuts could hurt businesses.
I'm going to say something I'm going to regret, so we need to take a break.
Okay.
Can we talk about Rokito when we come back?
Yeah, we got to
because he is completely ridiculous.
You're listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Another update is just minutes away.
9 people dead in Kyiv.
70 missiles and 150 drones. Peace talks stalled.
Shows Russia does not want peace.
Hear the news.
If you smoke, dip, or chew, you're going to pay more for your vice.
$2 per pack tax is being added to cigarettes.
Persuade people to not start smoking.
As events happen,
a murder suspect.
We'll happen to be there.
Kevin Maddox dismissed staffing shortages, released from custody. Amber Brigham was also facing criminal charges.
93 WIBC Mobile News.
WindowNation.com, that's where you go to replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation like I did. I love my Window Nation windows. I've saved a ton on energy bills. And your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less.
Go big or go home. And that's what they're doing at Window Nation. Right now, get four windows for free with every 4 that you buy. And there's no limit. The more you buy, the more free ones you get. 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. You don't pay anything until 2027, and you get 4 windows for free when you buy 4. And on top of that, get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. This deal is not going to be around forever, so you got to hustle. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Hey guys, it's Rob for my friends and family at Life Church. Did you know Mother's Day is just 2 Sundays away? That's right, May the 11th. And this year, while we celebrate our moms every day, join Life Church this Mother's Day. There'll be special elements at each Life Church location to make sure your mom and mother figure feels celebrated and special. Life Church believes in honor, and taking time to honor the one who cared for you out of selfless love is demonstrating the love of God to her. Life Church has campuses in Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, and Pendleton. Great online services. Learn more about it all on the web, lifechurchin.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Show Mom just how much you love and respect her with fresh flowers from Gillespie Florists. Mom will smile for all to see when she receives your beautiful and fragrant bouquet from Gillespie Florists. Hundreds of styles to choose from, or let the mom pleasers at Gillespie help you decide. Easily make this Mother's Day memorable. Click on GillespieFlorist.com right now to place your order. Visit Gillespie Florist at 10th and Raceway, online at GillespieFlorist.com, or call 273-1100. Gillespie Florist, for all the flowers in your life.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
Have recent storms caused damage to your roofing or siding? Cochran Exteriors is now offering free inspections to assess the condition of your home, from blown-offs to full replacements. Cochran Exteriors knows the insurance process and will make your home as good as new as fast as possible. Trust a company that was here before the storm and will be long after. For your free, no-obligation consultation, schedule today at CochranExteriors.com or call 317-ROOFING. Cochran Exteriors, referred for a reason for over 15 years.
Sometimes when you're doing simple things around the house, maybe you'll think of me and smile. You know I'm tied to you like the buttons on your blouse. Keep me in your heart for a while.
I'm so pleased he's getting in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Casey.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for quite a few years now. And now it's happening.
It's the Kendall Casey Show. Don't worry, we're going to dump on Todd Rokita in a moment.
You want to go to the ceremony when it happens?
No, that seems like a lot of expense and effort.
Road trip to Cleveland.
Look, and I'm so glad he's getting in, he being Warren Zevon. So the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announcements came out today, and we've kind of laughed at what a joke it is that they've got all these people in there, and then those they don't have in there. So it's sort of like when somebody gets a Sagamore or the Wabash now. That used to be a super meaningful award, and then in Pence and Holcomb, they just gave them out to everybody, and it's kind of laughable.
All
but
your friends,
like guys like Warren Zevon. So the award he's getting in on there's an influence
musical
award.
Influence Award,
right? And Kev and I were shooting the breeze before the show, and I said that's like the perfect thing for him because he's one of those guys. Warren Zevon is almost like the movie Office Space. You know, when the movie Office Space came out, it wasn't this blockbuster success, and then over the years and over time, people are like, this is this hilarious, amazing movie with all these great characters.
Classic, sure.
And that's really Warren Zevon. I mean, during his life, he was predominantly known for Werewolves of London, and he had a couple other, kind of low hits, but nothing that topped the charts. And after he's been dead 20 plus years now, people have gone back to his music and the influence he had and the people he collaborated with, like Jackson Browne and Bruce Springsteen and all these other people. And they say, wow, this guy had this incredible repertoire of music, and these songs are phenomenal. And I'm just so glad that many, many years after his passing, he's getting because he had such a great influence on me and when I was a young person, and really helped shape some of my views on things. Like music, I heard this years ago. Great music is something to help you face the day with. And that's always stuck with me. And those guys at different points in my life have always given me something to face the day with. And I love this, that he's getting in.
It can definitely change the trajectory of your mood, and it also helps you mark time.
Yeah. You are right that you remember things or based on music that you were listening to in the moment, or you remember music you were listening to in the moment based on the things that are happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can take you to a certain place in time.
Yeah.
I think it was Clint Black that said that.
And I think about, like that song that Kev just played, his last album, he knew he was going to die. He had a very deadly form of cancer, and he puts this album together, and it's basically like this guy writing his obituary. And I remember very, very young at the time. I was 19, 20 years old. And it was like, that's when I first learned about him, because he did these almost all the albums are collaborations with his friends, because he knows he's dying. And so like Jackson Browne was on it, Bruce Springsteen was on it. And I became aware of this guy, and I'm listening to this stuff going, wow, that's a pretty monumental thing you're facing, to know I'm going to die, and yet I want people to know these things before I leave, right? And I just thought, wow, what a cool thing to do, and so good on him. That's great.
In the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, do you think Todd Rokita's influence is going to stay the same? Is it shrinking?
Well, he better be very concerned about losing his law license, because that is, if you read this new response from the Disciplinary Commission, this is a real issue for him right now. So let's real quick reset just everything high level. So Rokita is the Attorney General, Todd Rokita, Attorney General. He during the whole abortion debate, there was this 10, 11-year-old girl who was tragically raped. She becomes pregnant. She comes from Ohio to Indiana. This abortion doctor does the procedure, then starts talking about it. And it comes out in the public that she's done this procedure. She almost, I don't know if braggadocious is the right word, but she's clearly not shy that she's doing these procedures. Rokita's outraged, which everybody should be outraged. But Rokita goes on Fox News and does this interview, and he's saying these insulting things about her, which, not to say she didn't deserve it, but you can't do that if you're the Attorney General. As a politician, sure. As our position, absolutely. When you're the chief law enforcement officer for the state, you can't do it. So the lawyers, attorneys in Indiana, are overseen by a disciplinary commission. And their job is to make sure that you're fit for office. And when there's grievances filed based on your behavior as an attorney, it's their job to look at the evidence of the case, then make a recommendation to the Supreme Court, and then the state Supreme Court ultimately is the final judge, jury, and executioner. They found that Rokita did a couple of things based on that interview that were unbecoming of a lawyer. Instead of taking it to trial, which is what you do, he said under penalty of perjury, or however you want to word that, he admitted under oath, court, whatever, that, yeah, I did these things, I couldn't defend them, and in exchange, he got a slap on the wrist. He got a verbal warning. I think he paid a $250 fine and could have gone on his merry way. But because Rokita can't ever stand to be told he wasn't right, and he can't ever stand to ever have any sort of bad publicity, even when he did the thing and admitted he did the thing, he marches out as soon as this ruling comes down, which he's agreed to, by the way. He could have taken it all the way through, and goes, the only reason I took that deal is because I wanted to save the taxpayers a bunch of money. I didn't do those things. And so people are like, wait a second. You signed this thing that said you did it. Now you're contrasting that with your public statement. Both of these things can't be true. So there were multiple complaints filed again against him with the disciplinary commission, saying, you as an attorney have to tell the truth. Either you're not telling the truth here, or you're not telling the truth over here. Either way, you're in big trouble, buddy.
Yeah, and it's not about his right to speak. It's about his ability to mislead and then retract without consequences.
Right. So with everything with Rokita, he's got to be the victim. And again, boy, isn't this Isn't this familiar, Casey? You can be a politician or you can be a pundit.
You can't be both.
And
pick a lane.
These politicians, how many times have we heard this say about Indiana politicians who live to see themselves be heroes on Twitter or clicks or shares or I'm fighting for the cause? That's not your job, Todd. Your job is to enforce the laws of the state of Indiana. You are the chief law enforcement officer, period, full stop. If you want to be a politician again, go run for Senate. Run for governor. I'm sure people will love to have somebody run against Braun. So now the disciplinary commission, so Rakita fired back because they are moving forward through this process, which could result in him losing his law license potentially. It doesn't mean it will, but it could. And a lot of people think it may, based on the fact that the Supreme Court was none too happy the last time they had to deal with him.
So what? He filed a motion to dismiss the complaint, right?
So the disciplinary commission, who's essentially like the prosecutor, has said these are the things we think are going on. He gets the opportunity to respond to that, and now the disciplinary commission has responded back to him in this process. And Rokita's trying to use this political free speech First Amendment excuse. No, you don't. Because you don't have to be an attorney. You know who has free speech? Me and Casey. Why? Because we're not attorneys. When you get a law license, you agree to be governed by these group of people, right? It's like the secret society. You don't have to be in it, but once you're in it, you don't have the same rights as everybody else. And Todd can't get it through his thick skull that there are rules and regulations that apply to attorneys that don't apply to us. So now they've responded back to him. It's very likely a case manager. I can't forget what the name of it is, but then the next step will be to appoint that person, and they're going to see this thing through to the Supreme Court unless Todd takes another deal. The problem is for Todd, he already got the deal. He already got the freebie to basically walk away. They're not going to give that to him again.
Right.
If you read through the lines, Supreme Court, it was a 3-2 vote to accept that agreement. The two who didn't want to accept it really wanted to throw the book at him. If you're one of those three that took the deal the last time, this guy just made you look like an idiot.
You're going to try.
You're not going to take that.
Right. You're not going to take it again. So the Indiana Supreme Court, they could appoint a hearing officer for a public hearing. So the possible sanctions include reprimand, suspension, or, as you mentioned, disbarment.
Yeah.
Depending on the outcome.
And the real issue with disbarment is if he loses his law license, you have to have a law license to be the attorney general in the state of Indiana. So that is the death sentence for him if they take his law license. Now, Curtis Hill got his law license suspended for a period, so he couldn't be the active attorney general, but it didn't remove him from public office. The suspension was served. He went back. He was able to finish his term as attorney general. So this is a really big story. It seems like it's moving slowly, but that's the pace at which these things move. I would guess by the end of the year, we're going to have some sort of resolution on this.
Okay, so you had the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend, and somebody was getting an award and doing the thank-a-thon and admitted that there was a cover-up during his thank you speech. And we're going to play that for you coming up from 93 WIBC.
Your future holds so much potential. The question is, are you planting the right seeds today to make it flourish? At Howard Bailey Financial, we strive to help you create a retirement plan that can adapt to your evolving needs, offering guidance to bring you clarity, confidence, and purpose along the way. Whether you're just beginning or refining your financial strategy, we're here to support you. Let's grow something lasting together. Text GROW to 888-262-1104 to start planning for your future full of possibility. That's GROW to 888-262-1104. Take the first step today. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
'93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
The problems it may cause. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:30. When storms hit Indiana tomorrow, Aaron Updike with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says you'll need to watch out for hail.
If you are outside and it is hailing, biggest thing is just try and find a shelter as soon as possible. And don't find shelter in things like cars because hail can crack windshields and things like that, and glass is very dangerous.
He says the better chance for tornadoes is in the morning on Tuesday, but that's most likely in southern Indiana. An Uber driver in Atlanta, Georgia, shot a passenger this morning. Police say that's what happened at around 2:30, and they think the driver and the passenger were arguing about the cost of the ride. The driver was arrested, and the passenger is recovering at a hospital. And the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin just over a week from now. I'm John Herrick on The Level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Hey guys, the weather outside is fabulous. It's getting warm out there, and you're going to need to stay cool in your home all summer long. That means you need to check in on your windows. And if your windows could use an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement Event is the perfect time to buy. Listen to what they've got going on. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit. So if you need 4, you're only going to pay for 2. You need 12, you're going to pay for 6. On top of that, no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today. Don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. And last, but certainly not least, get a $500 bonus off your entire home improvement project. So let's review. Buy 2, get 2 free. No interest till 2030. $500 off your home improvement project. Now, some restrictions may apply, so to get all the information and, most importantly, schedule your totally free in-home estimate, call Universal Windows Direct today. 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574, and visit them on the web, universalwindowsdirect.com, universalwindowsdirect.com. Tell them Rob sent you.
If high-quality fine jewelry, you know what? If you want some, it doesn't have to come with a high price tag. PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse in Brownsburg, they're changing the game with prices up to 70% lower than what you're going to find in those big-name jewelry stores or even those strip mall jewelry stores. At PA Jewelers, they have brand-name watches, fine jewelry, custom designs, all at unbeatable prices. You can browse their selection in the charming setting of an 1888 farmhouse. Why would you pay more when you can get the best for less? So visit PA Jewelers at the Farmhouse in Brownsburg today or call them 317-456-4010. You can find them online, pajewelers.jewelry.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
I'm a proud owner of B-Window.
I'm a proud B-Window owner.
I'm a proud B-Window owner.
When you work with a local, employee-owned home improvement company like B-Window, quality comes first because your home improvements are a reflection of our business. And for a limited time, we're extending our employee discount to you, up to 55% off all products and services, plus 18 months, no interest, no payments. Trust local, trust employee-owned, trust your home to be.
Trust me.
Hanging baskets, bedding flats, tropicals, vegetables, herbs, herbaceous perennials, trees, shrubs, home decor, and patio furniture, all at Miss M's, State Road 135 in Bargersville.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
Roland was a warrior from the land of the midnight sun. with a Thompson gun.
Like, you want to
for
talk about this
hire.
White House Correspondents' Center, right?
And you want to listen to Warren
You just
Zevon.
want to let this go. It's
Yeah, I
rolling the
know.
Thompson gunner.
Yeah.
Wait, how about we split the middle? Give me like 30 seconds.
Okay, so you had the White House
No,
correspondence.
I mean, let me listen to the
Oh,
song
you
for
want to hear
30
the song
seconds.
first?
To join the bloody fray. Through 66 and 7, they fought the Congo War with their fingers on their triggers, knee deep in gore. Days and
All right,
nights
they're going to get mad at us if we don't do some sort of show
You have
content
about
here.
10 seconds left.
Oh, I got 10 seconds left.
They killed to earn
Oh, here we go. Here's the chorus. Are we ready?
Kevin's timing
Hang
it.
on. Quiet, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Roland the Thompson gunner. Roland the Thompson gunner.
All right. No, true story on this. After he died, I saw Jackson Brown, because they were buddies, do a concert at the Marat, and he played that on a little electric keyboard, and it was phenomenal. Anyway, that's just
Warren
story.
Zevon, he also performed that for the first time live on that Letterman appearance.
Yeah, it was
shortly before he died.
Great stuff going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Thank you, Kevin, for participating in Warren Zevon Day on the Kendall and Casey show to commemorate.
I should have known as soon as I saw his name was one of the
That's right.
inductees. That, we're gonna have Warren Zevon Day.
He is on the. I think my Mount Rushmore. This is close, right? So you definitely got Bruce. You got Jackson Brown. I think Bob Dylan, and then the last one. It's either probably like Michael Stanley or Warren Zevon. Like, I need to have a Michael Stanley Warren Zevon death match to decide the last spot on the Rob Kendall musical Mount Rushmore.
Okay, find out who's going to be there.
That's right.
Yeah. So you had the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
She's
over
just
the
like,
weekend.
thank God that's over. Let's
Yeah.
go back to talking about stuff.
Pretty much. So Donald Trump and his administration, they skipped out on the event. So this is the annual dinner, right? And it raises funds to support journalists who cover the president. Can you think of anything more
Like they're
self-serving,
orphans?
than that? So it's typically an opportunity for the Beltway people to
Pat themselves on the back.
pat themselves on the back, poke fun of the president, whatever. So this year, Alex Thompson, he's a journalist from Axios, and he was getting an award.
Major award.
Right. Fragile. It was a major award. And while he was getting his award, he was talking about the covering up of Biden's lack of mental acuity.
The White House Correspondents Association is as necessary as ever. President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of party, is capable of deception.
Okay, so he just said the White House's cover-up and the people around him. The people around him are the journalists. So let's get this straight. Same people who spent years covering up Biden's mental decline, they're now giving out awards to one another at this dinner. They're admitting the cover-up. And he's saying that he wanted to not miss this story. He intentionally missed this story. They chose to miss the story.
Audacity of these people.
And now he's accepting an award for intentionally missing the story.
Oh my gosh. Somebody really should have done something about this. Wait, that somebody was us. Oh, here's my award. Thank you.
Exactly. You want to listen to more Warren Zevon,
Can you believe
don't
we didn't get that Spectrum? Can you believe these guys get awards and we were passed over?
Right.
Can you believe that?
Yes, I totally believe that. Are we in the running this year?
I don't know.
Did you submit?
Oh, you have to submit?
I think so.
I thought you had to be submitted.
I don't know if
What are we
anybody-
doing next? What's going on?
I went house shopping over the weekend. Let's talk about that. And the high-tension power lines everywhere. It's Kendall Casey on 93 WIBC.
Hi, I'm Charlie Comer from Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Floor Coatings. You already know if your garage concrete has stains and cracks, or you've got a bad epoxy job, it makes your whole garage look bad. Guaranteed, a Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. But did you know? We transform concrete patios and concrete pool decks beautifully. Our patios and pool decks are guaranteed and turn out way better than new, at a fraction of the cost of replacing them. And we make it so easy. We move your stuff out for you. We'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly and apply your gleaming new Comer & Cross proprietary guaranteed finish. If you call us within the next 10 minutes for your quick and easy estimate, you'll get a free Samsung 70-inch flat screen TV or $500 credit. Free with every garage floor, pool deck, or patio we transform. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Nobody cares for you like family. Family Heating and Air.
Hi, this is Malia with Family Heating and Air, and as a mom myself, I know it's really important to keep the kiddos healthy. Air quality, humidity, those are super big issues on my concern list. If you share any of these concerns, give family a call, 317-577-8077.
Family Heating and Air is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Mecum Auctions returns to the Indiana State Fairgrounds May 9th through 17th for Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Join us for the fun, fast-paced, high-energy Mecum experience. For avid collectors, first-time buyers, and enthusiasts of all ages, there's something for everyone. And with more than 3,000 vehicles up for auction, it's a chance to bring home your dream car. Register to bid and buy tickets now at Mecum.com. That's Mecum.com.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Think of it as WIBC on 2x speed. Big opinions, great moments, and just enough chaos. The WIBC Mashup Podcast brings it all together in one fast, fun listen. New episode each weekday. Subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
Will the street light shine down on Blessing Avenue? Lovers, they walk by.
So did you take my advice?
Kind of, but I still went to some areas that I think you said stay away from.
I said stay away from 36.
I know you did, and we did look at a few houses that were close to 36.
It's the Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob, that's Casey. So you have decided you have had enough, or you are nearing enough of playing in the nightly game of gunshot or fireworks.
Well, you know what? I was just curious to see what was out there, and it is home buying season.
Yeah.
It just began, really, springtime. And so the dude and I went on Sundays to some open houses. Now, I did make a big mistake.
Just random ones?
Yeah, well, I mean, we kind of, scanned through Zillow and picked a few. And just to see what was out there, we wanted to check out some different neighborhoods. And when we first started out, I made a huge mistake. We had to drive 30 minutes across town, got to the house, and realized that the open house wasn't until 3 until 5, and it was 1 o'clock. So,
okay, so let me reset. By the way, it'll be great when you sell your home. Then you can have Mark Deedle, our fabulous sponsor, sell your home for you. Okay, so let's reset what's going on here. So Casey, when she moved here, you had no idea what was going on in terms of the lay of the land, basically.
Correct. It was in the middle of COVID, and I knew I wanted to be close to the radio station just for convenience, because that is a daily commute, a daily pain. I thought, okay, let's just make sure that that's covered. Because while we knew Indianapolis, we didn't know it as intricately as we do now.
Yeah, so you ended up with, I call it a skyrise, but it's not actually a skyrise. Is it a townhome?
No, it is. It's a townhouse.
Okay, the neighborhood you live in is is wonderful.
Yeah.
Like the houses are all, the fellow townhomes are all maintained. The problem is immediately outside of the neighborhood in which you live.
Yeah, it's a little sketchy.
It's as though, like, you'll see, it's equivalent of putting a putt-putt golf course in the middle of the desert, where the putt-putt golf course itself is very green and appears
but everything
colorful.
else around it is not green,
Right.
and very dry. Well, here's the thing, Rob. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. When we do put it on the market, somebody should absolutely buy it.
Yes, I mean, if you don't, and it is, like you said, it is, 5 minutes or whatever from the radio station. It's very close. And so you and I had this conversation over the weekend when you came over. I said, well, look, you gotta factor in the fact that your husband also now works downtown.
Right.
So you got two people who are very, very close to the proximity of where you work.
Yeah.
It's a huge bonus, but you live where you live.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, so everything about the townhouse is great. It serves all the needs, with one big exception for me, and that is that there's no outdoor space. I mean,
That's right.
there is.
You have
There's
no
a
lawn.
park, but we don't have a yard,
No.
and we have no privacy.
Yeah.
So, and I'm an outdoorsy girl. I like to be outside and soak up that vitamin D, and it's really hard where we currently live.
Okay, so you
what we
went.
started out as convenience is kind of turning into a problem.
So you just started going to random places you saw on the internet.
Yeah, you were just checking stuff out.
And did you find a dream home?
We found one that checked a lot of boxes, actually. A lot of boxes. But here's the thing. Okay, so let me tell you about the one house we started out. It was in Indianapolis. It was like Broad Ripple area. And we were like, this is going to be the Broad Ripple 8.
Moving further away from me.
Well,
But now we
that's
can walk
true.
to Kilroy's.
That's true. But it wasn't open. So
Wait. What do you mean it was? It was an open house.
it was an open house from 3 until 5, and we got there at 1 o'clock
very good.
because
Okay.
I was not,
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention close enough. But the thing is, we're pulling up the house and we're looking at the property taxes, the history of the property taxes. But this house had, I don't want to say been flipped, but it had a ton of improvements done to it, which were not reflected in the property taxes. So we're sitting there playing the property tax game like, okay, this is what the history is. We know they put a ton of work into the house. So those property taxes are going to double and they're going to keep rising. So, we got a budget like 10 grand for property taxes?
Well, in Broad Ripple, that's probably a pretty pricey little endeavor.
Yeah.
Depending on the quality of the
So
home.
it was okay that we couldn't even get in to see the house.
There's some neat old houses in Broad Ripple.
Yeah. And then we went out to a place by
I've slept on the floor
Whitestown.
of many of them. Go ahead. Sorry.
We
what?
went to a place by Whitestown, and I didn't know if I wanted to be that close to Nigel because he lives out in that area. And then we spent some time in Brownsburg.
Oh, yeah. You don't want any part of that.
Brownsburg has everything.
Oh, yeah.
Including High Ruler Lord Travis Shane.
Yes.
Right?
So you could come be my neighbor. You'd have a warehouse and a bunch of high density housing developments on every corner. If that's your desire in life, we are the place for you.
Well, and as we were driving around Brownsburg, I kept joking, and there's going to be an aquatic center. A $100 million aquatic center
That's
coming.
Right. Yeah, don't sell these people short, Casey. They can keep screwing it up even more than they already have.
Yeah. And then we went to a place in Avon as well. And the one in Avon was really the one that I think we liked the best.
Yeah.
However, the quickest way to get into work was via 36.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Which is a real problem.
You don't
There
want
was no easy access to the interstate.
Now, Avon and Danville are death zones now because the traffic on 36, and it's the only way to get into. I mean, there are some back ways you could go.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now the little trick here is, Plainfield has very low, or at least they did. I've not done a close examination recently. I have no reason to doubt why this would have changed. They have very low taxes because they have such a large commercial base due to their proximity to 70 and the airport.
Right.
And so they have a huge commercial footprint, and it's right on 70.
Well, and that's the thing. We saw a few in Plainfield that we wanted to look at, but by the time we were done with the house in Avon, the open houses were over.
Oh, yeah.
Because they give you such a short window to go to them. But the thing is, it's like, seriously, when you're looking for a house, you have to consider the property taxes. And as you were advising, they've got a referendum they're working on.
In Avon, yes.
So,
yeah, they got a school referendum.
yeah.
Higher
So
taxes.
what? You're going to have to deal with that too. And then you have to consider the traffic, where you're going to do your grocery store shopping, the schools, the water, the utilities. And the entire time we were driving around Brownsburg, looking at a couple of the houses in Brownsburg, Jim kept saying, do you want to live that close to Rob in Brownsburg? And I kept saying, you know what? At least I know the school referendum's going to get defeated. Why wouldn't you want to live in Brownsburg? Because you know at least one person is fighting the government in that town.
Yeah, I lose a lot, but I do fight. Now, don't jinx it, Casey, because we've got a long track record. Don't just assume. I mean, I was joking with you about the school referendums in Avon. I said you're going to have higher taxes there. I think within 2 or 3 years, because of this horrible property tax bill, whether it actually ends up being as horrible as predicted or not, a bunch of these school systems are going to go for referendums again. I just think it's going to be a complete... Hell, they're so stupid where I live. They're talking about doing a referendum for the swimming pool.
Oh, the aquatic center?
That's right. Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to sell it
Don't
short.
sell it short. It is what it is.
Yeah, so this is where you got to have a trained professional. This is where our buddy Mark Deedle would come in and save the day for you. So I would I felt bad because I felt, I was encouraging you to get out of the militarized zone that you live in over there near the greater downtown area. But then I thought, I don't want to talk them out of something because it is so close to where you work.
It is very close to where we work, and that's the thing. By the time we were done driving all over town, we got back home, and I was like, maybe we'll just stay here. Because it is such a big proposition considering moving and buying a house. There's just so many things to consider. And I don't know, when we bought the one we did, there were probably 5 houses available within our price range. So we were forced into a decision. And maybe at the end of the day, it was the right one after all. Well, I don't know. Stay tuned.
How many people can say they live, and again, your house itself is very nice. Area, not so much. But the house itself, very nice. How many people can say, I live in a nice house that's 5 minutes from where I work?
Yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't underscore that.
And yet I still arrive late every day.
That's right. Time to go home.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you for listening today. This has been Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Promises made, promises kept. Governor Mike Braun's bold leadership is already getting things done for Hoosiers. Governor Braun and State House Republicans are delivering massive property tax cuts. We're talking nearly $1.5 billion in relief. That's real money back in homeowners' pockets. But Braun didn't stop there. He cut local income tax capacity by nearly $2 billion and capped the local income tax rate to protect Hoosiers. And Braun led the fight to reform local government taxes, giving Hoosiers more say by requiring referendums be held in high-turnout elections. Thanks to Governor Braun and State House Republicans, your property taxes will be lower, future increases are reined in, and the system is now more transparent. Visit HoosierHope.org and let Governor Braun and Republican legislators know you support historic property tax cuts. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Your nose is for breathing. Your mouth is for eating. And if you're breathing through your mouth, it's not because your body wants to. It's because it has to, because your nose isn't working properly. And although you've lived like this, it's no way to live, and it's having a significant impact on your life. I know you know this, and I know that taking action isn't always convenient. But at Advent, we've done all we can to make changing your life for the better as easy as possible. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. With tens of thousands of our patients, a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, along with a simple 20-minute in-office procedure called balloon sinuplasty, has opened their nasal passages, allowing them to breathe freely through their nose for good. And there's a good chance this procedure can do the same for you. We'll help you breathe through your nose again, and it will change your life.
Go to AdventKnows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757. 213-5757.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
Your one blood donation can help save the lives of up to 3 people. Give blood through the American Red Cross to help hospital patients. Visit redcrossblood.org today.
On the level, on the go. 93 WIBC Indianapolis.
Coming up,
damaging wind and hail will be the primary threat.
Mourners here in Rome are still looking back at the late Pope Francis.
You can argue against us all you want and protest all you want.
Our attention to detail was better.
This is the WIBC News at noon.
It starts early in the day. Mostly sunny and 68 degrees on Monument Circle, and 80 is this afternoon's high. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 12 noon. Severe weather is supposed to be a factor across Indiana this week, starting tomorrow.
Damaging wind and hail will be the primary threat. And then as that passes through, we have another boundary. It's a cold front pushing in from the north.
Aaron Updike with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis.
We're not expecting tornadoes necessarily, but if they do happen, it would be with that first passage,
which would be Tuesday morning. He says that second round will include heavy rain along with the damaging winds and hail. The conclave to decide a new pope for the Catholic Church is expected to start on May 7th.
As we look ahead to that, mourners here in Rome are still looking back at the late Pope Francis. More than 70,000 people made their way to St. Mary Major Basilica, where he was laid to rest. And I visited there over the weekend, seeing the long line snaking around the basilica, back and forth throughout the square as people waited to go inside and to be able to see the late pontiff's marble tomb. Mass funerals will also take place here at St. Peter's every day for 9 days in this period of mourning following Saturday's funeral.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan in Rome. Cardinals will vote through a secret ballot with a 2/3 majority required to select a successor. Shots fired and a man is dead in Marion. Police responded to a report of someone with a knife just after 4:30 Sunday afternoon. A Marion police officer shot the man with the knife and that person died. Investigators say the man charged at the officer beforehand, which caused him to fire his gun. State police say they're handling the investigation now. A Mooresville police officer injured while they tried to stop a car during a chase Saturday night. Jake McDaniel with that story.
Officers arrived in the area of State Road 67 because of a chase going northbound from Paragon around 6:45.